stage, light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh today, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I worked too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm not chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it.
lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burn in my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in rare form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they pack the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, we got. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Don't you wanna be like me? I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top
Come, stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life, friend? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down.
哎，同学们上课啦！那今天我们到了一个课堂当中，就是要来考验一下大家对于英雄联盟的小知识是不是很有把握呢？
拉姆斯，
法师多少件？
你说是上路的吗？
上路的，会讲吗？
一定是上路英雄吗？
这个角色他的 Q 会加攻速。
艾奇，英雄太熟了，
Kino 现在只剩下3分就可以下课了，
还好第一题没有让他对哦。卡桑列达的
瑞纳达，
欧拉夫，
直接在技能题
9分，
直接达到了9分。
我下不了班了，9分。
然后你们选手里生涯最大，年资最小，年资最大，阿志，这是我，阿志。
主女，我有号在，我去后面冷静一下。对，去后面冷静一下，还是要回来。闪现过去开团，又拉到纳米，把2个人给拉在了一起。接下来追星所有人乱顶一通，全部顶进去之后，再回去把艾米给按到了车下。那现在是属于阿月的时间，然后杰里拿了一个 double， 只剩下一个纳米，最后是惨遭毒手。
这个是 poker 阵非常好玩的方式。
往前再甩，命中的是优宝，配上一个反击风暴，伤害足够吗？优宝交了一个闪现，往后这边卡马的先线定住了哈纳比，再往前阿志交闪下来 ，TP 下来交闪，配上一个血槽2到2，但是被转进，救走所有人，配上茂凯的鬼灵之握，已经要被poker到惨了，PCG 全员残血，这就一个茂凯的鬼灵之握，俊驾一个人拯救了这波会战。
就是残血不死，而且这边雀巢
但觉得往前又有一个素金升级后的补血量不足以把雀巢给救了回来，俊家甚至卡让挖口拿下了一个 double kill，PSG 7-0的开局。
这就是挖口吗？这里如果要给的话，就是只能抓贾克使用，但这4个人的伤害我觉得都不见得够。
全员冲下来 ，S9W
来了，
巴龙可以给，但 driver 必须倒在这。
5个人是5个人
，S9W 全员集结要抓，
来了，
反击炮转起来，开大往前想做天气目标是要抓 YCY， 被一个塔利亚自己翻了，他往前再做一个跳跃后交闪现，想要跑在对面，接技能也是不断的进攻没破，灵活闪跳，driver还在跑，他的残血100-206级，在对面 Harris 想继续打反击风暴来这边再转，driver抓了一个人，还有这边继续回血，最后才被这边史瓦尼给击杀。
好像要开扁哦。抓到这个茂凯，好像有个人不知道为什么在奇怪的位置交闪现，但有一个强先卡过来，反而把 BYG 的成员卡成2边。这边 Carries 是爆到2个，但这一个阵地之击116的话血量还有1半，然后 YGY 的话是在一个很危险的位置，开出了一个惊人，原地转起来之后是自己的倒下，不过后面的菲欧拉也是换掉了人头，现在的话开始追击，右小拉了3个，这波拉到3个，然后再交出闪现往后撤退，那这波 S9W 开始全面的进击，有2个数据全部杀光。这要怎么去呢？有意识到吗？3000滴左右，这边往前抬了一个阵地之机，因为就是塔利亚，塔利亚抽到了巴龙，结果是塔利亚来抢的哟！哇，拿命在 C 耶！这场比赛有2个人拿命在 C。
好的，欢迎所有观众观者来到2023 PCS 春季联赛第1周，来到第2把比赛。我们在后头也已经可以看到了，就是在去年，就是大家会比较讶异，没有办法去世界赛的 PSG， 那对上的也是全新的战队 S9W。那我们也看到了呼夏、优宝、挖口这个乌迪 PSG 来说的话，在今年的整体调动其实幅度也是非常大的。
PSG 他们今年整个阵容上面可以简单讲就是他们是打调重来的。
我觉得 PSG 比去年欢乐啊，这支队伍感觉比较斜开一点。
这闪现，
刚开赛，给点体谅。等一下，我们今天也有人这样，我跟你说，超痛小心，你们这边刚开赛第1把的。等一下，让我上。
我跟呼夏因为以前就是队友嘛，然后他去过 BYG 之后，人也变得那个怪怪的。
你脸上有巧克力。
我等一下就让你眼睛就没有巧克力。
会偶尔嘴他个几句，就开玩笑整那种，然后很好笑。对，
是最近才有还是以前就有？
那应该是因为那个吧，因为 BYG 力凯吧，但是他们才开始的吧。
地凯也是有，也是有刺，
对啊，
所以上路都叫阿紫。
对啊，
我觉得 PSG 比我想象中的还搞笑吧。
其实就是一个白吃的队伍啊。
他这个一定 flag 啊，我输了我不讲，赌上马尾之战。可以，你可以有得一比。他接到，你接到，我真不知道。
然后挖口的话，活在2次元，所以你要用2次元的方式跟他沟通。然后他的冷笑话也是超级可悲，所以也要搭上他的可悲，所以就会觉得他很好笑。
但好像在看比赛吧。
然后科技好像提到什么哪一个选手很贵吧？
这个人很贵了，这个选手很贵，然后我就接一句 God 贵，
超级烂。
对，接到这个，大爆笑。我觉得我讲的还不错。
他那个干话其实就是有点不按牌理出牌，那个其实蛮难琢磨的。就我觉得他感觉每一句都是经典语录，我觉得。
那紧接着的话呢，将会是由 PSG 要来出战的是 FAK。那这场比赛应该也算是今天的一个重点之战吧。
没错，
因为两支的队伍包含的是可能在赛前的一些补强啊。
打 FAK 之前的话，知道 FAK 是发挥不好所以才输的，一样保持平常心吧，就是做好自己的，没有特别紧张或者是怎么样。
好像没了，好像没了。
他们的突破能力，他们的抓机会能力，尤其像这个泰坦的话，就一定要特别在意这个泰坦跟爆。加油，要在哪？不要急哦。
没了这个猪女直接顶上去，没有兵线。
现在挖口已经在耗血量，不过 AMA 在塔下绝不让兵进塔。
这里人已经在那个赶过来了，但感觉来不及
还是凯文，你快来救我！凯文在路上了，胡耍招等不及了，往前一个 Q 闪 ，AMA 也是交错闪现，不过乌迪在后面给了一个泡泡，并没有命中，
怪怪的，
但自己稍微有点落单了，可能要交闪下去，但有一个鬼灵之握，准备要来握住纳米，握到了，那是一个盖火锅。
我们不用急，他没杀，他们一定没闪，他一定没闪，茂凯也没到。
那这波有怒哦。
但 PSG 的位置有点被分割开来了。现在的话，U 宝想要来推人，但同一时间 FAK 是叫做闪现躲掉，反而是 U 宝的位置很差。虽然说狂上猛击往前一推是推到2人，但紧接着的话反而是 PSG 所有的成员都已经残血，而且这龙甚至还有一半啊。那 PSG 赶紧所有人都往上半部来走吗？乌迪看起来也无法存活，一个重击。直接把乌迪给重死，然后阿兹的话也往反方向来逃跑，不过 Solo Q 已经盯上了他，恩图福强击没有锤到，
哎呦，
等着续记的 Q3 扛塔，最后被塔给打死了。
哎呦，闪钩！
优宝也是有反应过来，现在挖口滑上去，一个冰河龙老师拼到了最硬的卡桑蒂，卡桑蒂的话交出自己的开山秘路，不过后面还有一个鬼灵之握，两边的打野都交出一个大绝，往前一勾又是勾到了猪女，在这边给到一个荡是压在了乌迪的身上，后面阿志推了一个狂笑猛击，不过挖口被盯上，交出自己双招马上往后撤退，不过阿志在同时已经击杀掉了凯瑞，不过这时候 M 也在蹦蹦跳跳。然后 Solo Q 的话，想要来击杀对方的阿奇尔，直接击杀到了 U 宝倒地之后，一个能量守恒，也准备要拿下呼啸的性命。FAK 这一波直接拿下了3颗人头，准备要来抄下8龙。
我们去小龙吧，看能不能吃。
小龙应该掉了。
吃小龙吧。
龙不好吃，我觉得踢过来我们就炸了。
被绕背
超级绕背，而且是超硬卡上地。不过正面的话只被冰到，不过他还有一半的血量，但挖口死了。突然之间挖口蒸发。
他被控到吗？他还有闪
挖口不见了。
哇，那这样子是直接掉双龙来了。空
没有刚无敌，但是有远古巨龙，那就是属于 FAK 的巨龙咆哮。
哎呦，
一个人直接电歪2人，但 FAK 击破了2座的门牙塔之后，也准备要将主跑击败了 PSG， 还要再稍微调比一下。
当下对战就是放空嘛，也输了就输的当下就不知道自己在干嘛。
输完 FAK 的想法是，等一下吃什么？我等一下一定要喝奶茶，是这样子。
你都不会想到回去要被喷之类的？
不是喷是一定会喷，
我们来检讨一下吧。哦，其实这把我觉得讲真的，其实东西没有很多，然后都是一点一点的东西。这个画面出现过很多次吧，训练赛的时候，是吧？这个月塔的画面，你们肖先觉得呢？
伤害全冠会死啊！
啊？
伤害全冠会死啊！
伤害全冠，但是
他会死，我不知道。
因为我觉得他们两个
不会死，
他们两个一起走出来的话，这两个都不会死啊。
然后我就觉得
是有机会打一个闪现、
有机会打一个闪现，但其实
杀掉是有机会啊。
杀掉，
但闪现也是一定会喷的、他对面
我觉得杀掉是真的很难杀，他双招。
当时检讨气氛吗？我感觉跟训练赛也差不多，但少了一点开玩笑的那种感觉，就是比较严肃。因为可能训练赛失误了，还会笑一下什么的，因为真的很烂。但比赛输的话，要意识到这是必须改变的。
这边回中干嘛？
没有啊，你可以保护你的中，然后你再去吃这个野怪也行啊。
只是觉得你不太急啊。
对啊。
不是，这可以杀，你在后面等下一波线就好了。
不，我下一波线是等不了。
不行，他们卡在靠了，我已经卡不住了。
你们在后面看得到不就好？
他直接往前跟你1打1了。
我打不过。
没有啊，兵进不去啊。他直接往前啊。
他直接往前，你不就直接从后面出来？
当时输掉的时候，就我觉得有点不开心吧，因为其实一些东西都没有做到，就有点输的很不开心啊！这明明就可以赢的，不知道为什么一堆事都没做到。
他在卡。
不一样啊，画面不一样，是因为他走回去啊，他后退，我跟着兵出来，我不就直接把他压退了？啊，他要是不愿意出来，那完全不一样。
回去检讨的时候，其实就是稍微沉重一点，但也还好，因为隔天还有比赛嘛，所以大家也不会太低落这样子，就是还是要准备好检讨完，然后准备好隔天的比赛。
第一场的赛程，其实我们也已经在刚刚的休息等待时间的一个 logo 上面就已经有看到了，算是有点世仇之战了。队名上面的来说，都是有这个很强的碰撞能力啊，蛮期待的。没错，而且这我们都
对 BIG 后勤还有选手很多都认识啊，所以打起来比较有那个想要认真赢他们的冲动。
因为我们有湖下嘛、挖口嘛，然后又有空月跟 U 宝嘛，然后再加上他们里面也有几个我的前队友，就是感觉好像就是宿敌，你知道吗？然后就会特别认真，就感觉那一天大家都特别想赢。
打得狠一点，你们能打的团战就尽量去接没关系。然后训练团的时候去沟通清楚，你们要怎么打，不要打太急，好不好？
完了，我们看到了召唤峡谷了，准备也迎来粉丝。这是第3天的赛程啊。
没错。
在对面要开战，呼霞过强的兵龙套到了 Pino 交了一个闪现，但在打 Pino 的同时，后面竟然还有一个兵剑打到了空月，杀完人 PSG 最后料理完对面的辅助，回头来吃8楼。
10秒中箭，2秒。
来想抽。
没中，2个弹。啊，没事。我可以卖。
我可以打。看你。没闪了。好，楼角了，还有球。
鱼宝交了一个闪现弹，这边反击炮给晕到，想回头去抓，偷了一个大，想丢大，没有成功。
大追击，
这边要开始往前了，变成 U 宝的空月，空月跟 Uniboy 合为一了，直接往前要开锤。抓的是呼霞，又是一个16的推球，留住了呼霞，大姐进去，但空月伤害并不足够杀掉呼霞，呼霞好硬啊！憋子军被这头猪给骗了，冲进来发现杀不了，进来人全死 ，double kill 给到挖口。
5秒大。他这边全黑的。
中了呀！啊，没事。继续耳听。
清楚了。
他在这。不看哦。
8秒大绝。
清楚啊。
老蒋要看。
打这个。慢慢打。看前面，打前面的。讲。贾克斯来了，后面贾克斯。拉一下。拿一下。
上面。我一家 TP 啊，我一家 TP。
进场会超坦哦，有一种那种牛的感觉了。往前练，进去开大，大家来对弹。
好弱。
U 宝快扛不住了，因为空月伤害其实也挺不错的，一发兵剑就是去做骚扰，后面有个 TP 要来，立凯选择进场开大。
你们先拉，会死先拉。
10秒大。
会死吗？没有，是 U 宝进场去被击杀。不过后面一个 TP 来的阿志直接限制到了空月，空月靠着球国想往上爬，分也只能回到自家的温泉，看着自家的主堡被 PSG 给拆掉。我们恭喜 PSG 拿下这一场比赛。
OK， 非常精彩的一场攻防战。
赢了 BYG 的时候就在想，等下可以去恶心一下对面，反正我们都很熟啊。
那你有恶心对方那个时候？
没有啦，没有那么
私下敲恶心，
没有那么坏了。
J-Team, not going to find much value there. Now you're still pressuring the flank, doing a really good job. And J-Team, they're playing it so patiently here. Impunity, oh, Minji pulls the trigger, finds two. Wow. It's going to get followed up by Arya, and Bruce has hopped over the wall as well. Pops the lightning crash, doing so much damage. Mission has been pulling off his squirrel. He's dead, unstoppable from Bruce. Double kill for him. Lava picking up a kill for his own as well.
Control. And it's just cool, calm and confident, really. There's not really been a foot gone wrong so far, but here's another attempt on Yuba, who's flashed away again, shocked. How many times can they escape death? It's criminal. Disengage away, the Nature's Grasp comes in jumps Dione. He's tried to seal their fate, but ultimately his own fate has been sealed. He's dead, his team are dying, they're bleeding, call an ambulance. And it has to be for them, because they are running for their lives.
Yeah, wow, the health bars are so low. I think PSG, they might be able to clean up a few off the back end of this. I mean, that was so... Oh, actually snipes another one as well. That was so well played from PSG. I mean, yeah, that was really...
It was a waiting game. The waves have been pushed. The movements have been seen. And the second Baron is calling for them to be claimed. It's actually Driver completely alone in what is now going to be a 1v5. What can you do here, Driver? You've now got a Baron buff. Can you find at least one? He's flashing. He's still alive. They missed the Glacial Prison. The counter strike. Don't tell me, Shock. Don't tell me he lives on a 1v5. Keras can't kill him. Counter strike number 2. He gets the kill. What is happening? Finally falls on down, but that is unreal. And Driver MVP for that alone.
BYG, they're going to be able to gain control.
He is walking so far up. He does drop the ultimate, but he's going to take a lot of damage, force the flash away. Khalil comes out, lots of action, carries, finding one, but not much to follow it up on. Columbia trying to do his best over the wall as well, but Kieran flashing away rather. Valier is going to pick him up, get that extra killing for his team, but Carey, I'm not sure how YJY got picked up there, but he's back in the thick of it. Finds 3 with the stun. Haymaker isn't quite enough to keep him alive, but Liko doing the best he can on the back line. Fia and Valier are going to pick him down, shut down.
Range advantage really coming in big here. Columbia has smite.
Fia might look for it. He has no flash available though. It seems like it's just...
Columbia stole it.
Columbia stole it with the spell book. He does from the stopwatch, but it's hard to see him getting out of this one. Almost finds to come to Kong here as well.
大家好，我是泰文小老师火龙闷干派。今天要教大家使用的泰文单词是氪金 tattoo， 氪金 tattoo。来，大家跟我念一次氪金 tattoo。这个词要用在哪里呢？当你发现你的游戏副本打不过的时候，就需要氪金 tattoo。当你发现你电竞战队打不过的时候，也需要氪金 tattoo。今天教的同学都有记住吗？我们下一堂课见，拉弓。
我午餐下河，但河蟹不能给，加入河蟹。
哦，河蟹的话我能懂，但你进去找他野区的话我不能懂。
对啊，
对吧？稍微注意一下雷兹的车啊。
你刚刚说你不打河蟹，
他说要打，他说要打。
哦，可以啊，可以啊。
哎，肖培元，可以啊。
他没进化，没进化，
对，没进化。
还有治愈，我在走。
要
他插眼，插眼没插，等
下我先扛。
雷兹能踢哦，
我先把，
但没插。都先扛，雷兹能踢哦，直接越就好。
雷兹踢了，我该死了。
换车。
可以留。
不会开。走，开了。
现在的路线，
不急，等我。
要去，不然我他们一样。
OK，那我
上次一样。
打架也行，
先打架吧。我拉正拳。
哎，看我。
我有点远了。打第一个还行。
中线。
回中线。
拉扯。先别回，要踩着。
然后这个位置好一点哦。我在找。
我5秒还有大招。
我是觉得真的龙也要看。
这样很好。没有，就这样。哎，这个有点装哎。
我在往前。
路线没跳。
哎，我有大的。
不要。我在往前。
我有飞大的动画，位置好。
我就 PS 了。
拜。可以往前。
打正。
OK。打上地。
打地好。别，前面了。我们要扒喽。好。扒喽。
好。
我丢不到。
我不会被偷，但是其他逃的时候有没有不要去打？
不要去给他打。我有到哎，他不能装的。
尤其是不要打，不要打扒喽。我回不小了，
快！
让我来。
现在在右边，
那这样可以稍微凶一点。
我们踏去左边吧。雷之漏了，可以推了。
终于挡了一下。
雷之漏了，我回血，别气。看一下东山。
那你没大。
我闪。
先上恋爱吧。先下一只，我觉得先下一只。看谁在手。
雷之没闪。可以。
开低。
没有。
开低。我 Q。
上面没闪。
给我上我身上。
我知道。
我去推
中，有接一波呢。那路线位置。
一波。
一波。
开塔就好。开塔。可以。
nice。
What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love, don't set me free. I gave inside is contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded, but get up and revive. Intoxicated, get ahead of time, and even when it's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. Bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in-between. I'm in full circle. Just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me. Whoa, crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
Hello and welcome back to the spring split of the PCS Week 4 Day 2, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. We've got a bunch of great games for you today. I'm your host, Shock, and I'm joined by my good friend here, Skimmy from the LCO.
I'm back. Yes, still here, still living in New Zealand for the meantime. 2 weeks now on the bounce, so pretty exciting stuff. And I think after last night, pretty exciting series of games to get ourselves pumped up for tonight as well. So we had the upsets, we had the dramatic repeats, right? The 2-0 head-to-head smashing. So now it's all about looking forward to seeing really what happens with tonight's schedule.
Yeah, 100%. I think especially the way yesterday ended, right, with Impunity managing to take out CFO, and now today actually come up against PSG. We'll see that in a bit. That's our second game of the day. But, I mean, that was really crazy, right, because we're starting to see kind of PSG and CFO starting to really lead the pack, right, like starting to kind of contest those top 2 spots and really looking like, you know, I don't want to say clear top 2, but they were looking stronger than the rest, at least a little bit. But now you have to question that a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're definitely in a position where you're feeling like top 2 seems like a guarantee, but at the same time you're saying that, well, the likes of Frankie Sports, DCG have certainly shown a lot of promise, but it's not been to the same height and levels just yet. I think you've certainly got some underdog stories like, you know, even Hellpigs perhaps, even in the mix of things, right? I don't know if they'd even get into a top 4 at this stage, but I feel like they can definitely make enough of a stir, taking down some pretty big names to pinch a spot in the top 6. So I think it's all up for grabs still.
Yeah, 100%. That top 6, I mean, it's looking real spicy, right? It just keeps going, and we're not too sure where everyone will be at this point. But yeah, I mean, Hellpigs are an interesting one, right? They've really kind of, I want to say, struggled with consistency a lot, but they have, you know, consistently actually beaten Frank Esports, right? They're 2-0 up against them now. Did pick up that game yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing better, but we'll see what we've got. Taking a look at the previous results from yesterday, DCG took out Type AG team, Beyond Gaming take out Doge team, Hellpigs upset Frank Esports, PSG annihilated Sem9, and our final game of yesterday, Impunity upset CFO. It's weird to call an upset because Impunity have been doing like well at the start of the split, but they really fell off, you know, towards that end of the first round robin. But now perhaps saying, you know, we deserve to be up there with those top dogs.
Certainly do, and I think really more so than anybody is a very happy mission for Impunity Esports, right? Gets his revenge over his former squads. Jimmy tried his hardest, right? Had a standout performance individually, tried to find some form, which they desperately needed, but it just was not enough. And this is what the standings look like as a result. So outright in first place as it stands is PSG. Talon hot on their heels, though, in second still is to be CFO. And we currently have a 4-way tie in third place with a 6-4 record. That is Beyond Gaming, Deep Cross Gaming, Frank Esports, as well as Impunity. That could potentially, well, it will be broken up tonight, actually, their shock. In seventh, a 2-way tie between Hellpigs and J-Team. And to round out the standings in both 9th and 10th is Sem9 and Doish Team.
Yeah, and I think also some win streaks will be broken tonight. We'll see Beyond Gaming coming up against DCG, both teams on win streaks, as well as PSG versus Impunity. Again, someone is going to lose that win streak. We'll have to see, you know, can Doish team stop this 7-game loss streak? It's been rough for them. But let's take a look at today's matches. Our first game, Beyond versus DCG. The second one, I have to say, match of the day, PSG up against Impunity. CFO take on Sem9 later on, Doish team up against Hellpigs. And our final game of the day, which could be pretty interesting, is Type AJ team versus Frank Esports. And I think you said this was very much a test for J-Team of, are we a good team or not, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a really big ask because currently sitting in 7th at a 4-6 record, you're thinking, well, I said to you yesterday on the show that I feel like on their day, they are a top 4, top 6 team. They certainly do deserve to be in playoffs, but they struggled to find that level of cohesion in team fights. I think they lose their heads at times, and obviously at this level of play, you can't afford that to happen. So Frank Esports will be searching for some revenge as well, right? Having fallen away from that tied first place. I think this first game for me is the most exciting to really kickstart the show off, at least to get us a bit of a taster, if you will, like an entree at a great restaurant for what we have in store, because these two teams are tied in third place, and they are looking to try and showcase that, hey, we deserve to be where we are, but, you know, we want that upper bracket position. We want that ability to, you know, have the chance to fall on down, you know, take an L and say we didn't have the right read in the moment, but we do now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a real interesting game because I believe the first time these teams faced against each other, DCG kind of annihilated them. It was like a Nesty Talia 1v9. But let's take a look at Beyond Gaming's lineup. We've got Li Kai, Kongyue, 1116, Feng, and Kino for their roster. And Kongyue as well, he's been having some great games, you know, extremely high KP. I think it's something like 89%. You know, he's been a big factor in their wins. And I feel like 1116 as well, he's been there in some games, you know, really big performances. Also, he's been completely invisible in some as well. So, yeah, consistency. Oh, we always harp on it, but it is really the name of the game.
Yeah, it is.
These best of ones.
It certainly is the best of one fashion. You're not wrong. You've been there yourself, I'm sure, right? You know how volatile it can be, right? You have all these scrims, all this practice, and for it to feel all undone by in one game where maybe form wasn't on point or, you know, a mishap happens, it's very hard to recover in a series where you just don't have that afforded to you. I think for Beyond Gaming, they're going to be looking at this one and saying, okay, what can we do to try and stabilize? Because as you say, Kongyue has the highest kill participation in the league. If he's firing on all cylinders, they just win. It's as simple as that. 116 certainly is an individual that profits off that. He's been allowed to play the likes of Arise and a Jace on repeat for the last 2 weeks now. So if they have the ability to roam really well as a two-man, I think they're in a really strong position. But obviously to try and upset their balance will be DCG, with Hana being the top lane, Hana in the jungle, Nesty in the mid lane with Cascada and Orca as their bot lane. And I think we've been really impressed by what we've seen from Nesty, right? Very unique champion pool, warrants an Annie ban on repeat ever since the changes at least anyway. So already aiming to remove something from the draft as a whole. And I think that causes a little bit of headaches because last time they banned away the Swain. This time they're probably going to have to ban away the Annie as a necessity. If you leave that one through, do you put it to chance? Once again, circling back to the conversation of the volatility of a best of one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because, you know, 1116, he's one of those better Rise players, right? So you're kind of expecting, if he goes for that, to kind of have that mid-jungle 2v2. And when we see Nesty, you know, he's very much about pushing and impacting the map, right? He plays very similar champs. So will they just take away the Rise and then try pick Nesty in early Talia or something? You know, they did play Talia versus Silas, I think was the matchup last time these teams versed. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I think the mid matchup will be pretty important, but taking a look at the jungle comparison, and yeah, 83% KP for Kongyue as well as 70% versus blood participation. So he's a man that he is involved in every play, and he's the one starting it off too.
Yeah, you can just see the proximity towards mid lane as well, right? Really hovering towards it to make sure that things will kick off nice and early. It just signals to me early aggression will result in early success. And for Hana, I think his main job in this game is going to be not only to track well, but also have a bit of a read onto what their next move could be, right? So you might have to sacrifice your own individual strength to make sure that the rest of your team doesn't fall behind as a result. That's a really hard position to be put in. If you don't have that flexibility in your locker, could be the defining factor in this match.
It can be difficult, I think, to be the one responding to the opponent too, right? If Kongyue is that very proactive player and Hana kind of has to just almost chase him around the map, right? It can certainly be difficult. We'll have to see if he's up to the task. And I wonder, you know, will we see any new draft things here? I'd really like to see the Annie go through mid lane at least once. Annie's been, I think it was played LCK last night by Chovy as well, so it's definitely, you know, showing it is not just at support, it can be played mid. Now, I want to say it was actually first picked, or it was like very early on in the draft. It was Annie versus Zia, which was a very, you know, it's a bad matchup, and he certainly made it work. So
it's the most popular matchup I've seen for the mid lane. It has been the Annie into the Azir. They do go for the Annie ban, so it still is warranted, despite the fact that Nesty played Talia last time they met. He's played 2 games of Talia in a row as well, so he's warmed up on the champion if they want to go for that matchup. And if you are going to go for that handshake again and say, we'll just play Silas in response, well, that is certainly a gamble they'll have to take. No Rise ban at the moment. You'd imagine if that one doesn't get locked in the first 3, it's gone in the second.
Yeah, I think Beyond, they've actually first picked Rise before. I would be kind of surprised to see it picked so early here, but it's certainly an option. Zeria's off the table, and I think Zeria's really been pulling ahead in that kind of, you know, ADC meta of, it feels like she's better than Lucianami. It also feels like she does well in the Varus now with the lifesteal build. So yeah, she seems kind of the kingpin. Sejuani is taken away. Ooh, and the Lucian is hovered for DCG, so perhaps they want to take that Lucian Nami. A lot of the other bot combos are off the table. There is still the Varus, but it doesn't have the Ashe to be paired with it.
No, we've yet to see the traditional on-hit Varus build in such a long time now. We've seen the Prowler's Claw for the straight lethality. We've seen the Eclipse for the armor penetration build as well, but it's all about range damage, right? It's all about staying as far back as you can, because obviously so many bruises are jumping on your head, so either way, you don't have the uptime for that DPS. So Lucianami will be locked in here for DCG. Question for me, right, is what do BYG play as a response? Because I mentioned to you going into this one that both Cascada and Feng have the highest damage percentage in the entire league, so they're a massive component of what their team relies upon.
Yeah, okay, so they lock in the Varus Nautilus, playing for some of that more early game. I'm sort of surprised that there was no Jax picked up. It feels like Jax Sejuani is not only blindable, but just an extremely strong 2v2. But opt for the Varus Nautilus, so perhaps saying that, you know, we can't play into Lucianami without this. Vi is the hover. I feel like it is between Vi and Wukong, and I think I prefer the Wukong, at least with this kind of comp. I think Vi is good when there's lots of squishies, but I feel like with Sedge, there's always going to be a lot of bruises coming through, so I do kind of prefer the Wukong. Now, second phase bans, I would like to see the Rise picked or banned. I feel like giving it over, like Rise Sedge is not the best combo, but I think it really shuts down what Nesty wants to do. At the same time, he might be happy to play something like the Talia into it.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if Ryze and Talia get let through here. I feel like they're just too comfortable a champion for even mid laner right now, so it certainly needs to be a consideration that gets it here too. Jax, obviously, as you say, if you don't lock it there, instead opting for this to reveal of your bot lane pairing, then Jax has to be taken away.
Yeah, now, Beyond Gaming, I think you just ban out Nesty. The Sylas ban is interesting. Obviously, there's great ults for the Sylas.
Yeah.
But when I think of Nesty, I honestly don't really think of Sylas, right? Like, it's not a champ that it can't really push and move. It's more about, like, the skirmishing, and I don't think that's how this team functions, but I can respect it, right? Compositionally, it makes a lot of sense.
I was going to say, it feels like more of a composition ban as opposed to a direct response to the player or the individual themselves. So you can understand it, right? What do DCG do as their final ban, though? That's the second question. I feel like it has to be mid lane. No, they instead still feel like, obviously, top lane is all up for grabs. Let's remove 2 split push threats.
So perhaps trying to just blind pick their top laner on 4th and then just give Nesty his pick of the litter on 5th pick, saying that, it doesn't really matter what 1116 goes for, he'll always have a counter to it. Does Nesty, he obviously has a very wide champion pool. Now, what will this last ban be from BOJ? They banned the Scion, which I think, it kind of does end up being the premier top lane blind, especially with Jax and Fiora gone. So that makes it interesting. Do you just blind pick your mid here? I think that DCG tend to function better with counter pick mid, but it's not like Hanabi's been a slouch, right? Like, if he gets good matchups, he definitely makes them work.
And I was just going to say, I mean, if you sort of say what's left on the cards, I mean, you've got the likes of, Gnar, Gwen, as well as the Renekton. Even though the Renekton didn't have the most impactful performance yesterday, they do decide to opt away from it, getting themselves a little bit of AP damage, right? So they've locked themselves in with the Gragas. Could be still a flex in the mid lane. We've seen Faker play it also in the LCK, right? But you'd imagine at the moment it's probably going to be top.
Yeah, and actually in EU, Niski, who's very close to Nesty, did play Gragas mid, so who knows? Names are similar. Could be locked in now. Gwen is the hover. This means, I think, that you have to go in AD. Okay, I was going to say you have to go in AD mid if you lock in the Gwen, but locks in the Jace, which is still a flex. I feel like Jace, it probably does just remain flexible. Just see where the matchup is. I wonder if did they go for the double flex here? What could it be? I'm trying to think what other champs would work. Maybe like an Akali double flex or something could come through.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you the melee champion, right? Obviously, it allows you to really find value from the Sejuani too. Does put in a bit of a gamble that, you are quite squishy, but you have the ability to remove things like a Lucian out of the game very easily. Go for the Gwen instead, though.
Yeah, okay, so this just ends up being Jace mid, Gwen top. Now, will we see Gnar picked into the Gwen? Or will we just see Talia come through? Because I feel like this is another pretty good Talia game. Nesty obviously has really shown how good he is on the champ. At the same time, I do feel like Gragas kind of fits Nesty's playstyle, right? It's a champ that can kind of push, move, is pretty decent at skirmishing, and it's definitely a bit off meta, so it sort of fits that. Hanabi has shown, great play on the Gnar before, so they lock it in.
And we were laughing before, right, about the fact of, what does Nesty have up his sleeve? He's already shown that you need to warrant a ban towards the end. We're thinking, what about an Alistair mid, right? That would certainly feel like it fits the bill for Nesty. I feel like Gragas is in a similar boat in a way, right? You've got the wave clear, you've got all that self-sustain for your passive too. You've got the displacement. The biggest thing for me is that displacement. You combine that with a Gnar as well, and suddenly, if BYG make one overstep, somebody like a squishy Varus is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and actually one thing I want to real quick bring up before the game starts is they might lane swap, because I feel like Jace is the better matchup into Gnar, and I think Gwen deals fine with the Gragas. Now, whether or not they actually will, I'm not sure. Perhaps they just want to have the Jace Sejuani in the mid-jungle for a bit more kind of early pressure. But there's certainly options for them, and I'm honestly not too sure whose comp I prefer. I feel like they both kind of got what they wanted and what they like to play. It's really just going to come down to how they execute it.
Talk to me on that point, though, I guess, because that's surely a case of being comfortable with playing a top lane, for instance, having been in that position yourself. Have you seen a matchup when you've got into a game and thought, this would actually work better for me from a 1v1 standpoint if I went top, but if you've not scrimmed it, if you've not practiced it, do you make that gamble?
Yeah, I think that a range versus range top matchup, something like the Jace versus Gnar, is much more similar to mid lane matchups than something, like if you swap and end up having to play the Gwen, for example. I think, 1116 probably not super confident on that. But I think, a Jace versus Gnar is something that honestly wouldn't play too different from mid lanes. So I'd say it's certainly an option. At the same time, though, having comfort on stage is very, very important, right?
And just gone from a short lane to a long lane, right?
There is definitely some differences. But yeah, let's find out.
Well, let's find out indeed. This is the big one to really kickstart the day here. Day number 2 of week 4 of the PCS. And, well, both these teams find themselves with an identical record at 6-4. Despite that, though, it was all the glory towards DCG this time, last time. And, well, it's all about seeing if for Beyond Gaming, is the draft better? Is the result better too?
Yeah, we will find out. I think, yeah, last time it was a pretty big draft gap, I would have to say. I think having the Talia versus the Silas was pretty difficult. Now, Nesty, he's opted for the Comet, so there's a lot of different runes that you can go on Gragas. There's the First Strike, the Phase Rush. Really depends kind of like how much scaling versus how much lane power do you want. But has gone for the Comet Scorch, which I do like against the Jace. I feel like it's a champ that you can't really afford to just let, you know, bully you in lane, right? You really don't want to fall too far behind against this champ. At the same time, though, if Gragas can stay even with Jace, I feel like actually does pretty well in the mid game. And it's a lot of poke coming out from BYG. They've got the Jace and the Varus. Now, whether or not it sticks into the Nami as well as the sustain coming out from the Gragas, I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. It feels like one of those things where the poke comp gets ahead, it becomes extremely difficult to deal with. But if they fall behind, really kind of just lack the damage to make something happen as a result.
Yeah, we've seen that witnessed a few times last night especially, right? The hard engaged team just seems to profit monumentally as a result of that one. Level 1, and already a bit of a cheeky punch on, but you can see the punishment as a result of Kino going for that auto attack to land that route. It means that the Enchanter, like a Nami, can just walk right at you with not a fear in the world.
Yeah, this is the thing with these matchups, is that normally you see, oh, the Ignite goes down. Some actually heavy trades coming out here.
Big trade right now, as you say. Ignites would have been burnt, someone to heal too. And everything's been held by DCG. That's the most important part. BYG felt the pressure, felt like they needed to go ahead. But still, you know, it's a fairly even matchup.
Yeah, I feel like normally Lucian Nami is sort of weak in the first couple levels. At the same time, though, you know, double range does tend to get control. But I think after those trades, the control will instead go the way of BYG's bot lane. And that's going to allow Feng to start poking up the tower. Actually hits both of them with both the E and the Q. So really nice trades coming out of Feng. Mid lane sort of going as expected. Definitely going to be pushed in early.
What are some of the differences with the different rune setups you mentioned here for the Gragas? Like, as I see with the Arcane Comet and the Scorch, surely it's just short, sharp bursts where you're just relying on the sustain from your passive.
Yeah, so the Phase Rush is really good against melee champs. You just get in, take a quick trade, and kind of get out before they can chase you down with more damage. You know, stuff like the Jax that can be really good against, or any kind of assassin melee in mid lane. Now, I think the First Strike is weird because it definitely scales better and actually does comparable damage. But the problem is, if you end up outranged, like this game, you know, up against a Jace and a Varus, it can be quite hard to actually get the first hit, you know?
Sure.
So I think almost was relegated to the Comet, although it's not a bad pick by any means, and does well against champions that don't have innate sustain, like the Jace. He's actually got himself a nice CS lead in mid. I'm actually not too sure how that happens. I think normally Jace builds himself up a nice lead, but it does have a few creeps to farm.
Seems like a bit of a big lead in more ways than one, right? Obviously, mana's being expended fairly low as well, and getting punished if you do go into that hammer form, so you can't even regen it back that easily as well. So, so far so good. You can see that Hana, as the vision toggles, has managed to sneak himself into the river until that ward there has just caught him out through the pixel bush. So, gonna go for the scuttle, as we see Kong Yue's gone for the top scuttle instead. So, it's all about controlling the river, keeping the eyes in the sky, making sure that these matchups stay in isolation.
Yeah, 100%. I think Hana picking up the bot scuttle does feel really good. I think if you have vision on the side where there's that gank set up Nautilus, it's really nice just to have that control as the double range bot lane. So it's good. Hana will return to his jungle. TP is expended by 1116, picks up the tier. Actually, Nesty does as well. I wonder what build he will go for, because we've seen just the CDR Gragas. We've also seen the Archangel Roa Gragas. Honestly, not too sure which one's better. Both have pros and cons.
Or we could have what we had yesterday, where you got really, really upset from a solo AP threat. We go the Everfrost.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, we want some big numbers, big damage.
Yeah, we want some Bomber from the Gragas. Okay, now DCG's bot lane, they do go for the recall. And interesting, Cascada doesn't go for the Dirk, so it does go for the pickaxe. I guess because he didn't start Longsword, he actually just doesn't have the gold for the Dirk here. But I'm not sure if he expected to base with enough gold to get the Dirk, or if he just feels like he wants to play for more of that scaling. Because we've seen some of the Lucians do that, which is, you know, it's always a curious choice, right? Do you value that early game power spike more, or do you want to get towards that Gale Force? Especially when you got the mandate with it as well.
Especially with a lot of these magical footwear rune choices as well. You sell the boots, you get your Gale Force super early on. So it might just be the play here. Rush that as quickly as they can and ideally get that Mythic online before the 13-minute mark, which seems to be super accelerated. So we'll have to see if it plays out in that fashion. But does mean that you may not be looking to try and be as aggressive as you would have been otherwise with that threaded Dirk. Kino here, back from base, goes for a bit of a cheeky roam, not going to be spotted at this stage, maybe hunting for a cheeky flash engage.
Yeah, could maybe get Chunk onto Nesty. Is just wisely going to walk away. Takes a little bit of poke on the way out. I think the Jace is the one that's much more vulnerable. I'd be looking towards this mid lane when Hana hits level 6. Feels like the Gragas Wukong ganks it up is extremely strong onto a champ like the Jace. 116 will definitely have to play a bit safer around there. And Kino, he's controlling this bot vision well. Has Kongyue in his back pocket. And we know what happens when Kongyue is nearby.
We certainly do. So that means that disaster is only looming. As he continues to say, well, where do we go? 116 flashes in, knocks him back. That's Nesty out of harm's way. Burning a flash as well as a body slam covers such a great distance, but now very susceptible to a further gank.
Flash is traded. I feel like it's honestly better for DCG. I think a flashless Jace is much more gankable than a flashless Gragas. Obviously, it comes down to can they actually find the window to punish that. Right now, BYG, they have pretty good control around mid. They have the pink wards and the scuttle. But yeah, I think good job from Nesty just to get out of that. I wonder, will there be any dragon looked at here? I want to feel like probably not. It's quite difficult for both teams to start this up, just not a lot of tempo. And BYG, they have 2 Dirks at the moment, so could be fiending for some of those early game fights.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were to try and redeploy now with 116 coming back. Doesn't have the TP, but still with that item spike you highlight, certainly would be pretty game on to try and find that fight. So Pings at the moment furiously around this Dragon Pit, but we can see that Hana is there protecting it and redeploying a bit of vision of their own.
DCG, Nesty, he's opted to go for the Rod of Ages, and Kriskata opting for the more scaling build. So perhaps saying that they really don't want to contest some of these early fights, instead just want to get, you know, complete their 1 items, get into mid game, perhaps look then. So Kongyue, I think, will he start this up or will he just look mid again? They might try and punish the fact that Nesty doesn't have flash.
And he's got ultimate now, right? That's the big thing for me. So between the ultimate and your passive, surely now you've got enough lockdown to punish the fact that, yes, Nesty still does have a bit of mobility in that base kit, but not enough to try and remove all that CC duration that would be coming your way.
I like how BYG are playing this as well, right? Like, I think a lot of beating DCG is kind of taking down or like removing Nesty's agency on the map. And it feels like BYG with just all this control around mid, it's really suffocating. They enter this top river. Herald is up and alive. And feels like, yeah, maybe they're going to commit numbers. They have Kino nearby. They also have Fang pathing pathing mid out of base. So they're definitely bringing numbers to it. Now, will it actually be a contest? Because Kriskata's about to show bot. And then it feels like, you know, maybe BYG can just start it up.
I feel like that might be the play here, right? Because it looks almost to me like a frustration angle from BYG, the fact that they have that item spike and they know that their opposition is playing for the scaling item rush instead, that they need to do something, otherwise they're just losing out on it, right? So by planting your bot lane in mid there, you've said we are going for this. The grand reveal, as you mentioned with Kriskata showing in bot, says that we'll take this one for free. But quite honestly, like DCG are quite happy with this. If we want to scale, then we get the dragon as a trade. Happy days.
DCG pick up the drag, as well as the fact they might be able to pressure Fang under this bot tower. The thing is, Fang doesn't know for sure if Hana's on this dragon or is just in his tri-bush, so has to play back very respectfully. Gives up a few creeps. It's not the end of the world. We'll have to see, can Kongyue find enough value with this Herald to make up for that? But I think DCG, yeah, I think they're very happy with that. The gold onto Kriskata, continue to just scale up, as well as taking away the dragon. Does feel good.
Yeah, 2 plates and a dragon versus a Herald, which was really hard force based on reset pathing. So quite right, as you say, where does this Herald now go to try and you know, force BYG's hand, force them into a position where they can entertain the idea of a fight that they've been so desperately hunting for?
I think I'd like to see the Herald use bot. It feels like the Varus has been utterly useless in most games that we've seen if they don't get a big enough lead, right? And I think that I really don't want to see this be another case of that, where the Varus, sure, they have poke, but just into so much sustain, never really finds the opportunity to do anything. But instead, it could look mid. The flash is still down, but DCG have members nearby.
Waiting out of vision right now is Kongyue. The reveal is there. Kino on the hunt as well, denying it with the oracles, but it's going to be a 3v3 that is going to fizzle out quite easily. Fang with the ultimate, that's going to get cleansed out of straight away. It's really is an ult trade. Culling goes out, and well, that's what happens when 2 AD carries get let alone.
And cleanse used by Kriskata is potentially risky, right? Kongyue still has the Sejol. Actually just opts to Herald mid, the engage comes out.
Yeah, Cyclone goes there to try to interrupt the Herald Summon. Oh, great flash away there by 116. He's going to get out of harm's way. There's the depth charge locked in place. Glacial Prison, but Hunter is still alive. And he's a madman, jumps in for the kill, still living, still burning, rooted in place, but stands his ground and gets it done. What a bubble. But Hunter's there to get the job done.
Wow, big win for DCG. I feel like we saw this yesterday where the Wukong gets to 1 health but just refuses to die with the Conqueror and the Nami healing coming through. And it was actually pretty nice, I think, from BYG how it started off, right? They kind of tanked the engage and then, you know, looked back, but it felt like they just ran out of damage. And I think the Nami wave also was really, really good. I'd love to see a replay of that fight. But the outcome of that, I think, is that DCG are very ahead, right? You're expecting to win early skirmishes with the Jay Sejuani. It's actually losing instead. Let's just see how this goes. Zana, he finds the initial engage. 116, he has the flash, and also wise to save it until after the Greg Assault is committed. Now, the Sejol actually still connects, but I felt like this Nami wave just bought so much time, and Hana, you know, with the Conqueror with the Nami healing, just refuses to die. And once 116 is dead, it's just 2 tanks, right? There's no damage left.
Yep, shout out to the support players out there. Orca absolutely smurfing it for DCG, and that's a huge break point in the game. And as you can see from the goal graph as a result, a bit of a turning point, because now they're in the lead.
Now, Dragons in 2 more minutes. We haven't engaged again. Hana does not have flash.
Hana is in trouble this time. Going to try and disengage with the clone, but there is a fadeaway chain of corruption, and BYG was certainly not going to let him get away for free this time.
It's an important pickup for Fang, I think. You know, was perhaps starting to fall behind, not in terms of actual goal, but just in terms of relevancy in this game. Now that Kriskata completed the Gale Force, but will have that kill, and that should be used to complete the Ghost Blade by the time Dragon spawns in 2 more minutes. So it's a very nice trade back by BYG. I think it's very important. Perhaps going to get even more here. They have members bot. Kriskata still does not have the cleanse, but BYG perhaps respecting who can be here. Ults the wave. Or actually, ults a bit of both.
A bit of a 2-for-1 special there, wasn't it, really, from Kriskata? Just trying to see what he can scout out. But yep, he has rushed that Gale Force, so it's online nice and early before that 13-minute mark, which you love to see. You'd imagine, though, Imperial Mandate is still a bit of time away, despite 2 assists going the way of Orca. So there's a world in which you might look to try and get excited now with this Lucian. In saying it, though, Lakai has already got his Mythic item complete as well, and a Gwen ahead is one to be feared.
I wonder, will they bring this Gwen down for the drag? Like you said, it is very strong at this point. At the same time, I feel like if you bring the Gwen down, potentially you just allow Hanabi to build up such a big lead, taking plates or taking the tower on the other side of the map. Drag's in 50 seconds, and I would be sort of surprised to see DCG contest this. I feel like you kind of want to wait for Rod of Ages to keep stacking. You want to wait for that Imperial Mandate to come through. Probably don't want to fight until what's now the Eclipse and the Ghostblade completed for BYG. I mean, it's just a lot of early game power here, right? They've got Mythics on 4 members now.
Yeah, with the Radiant Virtue build as well, right? So returning back to what we've seen from Sejuani's a lot. We saw the Sunfire last night as well, which was quite exciting. Was basically indomitable. You know, you just could not take that Sejuani down, but this is going to give you that early game strength that you highlight. And I suppose also, mind you want to keep Hanabi at a bay because he does have the coal, right? 17 stacks left to go, free farming up XP at the same time too. So I'm sure Lakai wants to try and keep him honest for the moment. But yep, second dragon has spawned. DCG got the first. This one's looking like a contest.
Yeah, it seems like they do want to fight it. Right now, both teams kind of facing off. Hanabi has Mega, but it's been popped early. Will he look for the TP flank? Depends how hard they want to commit to this. He's cancelled his base, so I think DCG is saying we're probably just going to give this up. TP comes through as well. I think I think DCG should leave. Yeah, okay. So it ends up just being the TP used. And I think if DCG don't have anyone die, this is actually good for them. They're getting a lot of gold top, and it's just the first drag. It doesn't really matter too much at this point. Hanabi, yeah, look at the top lane lead
it's
now.
Huge.
Can really balloon. I'm surprised that BYG committed their TP so early, because it felt like if you don't see Hanabi's TP in, it's just a 4v4, and you have to feel pretty good about the 4v4.
I was just going to say, I feel like they've overcommitted, they've overanalyzed that complete play. Hanabi knowing that he's popped Mega early, the reveal was that, well, if I TP in now, what use am I? I'm going to get a free turret. My coal's now cashed in as well. First turret of the game gone. Going back to base, and I have so much money to really outplay what is Lakai's fed Gwen.
Now, can this Gwen trade on the other side of the map? It looks like maybe they can. Nesty is
Look at
here.
that.
Wow, the gold leaf at top is
It's
insane.
unbelievable.
1,400. Nesty, he's keeping this tower alive in the 1v2.
Oh, what a buffer. The hook goes out, but Nesty keeps him honest. Gets him down to 50%. Depth charge trying to turn it around, and now the hook goes back in, but I feel like Nesty tries to take this one. He entertains it. Needlework, snip, snip. Damage is there. Misses it on the second charge. Hanabi comes in. Full mini form. Going to run him down with that mobility, especially now that the Trinity Force is there. So he flashes in to commit with the boomerang active. He is searching out a double kill now. Shot 1, 2, 1 more auto is all he needs. And he'll get it now. Squeezing a little bit more damage into Fine Kino. There's the Mega. And there is the Gnar with the boulder to the head.
Yeah, really, really well played from Hanabi, and really showing that you know, kind of mistake from Likai coming TPing to that fight is now so far behind. I think Hanabi was up 1,600 gold over his lane opponent before those 2 kills. And now you have to feel like is going to get more CS, perhaps can break that bot lane tier 1. And it's crazy, right? I feel like BYG were actually in a pretty decent spot, and suddenly it's kind of just all unraveling. Let's take a look at the replay. So Nesty, you know, it's very hard to trade onto a Gragas. He clears the wave, gets some nice damage to Kino, and I feel like the Nautilus ult coming out, it was a rage ultimate, you know? I feel like it wasn't really that good. It gets the hook, but it's so low, and once the TP comes in from Hanabi, the guy tries to leave. I'm surprised also that he just cast ult on the wave. I guess he tried to snipe Nesty at the end, but then didn't have it to disengage from Hanabi, and flashing forward, just so much movement speed, is able to pick them both up and catapults himself to just a giant lead. Yeah, it does take him out at the end.
And
Nice
I think for me,
pickup.
just a sign of just, yeah, their experience, the ability to play from ahead and to understand map readings. Tempo heaven really is where DCG are right now, and a big demonstration as to why they beat Beyond Gaming in such a convincing fashion last time they met.
It's almost like history is repeating itself. I remember in that last game, it did just feel like DCG was kind of in control of the entire game when they played previously. Last time, it was mainly through control of mid, and now it feels more like it's control from top. You can see the gold lead definitely starting to build up. Hanabi, I think he's strong enough, honestly, that he could... Oh, okay, so he ults the wave, obviously is about to run out of the Mega Gnar. Is 2 levels up, though, on the enemy mid as the top player. He does find himself with an extremely large lead. And Dragon, in another minute and 45... Right now, they can just send Nesty to the weak side and top side, and it feels like no one can really make any headway into him. Can just continue to clear waves. But the Rod of Ages as well is extremely hard to dive. Hana, he's trying to get aggressive in this bot jungle. Yeah, they're clearing out all the vision. I think they just want to try and break this tier 1 bot before this next drag.
And this would feel like a dragon that DCG would want to commit to, right? You've planted your Lucian army in the mid lane. They've done their job. That turret has fallen. This would be 3 turrets. All out is gone, now confirmed. And I think, yeah, you've got all the ability now to roam as you please, right? Find those creative angles as a Gragas, as a Wukong, even as a Gnar as well. And you can start to do things like this where you just smite away a red buff. Thank you very much.
I like the point you brought up with just like kind of putting your bot lane mid and being willing to give up that first, or I guess the second drag there, while you were still waiting on that mandate, right? And instead just played for mid, played to break those towers. Now that they're so strong, it's allowing Hana to walk in, just take away the red. They're kind of allowed to do whatever they want. Now, curious movement from Hanabi here is actually moving to counter gank top, but does not have the TP. So perhaps saying we're strong enough that we don't want any trade at all. We're just going to win everywhere on the map. Wow, really nice read.
Yeah, certainly is. Body slam goes in to try and keep Kong Yue honest, and that's going to be enough to warrant an ultimate in defense. So they're not going to find much as a result of this one. Hanabi's his teleport will be up in about 15 seconds now, which is going to perfectly be timed with when this dragon does spawn. So BYG try to find a moment to exploit a weakness, but just can't find it.
I think that was really smart there from DCG, because I think what normally happens, right, is if you're BYG, you're behind, you're going to give up this dragon and try trade on the other side of the map. DCG, Hanabi especially, say that no, we're strong enough, we don't need a trade at all. We can actually just win everywhere, you know, diffuse the top situation, and now picking up a dragon, which is uncontested. Really, really nice macro from them.
Really is. Great stuff across the board here from DCG. Only 20 minutes in now as they pick up their second dragon. And it is an Infernal Soul that these teams are playing for, right? If you want that damage, you especially want it more so than anybody as the poke-heavy team. But they've yet to find their way in. They need to find a bit of retaliation now to try and trade back at this goal, because it's really falling away from them.
They are doing their best to trade some gold here in the top lane, but it feels so difficult, right? Both the side laners now are just so strong. You've got Nesty extremely tanky on the Gragas, and Hanabi is so far ahead of anyone else in the game that he almost feels unassailable in that top lane. I think if you're BYG, you probably have to look at this Lucian Nami on the mid wave, especially the Nami, you know, is very vulnerable to being engaged on. Maybe as well, you can just like look to use your poke and try set something up before the fight. But I think just a straight 5v5 certainly goes the way of DCG. Feng. I mean, Feng, he's been doing well for himself, right? Like he's slightly ahead, has the poke, but I'm very worried that this is going to end up like every other Varus that just never really finds the mark.
Yeah, I think you hit that critical mass point when the bruises are just too tanky, the burst is too much to try and weather, and you know, no matter how strong that current pick is in this meta, it just doesn't seem to find the same merit of success. So it's a valid concern, but you would be hoping that with their 2-item spikes as well, they're in their strongest point right now, right? With the Muramana now being fully upgraded, with double Eclipse, the ability to certainly find short, sharp bursts and get that poke damage in.
Now, can anything be done here? Ooh, 3-man onto Hanabi, can just hop over the wall, but might get chased. Has a blast cone as well.
Does Kongyue commit to this one? That's the question. He had an ultimate, but was hesitant to use it, and DCG just goes straight for the Baron.
I think it's probably more just a bait from DCG, try and bring people away from that bot side. I am pretty surprised Kongyue didn't pull the trigger, but perhaps didn't know where people were. Kino, though, could be out of position. It's forced to flash away. And BYG, can you punish this at all? There's poke coming on to Hana. You've got Kongyue in the area. Perhaps can even bring up Lee Kai on the Gwen. It looks like they will. So maybe going to try and make something 5v4 happen. No, Lee Kai actually walks back towards bot. I think DCG, you know, the gold lead is staying fairly stagnant. I think that's a game state they're fine with, right? I think if this poke comp doesn't get something done soon, they're just going to be outscaled. And I think that's always like a risky run with poke comps, is that not only are they high execution, but they're not very forgiving. If you fall behind, you can rapidly become useless.
Yeah, certainly with the rotation of cooldowns, they just don't have the same level of oomph, right? That impact is certainly not to be felt. And I think you've just seen DCG exert the ability to be ahead by going in and invading, stealing away a red buff, now taking away the blue buff, right? Donating it across to Cascada, making sure that the Spell Slinger Lucian continues to be, you know, so far ahead. Still running that classic build, right? With the CDR boots into the rapid fire cannon second. So has that one-shot potential at any moment. So if anybody gets a little bit too over-eager to poke, they're gone.
Yeah, I think there's definitely potential for that Lucian Nami just to explode a Varus that walks up a bit too far. Or Kino as well. Cascada, he's kind of flirting with danger here. Does manage to get out. Did have the cleanse, though. Ooh, we actually might see some sort of engage here.
Yeah, Punna going to jump in now with that Cyclone. Tidal Wave going to lock in place. 2! Kino's so low! But the shield is just enough in the end, but his fight is over now. It's going to be a 4v5 if BYJ were to continue it. They try and disengage with a bit of poke on the tail end of it, but I mean, that just shows how confident DCG are just to walk into the enemy jungle again.
They really are just flexing their muscles, right? Constantly moving into the enemy jungle, completely taking over. And I think if both teams, you know, end the fight with very low health bars, it really does favor the side of DCG. They've got more sustain. They can kind of stay on the map a little bit longer, whereas it feels like BYG almost just forced to reset if that happens. And during that time, DCG continue to snowball themselves ahead. It looks like this top tier 1 will finally fall, but it's not going to be for free. DCG, they're starting to enter the bot side, perhaps taking away the red buff, and can deal some damage on bot side. Dragon's in 35 more seconds, and I think if you're BYG, I feel like you almost have to contest. I don't think you have enough DPS to do the Baron as a trade. So almost forced into contesting, but is it going to be enough? I guess Cascada doesn't have the cleanse and could potentially be an option for your engage. But I think it's a tall order. It's going to be a difficult fight for them.
Yeah, I think you need to find layering a CC, which works out wonderfully for, you know, your hard poke to, you know, find its merit, or for, you know, a crazy angle for the Gwen to flank from, right? But it's been easier said than done, given the amount of vision control that DCG have been able to ascertain. So let's see what they can do. Right now, first of all, it's all about mid lane control, but it will be DCG starting up the Dragon here.
They find it.
They certainly do. Going to jump in there with a Cyclone. 2-man Tidal Wave once again. Oh, Cheddar Corruption just goes a little bit too far. Dragon's still being looked at, though.
Yeah, lots of tools used by DCG. I think BYG potentially have a window, but Hanabi is about to go Mega.
Oh, Kongyue jumping in. Glacier Prison doesn't find it. Oh, it's been stolen by a Varus of all people. Oh, Hanabi flashes in, but Feng rather denies it. Beautiful play. Explosive cask on the disengage. Not enough. And this is their window back in. Now DCG on the run. Lakai finding that kill. A massive shutdown at that. And do they look at the idea of a Baron now?
Potentially. I think the damage still isn't there. It's still a big win, though, for BYG, right? They managed to steal away the dragon, and Feng, actually did everything in that fight. Flashed away from that flash Gnar combo and stole the dragon. So really nice there by BYG. Unfortunately, it can't translate into anything more. And that's kind of always a risky run with that poke Varus. Doesn't have the DPS for the Baron. But let's see how this started. I feel like the initial engage was pretty decent for BYG. There was a lot of cooldowns used, although the Chain of Corruption did go wide. And then DCG, they continue to kind of pressure this drag. And it felt like not a lot was used. I guess it's hard. Oh, hold that thought.
Hold that thought indeed. Hang on a minute. Cut the replay. Bit of a cheeky bit of a repeat there from DCG as they got aggressive topside.
They did. Hanabi forced to TP to counter that aggression. So will not be able to pressure the side lane at all. Kongyue, Cryscata has cleanse.
He has the cleanse, forced to use it straight away. Held on to that Gale Force quite well. Chain of Corruption is there. Wave damage. Oh my god, Orca's nearly gone. Needlework is not enough. Snip, and that's a double kill. The Gwen is back online. Doing it all right now. Goes Golden, buys time for the rest of the team to come on through inside this dragon. And oh my god, look at the damage continue to rain from afar. But DCG are answering back now. Hana finds one. Lakai is dead. The boulder just missing. And Kino is lucky to be alive. Oh my god, it's getting close here.
Likai did so much damage in that fight. I'd love to see the damage graph. I feel like he just soloed DCG's bot lane. And then off the back end, Kino really living by the skin of his teeth there. Was getting chased down. I feel like if any one of those boulders, I mean, look at Likai's damage. This is a guy who actually fell behind it pretty significantly in the laning phase, and here he is, just showing why Gwen scales so well.
Yeah.
Just did so much in that fight.
Had the lead for a second, and we thought, what would it be used for? Didn't really find any success from it. Hanabi then had Tempo Heaven and showcased just how strong he was right with that double kill. But now, in these mid-game fights, when you want the poke, when you want the engage, even if you do have a cleanse flash and a Gale Force, it wasn't enough to run away.
Feels bad for Cryscata. Had everything up and wasn't enough. Cleanse will still be down for a bit, so Cryscata could potentially be caught on the mid-wave. 2 more minutes before the drag. I think his cleanse will be up by then. Feng has hit 3 items, so very strong. Will Cryscata be able to pick up, I guess, the Navori before this next fight? I'm not sure. There's 2 more minutes, but I think fighting with this ADC item deficit could actually be bad for DCG. At the same time, though, do you really want to give over the 3rd drag and potentially a dragon win condition to BYG? I don't think you do. Decisions for both teams to make. I feel like it will just end up being another 5v5 on the drag. DCG, though, they do have the luxury of having fairly good Baron DPS as well as a sustain. So you can just start it up whenever, but have to be able to turn. It's too hard to just keep doing it up against the poke comp coming out of BYG.
Absolutely, and I think you have to be kind of respectful of the fact that, well, the majority of flashes in this game are missing right now. Orca in a lot of trouble as the... oh my god, the arrow! There was enough. The flail at the tail end of that one from Kongyue. Started with a Glacial Prison, got soaked by another teammate. But it did not matter, and you've seen how important Nami has been for their teamfight success, and now the poke comp is starting to put in the value. There's the hook, there's the Chain of Corruption. In trouble again is another member, as Hana is looking to cycle his way to safety, but Shock, it's getting dicey.
And nice pick from BYG. Dicey, as you say, they get kind of low on the way out, but it ends up fine. I think the frustrating thing here is for BYG, despite the fact that you make these picks without having the Baron DPS, it's difficult to get anything more than, just a tower or a couple waves pushed in afterwards. Whereas it feels like DCG, the moment they make a pick, can immediately look at Baron and take something much more significant from it. At the same time, though, BYG, I mean, they're buying time, right, to kind of hit these 3-item spikes, but I think they spiked really hard again. Cryscata actually picks up the Navori in time for this dragon fight here in 30 seconds. I think both teams will be really looking to contest.
Yeah, I think we just continue because now stopwatches have been purchased. We got the Rod of Ages fully complete. You know, we're starting to hit that late point of the game. It is still DCG in the driving seat, as we can see there from the overall gold graph, but it's by very slim margin compared to where it was only, what, 10 minutes ago now. So I think with flashes up, with those item spikes being there as well, DCG will still be fancying their bets.
Can BYG find? Ooh.
Oh my god, we're going in.
Kino, I think he's...
Wait, how's he lived again? Unbelievable.
He hooks back in.
Goes in for the hook, tries to do it for the team, goes gold in his nest. In jumps Hana with the Cyclone into one. Culling, it's not enough to find and execute. And the Shock Blast is, though. 1116 does not mess around.
Poor Orca, man. I feel like he just keeps getting sniped. And actually, they might not be done here. Another massive chunk coming out from 1116's Jace. And I think... Well, Nessie, he commits a TP, but I think this should be drag picked up by BYG. And the third drag, as well as it being an Infernal, I think is really big for a Varus Jace composition. It's going to add so much extra damage to this poke, which is, you know, it's really starting to become an issue. And I think if Orca dies so early in the fight, the sustain we were talking about just isn't there.
Yeah, it really isn't. And I think frustration for Hanabi as well, desperately trying to get into Mega to try and force that hard engage, but just wasn't given the chance, wasn't given the opportunity. The TP flank that you saw from Nesty as well, the fight fizzled out from that point onwards. This is the big dragon that you said you wanted to see contested, and we'll just repeat fighting.
BYG, can they find the poke before this fight starts? They have pretty good angles here. I feel like they should be able to. My eyes are on Orca. Is he going to get sniped out again? He actually does. He does have the sustain though. And Hana, he has a wide flank here as well as Nesty.
He's looking for it. What an explosive cast. The wave this time is perfect on top of a Cyclone. This is the fight that DCG have been looking for, and this is the fight they for sure will win. They've taken 3 names. They're looking for the ace. Oh, great disengage away from what would have been a beautiful stun knockback. They can't get the ace, but they'll gladly take a 4-for-0 trade.
A 4-for-0 trade, and what looks to be the Baron as well, and potentially could even get the Dragon. There's so much on the table here. I think just Kong Yue, like maybe he can look at the Dragon, but might just end up leeching it. And I'd love to see the replay of that fight, because it feels like DCG, they found all the perfect angles they needed. And BYG, if you can't land that poke before the engage comp gets on you, you just quickly fall apart. And yeah, it looks like Baron will be going over, and I think they'll have enough tempo here to actually reset and potentially pick up the Dragon as well. So everything going great here for DCG, and I think definitely taking command of this game. But let's have a look. Hana and Nesty both have amazing flanks. Huge cask as well as followed up by the tidal wave. Just so many low health bars. I think Feng as well and 1116, the 2 big damage dealers, just exploded so early on to the fight. And after that, everyone from DCG kind of just gets the free hit. It's an amazing team fight from them.
And that's what they've been hunting for such a long period of time. And as a result, the goal goes straight back in their favor. It was a slim 1K, but balloon right back up to now 5,000 in the lead. And as you can see, and as you said, right, when Lucian actually gets a chance to play, not locked in CC hell, you can see just how much damage they can do. They got the Baron with the team fight win. Now on the retreat, they'll be able to pick up the Dragon as well and put themselves in a sole point.
They do. They've got this soul point as well as the Baron. How much can they get done with this? They've got 2 more minutes and a very strong engage comp, as well as Poke. Poke normally suffers up against Baron waves, right? You can see the Varus wave clear just really doesn't do a whole lot. They're going to try to take away this Baron vision and perhaps play towards the mid and bot side. But BYG, they're waiting in the wings. They want to find something. It's not found, though, and they are pushed out. BCG, they're moving down towards the bot side.
A lot of respect has to be shown by BYG. Going to sacrifice a few towers to say the least, as it seems like they're trying to synchronize mid and bot waves to go for that 2-wave push, really try and break apart the poke comp. Easier said than done so far, at least at this stage. It's all about vision denial is what I can see here.
Now the vision, it's looking good, right? It's difficult for the poke comp to actually find the right angle here. Will this tower actually go down, though? The one problem Kriskata has is that he's very short range. Explosive cast, you know, just a little bit of poke there. It doesn't have the longest cooldown, but this tower is taking a while to die. I mean, the range advantage is certainly there for BYG, and it is sketchy, I think, as Kriskata to walk up to this, but it will fall. They now have 2 waves starting to pressure the base, but perhaps deciding that that's enough.
Yeah, they might just be content with that. Still knocking on the door bot lane as well, but with another 40 seconds left of the Baron, they've managed to extract at least 4,000 gold, or nearly 4,000 gold from that Baron power play. So must be feeling pretty confident about their chances now that, yes, we were strong enough to team fight. We just needed to find the right terms. And for them, the allure of getting that dragon where both teams were fighting for the soul point, I think BYG just grouped up a little bit too much for it.
BYG certainly going to have just a difficult team fight ahead of them, right? 3 more minutes on what is going to be the soul for DCG. And if you're the poke comp, you would really love to be the ones picking up these Infernals and the Infernal Soul. But now you're so worried about getting engaged on. You know, DCG, they've been emboldened by the fights they've won, and now all the items that they have. It's going to be really difficult, I think, for BYG to land the poke that they need to. And perhaps this Baron pressure isn't done. The waves are gone, but DCG still pressuring the map. Can they get anything more here? I'd be surprised. I feel like it kind of might just go back to farming at least for another 2 minutes. At the same time, though, BYG, they might not be happy with that game state. They might try and force something onto mid. Frescata, he has both of his sums, though.
And look at this, for me, the thing that spells that BYG are frustrated in this game is the fact that an Elixir is being picked up here by Kino, right? You don't see that very often played by a support of anybody, really, given their limited, ability to get resources for their position. So the fact that that's coming out, it really shows to me that they're gearing up for a big, big fight here to claim multiple bounties.
Yeah, I think that last fight here in 2 minutes probably will be just the game-defining one. I think that if BYG win it, they're back in. Obviously, if they lose, I think the game's pretty much immediately over.
Yeah.
And DCG, they have good setup so far, but Frescata, you know, he's very far up on the wave. Does spot out Kongyue very critically. We might actually look for more. Nestie's in the area. There's some big flanks here. Ooh, almost went for it. Surprised we didn't see another poking Greg-Assault.
I was going to say, you miss every shot that you don't take, right? So, Nestie's certainly living on those hashtag quotes of inspiration. So I was, confused that he didn't even have a crack at it. But the thing for me is the fact that, BYG are hunting for these engages, but DCG are saying, try, have a crack, because we're so far ahead now. It's not going to be anywhere near as easy as the poke that you tried to pepper us with, 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, the poke, as you kind of get later in the game and people complete more lifesteal, more sustain, really struggles to have the same impact it used to. And we saw signs of that doing really well, right? Like we saw BYG, kind of maneuver themselves into some pretty good positions with it. But really, it feels like it was never enough to kind of swing the game in their favor, right? They never transitioned it into a Baron. It was never more than just a tower or a couple waves. And DCG, they got that one team fight win and then took everything off of it. All members grouping up mid here. Dragon is in 35 seconds. Probably the game-defining fight. I think if you're BYG, you need to contest it. Skada, he gets aggressive.
Skada, that's really aggressive. They try to bait out BYG as a result, but Cleanse had to be burnt in the process. So is that a worthwhile trade? That is the question. Both Eddie carries with a focus of that little trade, and it is to be Feng. That's dropped to 50% as a result. My question is, though, how much more do they look to try and entertain in the mid lane? Because Cascada is absolutely slipping and sliding.
Yeah, with the no cleanse still being so aggressive, really nice play from him here. Now Baron's up in 12 more seconds, so if BYG can delay this, perhaps they can at least trade a Baron for it. But Dragon has already started up by DCG, and yeah, you see BYG moving towards the Baron, so they're going to try trade this. But do they have the DPS to do it? I mean, they have Lee Kai with the Nashor's Gwen, so perhaps can DPS it down in time.
Oh no, look at this. Orca even using a bubble on his teammates for the movement speed. They're running as quickly as they can to get here. The Baron is down to 2k. It looks like Smite needs to be as perfect as it can. It's not going to be stolen. Honeybee tried, flashing engage. But not to be enough. Kino with the depth charge on the disengage. They wish they had a rise right now to try and realm warp out, but they're grouped as 5. In jumps Hana and knocks up every single member of BYG. And you've got the Baron, but is that enough to try and overcome adversity? I don't think it is. DCG just a little too strong, a little bit too nimble, and a little bit too clean.
Wow, it ends up being a 5-for-1, and I think this should be the end coming out for DCG. I mean, I admire the attempt from BYG. Once you lost your cooldowns on the mid wave, kind of had to do something around the Baron, and did end up picking it up, but just couldn't really extract themselves from the situation. I think this should be DCG pushing down mid. And ultimately, it kind of ends up going the same way the original game did, right? It feels like, other than a couple other moments, DCG were in firm control of this game.
That they certainly were shocked. What a game from start to finish. We've really seen two different approaches to try and close this one out, but DCG, they held their head, they had that self-belief, and the confidence to close it out for the perfect 2-0 record.
I think I just saw Nesty doing the Gragas dance. Maybe they're not quite sure, but yeah, nice game from them. And I think it definitely feels good for DCG, right? It's one of those wins where you're sort of expecting to pick this one up, but it's not a done deal, right? And you really need that. You need those wins if you're gonna, cement yourself in. I'd say the top 4, right, is where they're looking. So yeah, pretty important for them. And BYG on the other side. I'm really not sure about this Varus pick. I think it's starting to be kind of a scrim bait. It's one of those champs that obviously does extremely well from ahead, but it just never really seems to find the same impact on stage, and I'm starting to think it might be a bit of a bait.
Yeah, and I guess the next question becomes, what is the replacement? Because we've seen murmurs of the Kaiser. What else is there that can look to try and be utilized? Because if the Zeri build is all about lifesteal, why not be getting other champions that can function in a similar way? Either way, though, it is to be DCG that get that victory. They showcase that engage just beats out poke when you get the ability to hard engage, and that they certainly did on this occasion. And I think we're kind of hard-pressed to try and find an MVP in this game because individuals at very different moments all had their moments to shine.
Yeah, I think, Hanabi had some obviously great laning, and I think he did a great job of just continuing to go top. Same time though, Nesty's Gragasol, at that one dragon fight was really impactful. I think you're right. I'm not even sure who I'd choose. I mean, Cruscata, like you said, was sliding all over the place. He was really feeling himself on those mid waves. I don't know. I feel like we could flip a coin at this point, and it might be more accurate than
I feel like anybody's going to be quite content if they were to be the recipient of it, right? Because I feel like it was a fairly collaborative result. It didn't really feel like there was one person pulling all the strings, where sometimes we do see that be the outcome in these matches. It felt very comprehensive.
Yeah, and one thing that really impressed me from DCG that game was when they actually traded away what was the first dragon for BYG and just, snowballed Hanabi massively on the other side of the map. I think that's something that it really is a team decision, right? And everyone has to be on the same page of okay, we're giving up this dragon, but we're trading so much for it on the other side of the map. And that can be something that I feel like is almost hard to communicate in game. It's something that you almost have to kind of know as a team, either from doing it in scrims or just solid understanding. If you have to communicate in the moment, okay, we're giving this up, top's going to get a lot for it, it's not the best. And I think maybe on the other side, BYG, they kind of TP'd into it. They're thinking, okay, dragons, the way this normally plays out is both teams handshake a 5v5. But now, I guess we kind of saw, right, why it can't always be that handshake, why there actually is, a lot of the time, significant trades that can come through on the other side of the map.
I think what you're describing for me is just game sense, which is always hard to kind of quantify, right? What does it actually mean? What does it look like? But it's the ability to say that, hey, look, I'm going to walk away with, 40 CS, TP advantage, a free turret, and a cold cash-in. I mean, look how many things you're listing off there. It's just unbelievable if you want to put yourself in a position of power. Let's run it back again because Nesty here really starts it off beautifully. The wave afterwards is enough to lock everybody in place. And this is that big moment where you're thinking DCG will get their engage and will now get a gold lead for sure.
Yeah, that engage coming out was massive. And looking at the damage graphs, I mean, you see the kind of poke champs of BYG actually doing reasonably well, but at the same time, I think DCG's carries remain competitive. And if you look at the gold difference, DCG, they were ahead most of the game, almost gave it back to BYG, but it never ended up being the Baron going over to them. And then, once they got that big team fight win, snowballed it right back into their favor, picked up 4 dragons, as well as 9 towers to 3. So you have to feel like, they were, for the most part, in control.
And I think frustration for Lakai more than anyone, really, in that comp, because, you do have the early aggression with the double eclipse, Manamune, from the Varus as well as the Jace, but they hit that point, right, where you give a little bit too much time to the scaling crit damage of a Lucian to come online. That, Gwen can one-shot you, but it just does not matter. You saw Nesty there, bit of a round of applause for himself more than anyone, and for good reason too. 3-1-8 was the KDA, but his impact was unreal.
Yeah, that engage was massive. Take a look at the gold difference at end, by the way. It was up 10 gold over his opponent. Monster performance out of him. But nah, that engage, it was definitely game-winning, right? They got so much off that. They got the Dragon, the Baron, as well as I think it was a 5-for-1. So massive win, and it pretty much all came from that man in the mid lane. And his champion pool flexibility, it's really starting to show itself, right? Having that Gragas flex, I think, in your pocket does make, drafting a lot easier, especially if it's starting to become meta, because I think, some other mids perhaps need to practice and learn Gragas, but if he's already proficient on the pick, it bodes well for them coming into the next patch.
I think it does. And I think it really puts a bit of a word of warning out to your opposition as well as to, hey, well, I can play all these champions, so who is the biggest X factor on our roster, right? Who do you need to really look to try and shut down? And I feel like we saw a lot of pressure go towards Nesty in those first 10 minutes, right? We saw Kino on repeat from base, running towards mid lane, saying, do I go for a cheeky hook? Here we saw Kong Yue, so much pressure towards that mid lane, but it just wasn't enough.
It was not. But up next, we'll have PSG versus Impunity, which is set to be a pretty amazing game. So I expect to see you all back here after the break.
Somebody else can go do it. Feel the way it's coming in. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, the little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so kind, yeah, you're so kind, it makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Yeah, you don't know me. Yeah, but we'll kick it right here. Got the whole squad wild. Champagne flying, rocking all over the road. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Feel the way it's coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Yeah, you can find yourself somebody else to go do it. Feel the way it's coming in, oh. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, the little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so kind, yeah, you're so kind, it makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh fitted, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 4, Day 2. What we've got now is PSG versus Impunity. I mean, that is just one of the most high matchups I think we can possibly get right now.
Yeah.
It's
banger.
crazy. Yeah.
It's huge. Absolutely huge.
I think the first time, right, Impunity beat PSG. I want to say the game was like reasonably close, but I think you have something to say about the bans perhaps, right?
Yes, a little bit interesting, the bans. We know how proficient Mission is, the MVP god of the entire region, 1v9ing on repeat. And what we found fascinating was the fact that last time they went up against each other, it was PSG banning away 5 mid laners to target them. So it really is the case that Mission is just that good. So let's see what PSG can do this time. They've still got the same brand new roster ever since the introduction of Jinjie in the jungle, with Aja in the top lane, with Yuba, Wako, as well as Woody to round out their composition. And I think Wako also is in phenomenal form, arguably for me at least, the best bot lane in the region. So you're looking for them to fire on all cylinders because they lost to Impunity last time. They got a point to prove now. If they win here today, you know, tomorrow they're up against CFO, so it's a big momentum driver.
I think I'd have to agree that their bot lane is looking extremely fierce, as well as PSG didn't have Jinjie last time when they faced up against Impunity. And also worth noting is that last time Impunity got the most broken comp of all time. I think it was like Jack Sejuani, Silas, something Yumi, Lucian Yumi, maybe?
Zeri Yumi.
Zeri Yumi, okay,
So it's just
yeah.
GG.
It was just, I mean, that was disgusting. So PSG, I feel like, probably do come into this as the better team, but Impunity, obviously, they're still a very strong roster. And as well as yesterday, I mean, they took out CFO. Let's take a look at their roster. They got Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. And at least initially with this roster, it was largely the Mission show, right? But since then, we've kind of seen Driver come through as that secondary carry, as well as their bot lane. You know, yesterday had a really good performance up against CFO's bot lane, who's, you know, they're definitely strong in their own right. So I'm liking what I'm seeing recently from Impunity.
Yeah.
Will they be able to take down the PSG, though?
Well, this is a super week for them, quite honestly, right? Because you've just had to face up against CFO yesterday. You're now taking on PSG today. Tomorrow, you're looking forward to playing DCG as well. You're playing some pretty heavy hitters in the region, back to back to back, right? So this is a form check of all form checks for them. As you mentioned, it did feel very much like the Mission show for such a long time, hence why he has the most in the entire league. But it was Driver's standout performance on that Jax last night, right? That gave him the MVP as a result as well. So really looking like a well-oiled machine from top to bottom, and you're really hoping now that they've got enough tricks up their sleeve to say that, hey, look, if you do still put 5 bans into the mid lane, don't forget about the rest of us.
It'll be interesting to see if PSG go for that 5 bans mid again, because I think that at some point the bans do kind of have diminishing returns, right? I think maybe putting a couple bans towards Mission, getting him off his best champions makes sense, but at some point you just have to accept, right, Mission is a good player, and, you know, whatever he plays, he's going to have some impact mid.
Yeah.
I think if you can get onto something he looks a little more uncomfortable with, something like the Silas or the Jace, it's perhaps good, but I think, you know, at the cost of just letting everyone else on Impunity get exactly what they want, I'd say that's not really worth it. We'll have to see which kind of direction they go for in Champ Select. Let's take a look at the stats comparison between these two mid laners, both, you know, extremely dominant. Yubao, 11.3 KDA, currently leading the mid laners. But yeah, have a look at Mission CSD. I mean, known for the early game, up 12 CS, which is first. Credit Yubao, who I feel like, you know, Yubao's no slouch in the laning phase for sure, but he does like to move around the map a little bit more, right?
Highly, highly active on the map. But I think Yubao's actually second KDA in the entire league. I think it is Wako that still is #1 in the league. They just don't die. It's just phenomenal. The amount of kills they can find, the amount of impact they can get with the assists. And no more evident than when you give them the ability to play champions like the Rise. That's been one of the critiques in a funny way, I suppose, that Yubao has been a free champ Andy, but it's just so good. So something has to break.
Yeah, I wonder if they put all those bans towards Mission, if perhaps Yubao won't be able to play one of his champs either. Yeah, I expect to see the Rise very highly contested, or at least banned away. I think by Impunity. I really think Yubao on the Rise looks like a completely different beast. I think on the other champions, it's obviously Yubao is very good at them, but it does kind of play into what Mission is very good at as well, right? Like, I think he really likes those control mage matchups.
Yeah.
And if he can get something, you know, like the trade of an Azir Victor, that looks good. On the other hand, though, Azir Victor does normally get banned very early against PSG, but perhaps instead targeting Driver. Now the Jax and the Jace. Jace obviously is a flex. Answered by the Elise Maokai. Kind of the expected bans. Ash is the last one. Now, do Impunity ban Zeri? I feel like they should.
I feel like they should as well. I mean, we saw PSG forced to play a Caitlyn Lux, which was a little bit different yesterday, which gave them a lot of success. They actually then, as a result, do ban that Caitlyn. Just worrying a little bit too much about that. Question then becomes now, is it still jungle priority to lock that in as first pick, or do you first pick the Zeri? Because it's a bit of a toss-up, especially given just how influential your bot lane is.
I think with Caitlyn Ashe off the table, you probably do lock in the Zeri. Yeah, I think the best answer right now would be Lucian Nami, but I think, you know, Wako has shown he is a master of these matchups, right? Like, he can play basically any meta matchup. I would really hope that Impunity do go for the Lucian Nami. I really don't want to see the Varus. I like the Sedge, though. I think Sedge, obviously, you know, very strong. I think once Elise and Maokai off the table, I do prefer the Sedge. That being said, perhaps want to allow Mission to play, you know, the range champs as opposed to the melees. So interesting choice. I think it's definitely drafting kind of for their style as opposed to, you know, for the meta. But there's a worry of giving over, you know, the Zeri Lulu with a Sejuani frontline, which can be very hard to deal with.
You certainly can be. And I think from Impunity standpoint, it really has been Lucian or Zeri, Lucian or Zeri. They're hovering a Varus right now. You're shaking your head. They're locking it in. And that win rate, I mean, it speaks volumes. But surely there has to be an avenue in which they can find success with it.
I wonder if they'll play on hit Varus if it ends up being a Sejuani, because I can't imagine playing poke Varus up against Zeri with lifesteal as well as a tank Sejuani is going to go anywhere. Yeah. So I really hope this is lifesteal, or sorry, on hit Varus. Now I have to feel it's the Lulu picked up here, right? It's just too good not to. I guess, yeah, we could see something weird, but it should be the Lulu. I wouldn't be surprised. Now Impunity on their third pick, where do they go? I feel like maybe you just take your support right now. Yeah, perhaps the Nautilus. This has been played several times. I'm going to be paying attention to Atlan's runes, man. I must be on there, surely.
You'd hope so. I mean, we've seen a lot of Hella Blades, so like the hybrid, if you will, right? Even though you are still investing in all the range poke, but definitely nowhere near as much of the arcane combat. I would love to see on here. I feel like there is still merit for it. I think people have just been a little bit adverse towards it, but from what we've seen, the sample size where Sejuani is immune to damage, where the Zeri just builds full lifesteal, you've got a shield as well. I mean, you've got to win so hard in those first 14, 15 minutes, or otherwise you're just, a ranged minion.
Yeah, completely agree. Silas is the ban. I will be curious to see whether or not Ryze will be given over, because I feel like giving over Ryze is a pretty big mistake, but Mission has a pretty good champ pull into it. You know, the likes of the Syndra, obviously Azir and Victor both still open, Talia as well. So he has lots of options into it. I feel like, though, giving the Ryze King Yubel his Ryze could be bad. And I'm not even sure if taking it away is that good, because I think Mission's style is really about lane dominance, right? I don't really think he's the kind of guy that wants to move around and pressure the map. So I feel like Ryze doesn't suit him as much.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Mission would be interested in playing, right? Would it be something like an Orianna he's already showcased? I mean, Syndra was banned away from him before, right? It will give you that hard engage. You want to make sure that you can, keep PSG at a distance. Instead, they look to try and remove some of the melee aggressive champions. Obviously makes sense, given that you do have a Sejuani as your jungler. More so from the PSG standpoint is what I'm curious towards, right? Because you've already removed the Jax, removed the Fiora too, so Driver's Impact is going to be more tailored now towards a Bruiser, right? Something like a Sion or Cassante, for instance. So pick your poison. What do you value more? Another ban towards Driver or mid lane instead?
So ban out Kassadin. Perhaps trying to set up for an Akali pick, I feel like. Oh, but the Azir is locked in and actually going to hold that top lane last pick. I think it's interesting for Mission. It means that I think it does well into most of the champ pools that can come out here from Yubel. I wouldn't be surprised to just see Akali picked. You know, decent into Azir obviously works well with the Sejuani. Clear Deserver. I feel like these champs would probably not get locked in. I think Sion Blind is pretty decent. You'd probably end up versing a Gwen, but I feel like that's fine. Ooh, will it be Yubel's Ryze? Once again, he does get it. So this is an interesting matchup. A lot of people think Ryze counters Azir. Some people think it's the other way around. It really depends on how much Ryze can get done in the early game before kind of being outranged later on.
I think there's two ways to view that, right? Much to your point of like, well, you've got the Sejuani, it has to be a melee engage angle into the Azir. I think it's just too good to pass up though, right? Every single time Ryze is there, you just take that trade. So makes sense that Yubel would always go for that option. Final pick is going to be the Nida, the pick of the litter as to where they wanted to go. Question is now, Driver with last pick, having been the MVP last game and a massive, important victory up against CFO, what do they decide to go for? Is it just more brute force with a tank like Sion? Seems to be the case.
All right, so the sign is locked in. I mean, Impunity, they have a very strong, straight-up 5v5 composition, especially if the Varus is going for on here. On the other side, PSG, I feel like, yeah, there's also no slouch in the team fight, but it has to be a bit more prepared almost, right? We've got to try find something with the Rise. We've got to make sure that the Gnar has that Mega before the fight starts. So definitely a bit more intricate from PSG. At the same time, though, you always have to feel pretty, I want to say pretty safe if you've got Wako on the Zeri Lulu. I mean, he just always seems to put up the damage whenever he plays that. But yeah, I'll be looking a lot towards both the mid and bot matchups. Can Varus get a lead, especially if he's going the poke build? And can Yubel find impact on the map before Mission scales into that mage monster that he always ends up as?
He certainly is, and that's the major concern, right? So if we're looking to try and break down these comps, at least from my perspective, what I'm seeing here is that, yeah, Yubel is going to find some angle before level 6 to get a roam off. Right, even if it isn't a Zed, it can obviously have some great shove of their own. And I think you're looking at saying it's a massive gamble to try and take the Varus into Wako because it's probably going to be that lifesteal build. He's got the most kills in the league, the least deaths in the league. I think it's like 8 deaths in 10 games, which is phenomenal. But he still has the highest damage per minute in the entire league. So I mean, just across the board, just showcasing that I am the player to watch. So you're just giving them every single tool to succeed. And you're saying we've given ourselves like a 5 to 10% chance to try and make this work in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's like, I don't know. I feel like it's a big ask up against Wako, right? Especially because he's looked so good on the Zeri. Like if you're asking me who do you think the best Zeri is in the league, I'm saying Wako every time. So giving him, you know, the best champ, probably the strongest bot lane combo, it's risky business.
Certainly is risky business, and it's risky business for PSG as a whole because of their only 2 defeats. One of them was up against Impunity. Can Impunity look to try and do the upset again? Having taken down CFO last night, can they take down the second in PSG here tonight? It's time to see as we load into game number 2.
My eyes are glued to the Varus rune. Please have a lethal tempo. I mean, a Hail of Blades, I guess, is acceptable, but... Okay, it's a lethal tempo. Oh, we're saved. We're saved.
It's happened.
Okay, Varus can win this game. Has the overheal as well.
It's happened.
I wonder if he'll go for a lifesteal build too. I feel like it doesn't really work on Varus, but the overheal is interesting. And also the Comet picked up by, or sorry, not the Comet, the Conqueror picked up by Mission. So definitely playing towards those team fights, won't have quite as strong a lane phase as a result, but obviously scales extremely well into this game. I'm so glad the Varus is going on.
You and me both. This game just got a lot more exciting for that reason alone, right? So now suddenly you're thinking, okay, if it were to come to a case where the first 15 minutes don't go as planned, then you're nowhere near as concerned. Or, you know, if you're watching at home, you're not thinking, this game's a write-off, right? It's meant to be this super hype tension, and you're sort of thinking there's no way.
I think that tension will be present pretty much all throughout the game. I think both teams scale pretty well, honestly. I don't think it's the case of, okay, you know, one team, they're even in gold, but in reality, they're actually, you know, 5,000 gold ahead in terms of effectiveness. I think this game is actually just pretty close across the board. I really like both comps coming out. Hook does go wide from nature. Mission is getting priority in this mid lane nice and early. Perhaps we'll be able to keep Yubel from moving up towards topside and just exploding lanes like he's been doing all week long.
So let's see, is this enough to try and up the win rate of the Varus? 22 games so far coming into tonight, 27% win rate, pretty abysmal. Only 3 times has the lethal tempo been locked in. So is this the one to try and upset the apple cart? As we do see right now, Wako's in a lot of trouble right now. 8 deaths to his name, maybe 9. Ignite was ticking down, but First Blood is still denied.
Still though, big win from Impunity's bot lane, and also they have Alex pathing down the map. So Wako, he still has the flash, but it's going to be taking a lot of damage here. I feel like with Yubel as well being able to kind of move from mid potentially, although it doesn't have any priority. I mean, maybe Impunity can look to kind of move down the map and actually pressure Wako off. Though Ginger is in the area.
Yeah.
Actually going to fight.
Jungler's going to collide. Just needs to face check into his red buff, but Alex makes the grand reveal. So an instant disengage away. Alex, obviously with a massive health pool advantage, can say, well, this quadrant now belongs to me. Does he decide to do anything more with that, though? Like, would you continue to counter jungle?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like after taking that camp, it's kind of Wako's forced into basing. Can you get any more in the counter jungle? I mean, he's looking towards bot, but Wako's already left. I think the damage has actually already been done, right? I think as soon as you push Ginger out of that bot side, now the bot lane is kind of just forced to step away from the tower. And I like this from Impunity, right? It really makes it so Wako can't just kind of scale up as much as he'd like. You know, make it more difficult for him to become that teamfight monster. And we're not all in on the poke Varus, right? Varus still, I feel like with the on-hit scales pretty well in his own right. So yeah, big win, I think, here for Impunity.
Yeah, massive win. You've zoned them away from a massive amount of farm, so you can see there's a fairly substantial CS difference. A plate was picked up in the process too, and you've also forced Junjie out of his own jungle for protection. So overall, a phenomenal start here for Impunity in the first 4 minutes.
I like it. Junjie, though, is going for a little bit more. He's able to take this Raptor camp away. Mission hadn't quite reset. Is back on the map now, but could get pressured. I mean, there is that point and click gank setup coming out of Yubao. And Mission, it doesn't look like Junjie is going to go for it. No, he does not. Nature as well, pathing back on the map. Interesting, Alan actually goes for the first item, Vamp Scepter. Now, that remains to be seen. Would it be the Bork or the Shield Bow? Because I feel like both are viable on Varus.
Yeah, I think you tend to see like a Shield Bow into Rage Blade Wits and like full on hit. I'd be very surprised if we deviated away from that too much. Would be kind of hype though if we had a Blade of the Rune King, but I think it would just be a Shield Bow.
Yeah, you have to expect that given just kind of the ADC item meta. But I think so far, Impunity, you know, they're building up that small lead. They're kind of keeping Yubao from really pressuring the lane. That's the nice thing about Azir, right? As while Azir doesn't really want to skirmish or get involved in anything early, he's extremely good at making sure other champions don't, right? Pay attention to Yubao's health pool right now. It's forced very, very low from Mission, just taking over. And this sort of lane, it's Mission's bread and butter, right? A control mage matchup where he's the lane bully, and you can't ask for anything more from that.
You certainly can't. And even if the pressure goes towards him both in draft and in game with a lot of jungle attention received, still finds a way to stabilize, still finds a way to waste your time and become a relevant factor, which is, for me, the sign or the hallmark of a really good player.
Couldn't agree more. Impunity, they have control of this bot river. But can they look to start up a drag? I feel like it's pretty difficult. And perhaps you don't feel the need to, right? You've got that Azir that doesn't really want any of these kind of early skirmishes anyway. Just kind of keep your isolated 1v1 lanes, which are winning at the moment. Driver's starting to take a bit of damage topside now. But I feel like a lot of the time, this lane is ultimately sort of irrelevant, right? Like they both just end up kind of being scaling tanks. I suppose sometimes the Nara can pressure the side lane, but it doesn't feel often that it happens. I think tank side on this patch is absurd. You see this champ having so much health so early into the game, and can be very difficult to deal with if you don't have, you know, dedicated damage dealers. Although, do have Wako Zeri, so you know, probably do have the damage they need.
Yeah, you'll certainly be a little bit more punished, though, you'd imagine, right? If it is to be the full lifesteal build in terms of delaying that ability to try and tank shred. Great flash away there by Yubao. Now Junjie is in the area. That's a flash as a response as well. Straight 2v2, which nothing more will happen, but now we turn our attention back to the bot lane, where Great Whimsy comes out, denying Outland of any more DPS as the lethal tempo is fully stacked up. And it feels like, honestly, Impunity are winning out in this bot lane.
Lots of damage done by Impunity's bot lane here, you're right. I think, yeah, getting the wins. Obviously, there is the lifesteal coming in, and I think everyone will kind of be able to return to full. And without any flashes being burned, I mean, maybe it's not too bad here. Ooh. I mean, he's getting very aggressive in this mid lane. And Flash is being traded. I feel like probably better for Mission. We'll have the scoop, whereas I feel like Yubao won't be able to get into Flash EW range now.
Oh, great hook. Wako's in a lot of trouble. Ignite goes out. Instant heal is there to respond. Well, Ignite was actually on CD, so I correct myself on that one. But the heal cut was enough to try and force Wako back away. And still lagging behind by 10 CS and just unable to try and bully as Zeri's usually been able to do.
He's gone all the way up the river to get the Sunny Fruit. It's going to take him a while to get back to bot. In the meantime, Impunity, they might actually just look to zone him out. Yeah, nice move there from Nature, forces him back. And it looks like they are going to just go for resets here. So far, the 1v1 lanes are going the way of Impunity. But the gold lead's not massive, right? The CS leads are relatively small across the board. And they haven't really translated into anything too big, although now the Herald has started up. Ajik could be in trouble.
Certainly could be. Going to try and sidestep out the smash, but not to be the case. But can just hop across the wall.
And now there's lots of pings from Impunity. I think they're just going to pick it up. Will there be a trade from PSG? I mean, maybe they can bring Yubao down bot. Maybe they can start up the drag or dive. Yeah, okay, they're moving in a red. It looks like Dragon will be the trade.
Yeah, 4 members going to go for that one versus the, well, the ultimately just one in the end. That was enough to try and secure it from Alex there. So, Headed for Dragon trade is complete. It is still Impunity with a lead to be talked about. And it's only going to get a little bit bigger once they do summon the Herald.
Nature, he's getting aggressive. The hook actually lands. Will they go for anything more? I don't think so. I think this game, Herald mid or bot can both be really good. They're actually still going in here. They will spot Jinja going to his Krugs, but it's not going to be anything more. I think Herald mid or bot is both really good. Breakaway mid, or break apart mid, sorry, and make it so Ryze can't really roam, or, you know, just really get this Varus kind of able to move around the map, start getting into other lanes and accelerating further. I think both is really good. Be interesting to see where it ends up going. It might just end up being sort of opportunistic. You know, if you find a kill onto the flashless Ryze, maybe you look for that. On the other hand,
it's just relentless pressure, isn't it? Jinji is just not able to try and clear this side of his jungle. Despite being up 20 CS, it certainly doesn't feel that way. Although Alex is in the area once again, supported by multiple teammates. And they will look to try and go for a bit of a commit here as the Cyclone on the very tail end there is finally able to knock him up. But I mean, the hard engage is easier said than done as triple flashes are burnt just for Jinji to run away.
Yeah, I think really good there for Jinja. He got 2 flashes out for only 1 and also didn't have to ult, whereas Alex committed his. Herald does go down mid, which will be pretty nice. I think Mission, you know, definitely benefits from the gold. And getting this lower, it means that if Yubao ever looks for some sort of roam, it's going to find it, you know, difficult to not get punished for it, right? You are probably going to lose plates. Flash is still not up here for Mission. Alex could be in trouble. No flash, no ult.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's enough DPS though, especially on their own, whereas the mid lane is still posture quite aggressively defend either side of. You can see the sign is just going to ult right back to that wave, as you hear from the sound cue. But this game is really close. I mean, as you saw from the goal graph before, there's barely anything separating these two, despite the Herald being utilized as well. And I mean, I'm curious actually on your take on this. You know, coming into this one, did you have a percentage and odds as to who would be favored?
I feel like I'd give it maybe 65-35. I want to say to PSG. I think they have looked like a completely different roster ever since Jinja has come in, and I feel like Impunity, you know, while they've been on the up, still haven't shown the same as PSG. That being said, though, you know, I feel like so far Impunity's kind of, you know, getting the better of them, at least, you know, in the small leads that have been built up. Driver, though, he's perhaps caught out here. Has the flash, but no ult.
Yeah, it's a full in. Stun passive, flash across the wall. Driver trying to run away. Realm Warp, though, to follow him up. Arjo's about to tick over to Mega, and that means the stun is about to happen once again. Full CC overlap, buying time on the shield, but there's nobody here to back him up. That's going to be first blood. And even if you do go to the afterlife, you can't catch anyone.
First blood is picked up there by Yubao. 400 gold in the pocket, which definitely makes up for a lot of these plates that were kind of lost mid. They're starting to get quite aggressive in these trades. I think it still was, it wasn't as bad for Impunity as it looks. They managed to trade back, you know, stuff in mid, now potentially looking towards bot. Woody, ooh, wisely wards out the bush.
Good flash away, but now Wako is completely isolated, burning the ultimate to clear the wave more so than anything, and that's going to completely deter the idea of a further dive. They will lose another plate in the process, but Arja is going to utilize the fact that he gets that kill topside to do the same in retaliation. And it still remains that 500 gold lead for Impunity.
Hasn't snowballed to anything more than that. Rod of Ages still not picked up for Yubao yet, though. He did get the gold, but I don't think he's reset with it. And yeah, the gold remains very similar. Nature actually finds Jinja, but I think, yeah, just going to end up walking out. Now, Shield Boat is completed for Alan, so not going to be the balk or anything like that. Next Dragon's in a minute. Mission, he has Flash. I wonder, will both mids pick up their mythics in time for this next drag? I feel like they should. This next drag, I think it's kind of interesting because both comps sort of want to scale, but both comps are also sort of strong enough to start contesting. Yubao, base coming in now, have to feel like he will complete the Rod of Ages. Actually, it's not quite completed, so going to be quite behind on the scaling. You know, did go for the tier 2 boots, but hasn't actually turned that into any successful, I guess one successful roam.
Yeah.
In terms of the top side. But yeah, so no rower completed.
Gets the first blood from it, right? But I suppose the fact that both mid laners have rushed their tier 2 boots does mean it is going to be slightly delayed compared to their 80 carry counterparts. But to say that as well, it is still Wako fitting the wrath of all that pressure bot side, all that stuff that has been denied from them. has meant that the shield bow cannot be matched anytime soon. Might not be too far away, but with the Dragon only 10 seconds away, it's game on for Impunity to snipe one back.
Impunity, I think, should look to fight this. They have the shield on the Varus and a nice lead on Atlan. I think they should feel strong enough to take this fight. They're starting it up, and PSG, I think they're positioning to contest. They're a team that does not like to give stuff up for free. Oftentimes take fights that they shouldn't and just win them through superior play.
Hook goes out, the juggling is there, Jinji is in a lot of trouble right now, receives the wild growth, instant disengage away. Waku going to pop the lightning crash, looking to try and get a little bit excited. Oh my god, the flash across the wall. Mission is overexerted himself, completely outplayed. Beautiful work here, and now Waku just gets to work. He puts in a hard day's work. He gets it done for the boys. The zap from the afterlife. And they say, you can have that, Dragon. We can have this pause. There's my triple kill. And even if you don't have mythic items, they've got mechanics.
I mean, yeah, that was just way better played from PSG. I think they honestly didn't have any right winning that fight, but Mission, uncharacteristic mistake, just goes in really early, right? I feel like didn't really need to do that. I feel like a slow fight as is here is probably better than looking for the ult so early. Let's take a look at the replay, because I feel like, you know, Impunity, they've basically picked up the drag. They can just look to poke. They don't have to commit too much. Now, Mission, I think, you know, he's dealing a lot of DPS, right? He's fairly strong. I'm not sure why he felt the need to go in, because you're just not really strong enough. Like, look at the damage it does on a U-bow. It's almost negligible, right? And then from then on, Impunity kind of just get cleaned up. And giving Wako a triple kill, I mean, I feel like that it's worse than disaster. What's worse than disaster? Catastrophe, perhaps. And then it does go into black and white, the Pause Championship Series.
Yeah, yes. I mean, from the word that we have, it is Waka actually, the one popping off there on Azeri experiencing a mouse issue. But I'll tell you what, that mouse was working clean in that fight there, because that flash, first of all, into position it landed you in as well, into that narrow corridor where you do have the burst fire with the lightning crash active, just chain lightning onto absolutely everybody. The DPS was so unholy so early on. So what a way to really kickstart this one here in a fight that we thought really they should have had no interest in taking, but it's a complete shellacking, as Spawn would say.
I have to agree. I think that is really the hallmark of PSG, right? I said it right before the fight started. A lot of the times they take fights perhaps shouldn't win and just play it better, right? There's always that element of gameplay is king, right? And they're extremely good individually. They have great team fighting and skirmishing. And it really showed there. I mean, they just demolished Impunity in that fight. And now, you know, Wako 3 kills on that Zeri is going to be able to deal with, you know, Driver on the Scion. And it's going to be real tough.
The hardest thing for me to get over is the fact that you've put all this attention towards making sure that Wako can't look to complete these standings off, you know, most kills, most damage and all the rest. You've done all this hard work to make sure the first 15 minutes are going to go your way, then just explodes into life in a team fight without a mythic item and says, there's 3 kills. Forget about all that. Because I think when we saw leading into that team fight, the major difference is the fact that Impunity have managed to get 7 turret plates to 1, I think, from memory. And it was still that 500 gold lead, right? So the differences have been CS versus turret plates. And I think it's a bit of a worrying sign down for Impunity after that.
Yeah, now a 1k gold lead build up for PSG, but just look at where it's gone, right? 3 kills on Yubal, 3 kills on Wako. I mean, they're feeling so strong here, both the carries of PSG. And we've seen, right, when these carries get fed, they certainly know what to do with it. I think, yeah, coming back to that kind of uncharacteristic mistake from Mission, you're feeling the need to make that fight fast when I'm not sure it needed to be. So I think PSG, they're well and truly in control of this match now. But where will they go for it? Herald is up next. Will they look towards that, or perhaps just want to let this Rod of Ages scale up? Impunity actually starting this, but I'm not sure if that's allowed, to be honest. PSG, they pick up the first tower on the bot side. They have the control, so can perhaps pick someone going in. At the same time, though, if PSG get into the fight, you have to feel like they're so much stronger.
And it will just be a straight 4v4. Both top laners are not going to be here. Junjie jumps into the front line straight away. Zap onto 2, locks them in place. Passive and Nature's dead. Denied. The Herald is still there. It's an afterfall. It's a leash. Thank you very much, say PSG. And from bot to topside river, 2 objectives stolen right under them.
Very depressing, I think, here for Impunity. That fight was sort of weird, because I think, you know, if you didn't manage to win that last fight when, you know, you had the item advantage, how are you going to win it when you're at an item disadvantage? They don't quite, you know, DPS down the Herald in time and then kind of just get picked on the way out. And the game is definitely starting to slip away from them. Yubao. He gets out of these. I've seen it before.
I have seen this one before. It's all about making sure you mitigate the CC, but they will not allow that to be the case. This is a big shutdown bounty if they can find it, and the phase rush won't save you. The flash is already burnt, and the gold goes into the pockets of Mission.
It's a big pickup. I think it's the first time I've ever seen Yubao die when he's been ganked by 2 people, right? He's got a monster KDA for a reason, but unfortunately the Azir wall and the Wukong ult here just make it too hard for him to flash back into that Ryze ult. So yeah, big pickup here for Mission. Actually trades back a lot of gold and will be able to pick up the Liandry's fairly late, but better late than never. And more importantly, will pick it up before this next dragon, which I think, you know, you've started to fall behind here as Impunity, but it's by no means over.
Yeah. I think if they'd missed that fight or missed that pick onto Yubao, then that 2k lead certainly feels a lot bigger than what it represents, right? So the fact that that's been a shutdown, a stabilizing factor with map pressure open with the first turret and retaliation as well for them, you've got to feel quietly confident with your chances going forward because, yes, as scary as this area is, it still is the on-hit Varus, which we're quite excited about, right? Rageblade is next on the menu, and there is the Rage Knife to start things off.
I like on-hit Varus a lot more. I think especially against a comp like this, just with so much lifesteal coming in and also like tanky targets, I think you're kind of just forced into doing it. I think Varus also is one of those champs where when it gets a high attack speed, it's a treat to watch, right? They're just space gliding on the spot with all that attack speed. So good 80 carries on it, really nice. Now sieging down this tower, potentially getting engaged on though.
Yeah, big engage and looking to really protect this tier 1. That's a lot of damage onto Nature, who weathers it for the most part. Then the clapback with the piercing arrow is enough to fault PSG's attempt to hold on to this very fragile tier 1. And I think with the next wave crashing, Impunity will look to pick this one up.
Yeah, I think health bars are low. Ooh, actually TP comes back in, so perhaps trying to hold on to this, but don't have Ginger here. Can they DPS it down? I think they can.
It's gone. Lightning Crash is there. Look, the price they're going to pay for it, though. They really wanted that turret. Is it enough? You better focus again. In jumps Mission. Knocks them back with the Empress Divide. The boulder, it's not to be enough. And Aja cannot snipe, and Wako is dead. And, I mean, Impunity have just said, we will get this tower at any cost.
Wow, and I think Mission just, I mean, he almost felt like he was ending like the previous fight, right? Went in, got gnarled by Aja, but managed to actually take out Wako on the back end. So just got so much gold there. And now the gold lead has almost completely come back. So here, Junja's already been poked out. So Nature goes for the engage. He's very low, but he's willing to die just to find this engage. And Wako kind of just gets chunked out completely on the side. RJ almost saves the fight with the Gnarl, but Mission on extremely low health deals so much damage at the back end of that. And you have to feel like now he has so much gold for this next fight. I mean, take a look at the damage. 4.2k in a fight that only happened at, what, 18 minutes? That's an absurd amount of damage put out at that point. And PSG, I think they're going to give this one up. Yubao, he's committed towards the top side. I think, yeah, they're saying our tempo is just not good enough and Mission just too strong at this fight. So they give it over.
This is a really volatile game, to say the least. It's not all central around a particular lane, to say the least. It really is all about the individuals from either side having special moments that can characterize what puts them in the position they are right now. And feels like a very even match. Ultimately, it feels like a case of we're going the distance. Big late game team fights or just mistakes in mid lane. Uh-oh, Atlan in trouble. And there is the Glacier Prison across the wall. It's a characteristic mistake. And Eddie Carey in mid lane and gets picked apart.
Oh, perhaps actually looking for more. Nature, he has flash. I think he is going to get out. Skimmy and I were actually talking before the game, saying that it didn't feel like ADC's getting caught on mid-game happened too much in the PCS. But we are proved wrong. Alan does get caught out. Actually burns both his sums and still dies. Now, there's no actual extra objective taken from it, but the sums alone, I feel like, are a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. And that should certainly be enough now to try and put some pretty sustainable damage through into this mid lane going forward. You've got to be highly concerned now as a Varus without any summoners, any mobility, right? That you can be pounced upon as very easily, as you saw in that moment just before. But yeah, where does it put us going forward into this game? Because it is still PSG in the driving seat, but it is Mission, I mean, unbelievably far ahead of anybody else.
Are they actually looking towards the Baron? I mean, they have a lot of DPS, especially with the Liandry's Azir, and on-hit Varus as well. Okay, the Ryze ult is used purely for vision. So PSG, they know that IMP are on it. I think you have to get off here. Ooh, they perhaps look for the engagement. TP comes in. This is a big fight.
It certainly is. Aja with a beautiful flank, but he's nowhere near Mega so far. Jinjir the focus. Look at the CC. He gets the Wild Growth. Still going to fall on down to the Cyclone. And now Nas being scooped right back into the mix of things. So squishy as Mini dies for the second kill. Impunity are getting it done right now. You've got all these carries without a front line to play around. They've got nothing to work with.
I wonder if Impunity can actually go back towards the Baron. You have a big tank as well as a lot of DPS. Turning tools are lacking though, but I feel like PSG, they're a bit short range, right? Can you walk up as this Rise without getting hooked? I'm not sure you can. It's getting very low. Yeah, the hook comes through. It's really difficult to be a Rise in this situation. So short range against all disengaged.
He's flashed around though. He's managed to try and kite as much as he can. The Baron has gone down. Walker's going to go a little bit psycho mode so far. He's got 2, but he's going to die for it. Look how low Alex is. But it's not enough. They just needed a few extra seconds. But a sustained fight with a Leandri's user. And Mission just stands and delivers.
Wow, I mean, what a crazy fight, right? Wako, he does what he can and actually ends up stopping that. But Mission, once again, the Magi is completed. And it's going to be extremely strong. Looking at the damage, it really is a game of Mission versus Wako. We'll have to see who comes out on top. And honestly, I'm real excited for what this game means, right? It's kind of been a 2-horse race, at least for now, between CFO and PSG. But Impunity, if they take down PSG and CFO in 1 week, you know, suddenly things become real interesting. Let's take a look at the replay. So Yubao, he walks up, right? And I feel like it's very... You almost don't have a choice, right? You have to stop this and you're so short range. But the nice thing about this is all the engage is committed onto Yubao, and Wako's just able to free hit on the side, deals so much damage. I mean, like I was saying, just a beast on the Zeri, but gets caught out and Driver, you know, kind of silently putting out, you know, so much impact in these fights. Baron has started again.
Yeah, they just have so much damage, as you mentioned, right? With non-hit Varus especially, it does mean you have the uptime to destroy this one for Friage. Has got the vision and he's got the call. We don't have a chance here, boys. We've got to back away. We've got to turn our sights now towards denying this Dragon.
Impunity, they're looking so good. You know, how many teams have we seen in the PCS just willing to do that over and over instead of just waiting for the Dragon to come up, right? It feels like a lot of these games have just been, okay, we fight Drag, time out for 5 minutes, we'll come back next one. But Impunity, you know, they're saying, okay, this game still goes on even when there's no Dragon up. Just really forcing that Baron over and over.
And I like this. I like the early aggression. I like the fact that they are looking, trying to really bring the game to PSG and say you won't just get a free ticket to the late game, right? With a Rise as well as a Zeri. Obviously, we have the same, you know, condition of scaling ourselves, but we want to bully the fact that we do find an inch, we'll take a mile.
Impunity, they have the Baron, 40 seconds as well on this Dragon. Void starts starting to be itemized for Mission. He's going to be so strong here with that Conqueror. It's really up to Wako. Now, interesting, Wako not against the Poke Varus. He's actually gone for the Hurricane second instead of the BT. So nice optimization there, I think, from him. Doesn't need as much sustain as he would perhaps otherwise. Impunity, they're pushing up very far on this wave, and Driver's not here. Could PSG find and engage? Feels difficult.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier now, though, that you've summoned your own turret behind as a point of protection, right? Something that you can stand behind. Now you've got a few wards down as well to make sure that Driver could TP in if need be, but he's prepped a wave bot side as well to look towards.
Impunity there, perhaps looking for something. Nature's, though, is taking a lot of damage for free. Driver is still pressuring this bot tower, and Arja's not showing there, so they have to know that Nas in the area. Will they still play aggressive?
Jinjir's pulled the trigger, in they go so far. Lightning Crash once again, massive AoE damage. Arja with a one-man stomp, but he's found the target that matters. Mission is dead. Realm Whoop on the back end. Where are you going? Because you're not disengaging. But look how much damage goes out into Yubao. He has to go golden. That turret needs to fall on down. His turret, his team need to push on forward because look how low they are, but the backup wasn't there. Driver's too much of a beast, too much of a juggernaut that he keeps them all interested, keeps them all held back, and might actually walk away.
Wow, it's just so tanky and walks that out. I think, honestly, PSG got pretty much as good a fight as you could possibly get at this point. They one-shot Mission at the start, and they still, you know, don't really come out on top, right? It's just an even trade at the end of the day. Let's have a look at the replay. So it's curious that Impunity's playing so far out, given that Arja's still not showing bot. He finds that engage on a Mission, just one-shots him before he can deal any real damage. But actually on the backline, if you pay attention to Nature and Alex, they managed to deal with Yubao despite being so low on health. And Atlan also did a great job of just outputting DPS despite being so low on health. I think Yubao, you know, if he was just slightly more fed, potentially just picks up a 1v2 double. But we've seen Wukong's on 1 HP. They never die.
Absolutely. I mean, Yubao's going to be kicking himself there because it's the perfect angle, but just the turret from near zero, as well as the fact that Driver was taking 0 damage, meant that his team weren't there to back him up. That's some Majai stacks lost, but we're right back into the thick of it again. This is the third Dragon for Impunity. This will put them on Dragon Soul, and that one is going to be picked up without a contest. Hook goes a miss, and it looks like the Shrelia is to run away now as PSG are forced back to their mid-wave.
Wow, so Impunity are really liking their spot, right? I think they've got this very fed Azir. They've got all these drags. Really, the thing you have to be scared of is Wako Zeri, and I mean, he's certainly shown that he's delivered time and time again on it. But I think Impunity, they might have the tools to deal with him, right? They have a very fed Sion that, you know, definitely can't kill, but can perhaps lock him down for long enough. As well as with the Wukong and Nautilus CC. I think the tools are there to deal with Wako. But will it be enough? I mean, the man is, you know, the best ADC in the league for a reason. Has shown time and time again that if you give him the resources, he will perform.
And that's the big thing for me right now at this point here, Shock. You need resources. You need that Lord Dominic's regard online as quickly as you can, especially for that next Dragon. Perhaps you have to give up this second Baron or have a bit of a peek in, but not overcommit towards it, but especially for that Soul Point contest, because if they have an unkillable sign at the moment, with a Mountain Soul, with 3 back-to-back Mountain Dragons as well, I mean, at what point do you just say enough is enough?
That's going to be pretty ridiculous. He's going to be, you know, pushing 5,000 health as well as some insane resistances. And the Dragon Soul, I mean, it comes up at only 3 minutes and 30 more seconds. Baron as well. You got to remember that both teams have such high Baron DPS that Baron's almost like a Dragon in this case, right? Where both teams can just look to start it up and then immediately turn off of it. It'll be interesting, right? I think that's one thing that having like the on-hit Varus, for example, compared to the poke Varus really affords you, right? It adds so much more DPS to that Baron. Which really feels nice for you. Only a minute away in Impunity. They're starting to group up mid. They want to take control. And perhaps look to repeat what they did earlier in the game. Just start the Baron. Bring PSG to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you say, a minute away. That item spike is now matched, which you love to see coming out of this area. And it's going to be a free item 80 carry on either side of the rift right now. So certainly a massive point of strength for them. But it's all about setting up these waves. That's the big thing for me right now. Looking to try and utilize your TP advantages. There are 4 available in this game, only 1 on cooldown, and Yubao takes full advantage of that.
Yubao, I think, might be forced to rise, or perhaps can actually just recall. Yeah, so no numbers committed up towards him. Just going to keep playing for that mid wave, although that does force Mission to respond to the side lane, so perhaps going to lose some of that control around mid lane as he shows top. This could be PSG's opportunity to retake this topside river control. Baron just 10 seconds away, and actually recall is coming out from Impunity, so they're going to give PSG the full control, and they can look to start it up. We've seen, you know, creative plays as well with the Rise ult, just to, you know, push in and then ult towards it. But certainly on the table.
And I really like that vision down as well, right? That could have been a phenomenal flank that Impunity would be able to find there, but great heads-up play by PSG, so it's going to be the hard force through mid.
Yeah, can they group for... Okay, Driver actually cancels his base and is just going to stay bot. I think now that they get confirmation that PSG is not doing the Baron, they decide reset does not need to come through yet. They are going to regain this control. Ooh, I mean, PSG, they're kind of looking around mid. Mission, you know, continue to push out. Yubao as well, finding purchase on these side waves, just continuing to push them in. It's difficult for Impunity to commit members to actually dealing with it. So Yubao now, okay, so he commits the Rise ult to get out, which is going to make it more difficult to continue to do that. But has bought his team some time, right? Baron has not been started up at all.
Yeah.
But now a minute away for this Dragon Soul for Impunity.
Just trying to create a little bit of chaos is what I'm getting really from PSG, right? They know how strong Impunity are in a full 5v5. It is Aja unrelenting in the bot lane, saying, you have to match me, Driver. Move this sign away to a side lane. Force them to go and miss top side and look to try and find where this Rise is. They're grouped up as a 4-man death squad, but they're unable to find their target.
Impunity maybe could be going for the Dragon for Baron trade, right? Like, you're not really worried about a Dragon win condition coming out of PSG, so can at any point give up a Dragon in order to secure the Baron. They're looking pretty aggressively mid, though. Perhaps want to... Ooh, okay, find the hook.
Yeah, he just held his charge away, though, didn't he? He said, you can hook me, but I'm not really too phased about it. Maybe we actually want you to be baited into a team fight like that. It's an interesting consideration, though, as you say, 30 seconds for that soul point, and, you know, at what point do Impunity say, enough is enough, this dance, it's actually benefiting you far more than it is us?
I think now might be that point, right? 18 seconds away on the Dragon. It feels like someone's going to have to make a move here. At the same time, though, Impunity is still around Baron. Okay, so now actually coming back towards mid. I think this will just be a 5v5 contest. And whoever wins this, I have to feel like will run away with the game, most likely. Impunity. The engage does come out at least a little bit.
I mean, look at the damage on Design. It's just so irrelevant. Oh, but that one matters. Nature's in trouble. Chain of Corruption is going to be spreading around as the CC bouncy castle is unbelievable. Yubel goes golden, but flashes forward. He's a psycho. Tries to take out Mission, but he scoops him right back in and tells him go back home. And Wako, he's trying to keep this Lightning Crash alive. He's trying to keep the sustain there for the damage, but it is eventually going to fizzle out. And there are still those massive objectives to play for.
Impunity, I think now that the Zerial has been waited out, should feel good about fighting this. Mission doesn't have the TP though, and he's very low. Wako, really the hero of PSG. Oh, he lands a critical poke onto Mission. This becomes now really a 3v4? Sort of. Like, Mission is so low that he's almost not impactful. I mean, he can DPS the drag, but he will, you know, just get... Oh! Yeah, he gets knocked down.
It's perfect. It really is perfect. This one's going to go down to the wire. No, it cannot be stolen on the way. Jinchi is not there. It was always going to be a tough ask without a smite to try and look at that one, but PSG still pushing. Still putting up the damage, but it's now into a Mountain Soul-inspired Impunity.
Wako is still trying to chase.
Look at the TP in the back line, really cutting off their angles so far. There is the one-man ult from Ajo. Once again, Yubao walks past with the phase rush. Chain of Corruption, there's the disengage. Is Yubao going to die for free? Again, he is! Story of his game. He does it all. He has the angles, but just not a team to back him up. And now flashes are being burnt, but they're being wasted as Wako dies. And this is so scrappy.
Wow, I feel like I'm watching a solo queue match with extremely good mechanics. I mean, both these teams, they've kind of lost themselves in the source, right? There's a lot of kills going through, but honestly, they're playing it extremely well. I think Wako really did so much in that fight. You know, critically sniping out Mission, not once but twice with the W, really turned that into their favor. Impunity, though, they still walk away with the Dragon. And while there are kills picked up from PSG, there's no Baron, there's no more towers picked up. I think Impunity, I'm liking their position, especially now that Wako doesn't have the flash, right? Next fight is going to be much more difficult for him. And there was just so much lockdown onto him at the end of the fight, right? I mean, he was really going crazy with it, but I mean, perhaps we'll see in the replay. So this starts out, I feel like, pretty nice for Impunity. They managed to find, I want to say, pretty solid engage. And I think Junja, who just has the Warmogs at this point, doesn't actually have many resistances to speak of. And he, you know, kind of just explodes here. I mean, look how fast he dies. You never see a Sejuani disappear so fast. Then Arja fails to find the engage. Also, really nice ult early from Mission just to kind of zone that out. But then pay attention to Wako. I mean, he really needs to land... Okay, don't pay attention to Wako.
We all saw it. We all know it. Yeah. But the point is relevant.
Yeah. I mean, he found some really critical poke that really changed the tide of the game there. But now, you know, Dragon's still up on the table. And Dragon Soul for Impunity, I mean... As fed as Wako is, it still takes him a long time to get through Driver, right? He's extremely tanky here. Dragon is being started up. Yubao has the flank.
He certainly does. Arsha building up Rage right now, very close to Mega, getting quite excited for this one. There's no chance to contest the Baron. It's gone. Yubao still isolated from his team. In goes the ultimate. There's the shove back onto free! And surely PSG have got this one. They're fighting into such a strong Impunity. They have every buff in the game, but Yubao dies again. Wako trying to do it all. He doesn't have a flash, but he's got the damage. But now 4 members across the wall. He's dashed into them. Sitting on a double cleanse, life stealing. It's only Driver. He's on a triple kill. He wants the Quadra, and he's gonna find it with the ace.
Can they also find the end here? They find the ace. Wako 12,000 damage in that team fight. This TP is coming through. Death time is a pretty long. I think PSG might have done. I mean, look at that.
12K.
What a 1v9. I think PSG have done it right. I think they can end here, or are they perhaps just playing for inhibs? I mean, it's only Arja down here. Can he take all these objectives in time? I'm not sure he can. No, I don't think he can end. Nature's going to be up in time. Now, there's a lot of gold going back towards PSG. While they didn't pick up the Baron, they pick up tons of kills. They get 2 towers, inhib. Actually, 3 towers, I think, inhib. Maybe mid inhib as well. The long death time is here really punishing Impunity, and what a game.
What a game indeed. It's a Baron that's been denied, a Baron with 0 value from a siege angle. It's completely being wiped off, but let's start it all back here again.
So Ginger, he finds a really nice Sedgel onto Mission. You know, slight misposition. Does get Sedgel, and then that's followed up by Arja's massive Nara engage. And I think while this doesn't kill Mission, it CCs him for long enough when he should just be outputting damage this whole time. And that kind of allows, you know, Wako to come in on the side here, deals so much damage. And even without the BT, actually just manages to live long enough to actually kill everyone. And wow, actually dashes in once again, just a Zeri Lulu going absurd. 12,000 damage, right? It's insane.
It's a Zeri moment. It really is one of those, much like the Cassante moments where you say, right, please, what is this champion? Phenomenal resilience, more than anything, for them to stand strong and say, this game is far but over. You can have a Baron, you can have a Mountain Soul, but we'll still find a way to excel. Now, that is a fully itemized Zeri with a GA as the final purchase as well. And I feel like, Shock, this is a game that is almost working its way towards an Elder.
Yeah, I think it's still going to come down to the wire. And like you said, big items completed. GA on this area, GA on the Gnar, as well as Rabadon's picked up by Mission. So there's going to be so much damage coming through here. I think you're right. It comes down to this Elder. PSG, they only have one dragon to their name, but it doesn't actually matter. I think once you pick up the Elder, you know, whoever picks up that has just such a massive advantage in the team fights. And really, I feel like it's Wako against the world here. Does so much damage. It's unreal.
Yeah, Yubao's been relentlessly trying to find these angles, look to try and cause a little bit of chaos with his split push, with his approach to these team fights, but he's been unable to have the same impact, you would say, as he has traditionally. But it's been okay, because the rest of his team have been able to answer that call. But I think with an Elder buff, yep, you can have all the dragons before, but we get the one that really matters.
The big one, the big Elder. Now, with all these inhibs pushing in, it's actually quite difficult for Impunity to get to this. I feel like almost, even if you win the fight, sometimes, you know, Ryze can just ult or perhaps TP in for the split push end with these inhib waves. So Impunity, they're kind of deciding, okay, we're just going to all go down mid. We'll ignore the bot wave, but that puts them on a timer here, right? If PSG play it out slow, eventually Impunity will be forced to match.
They certainly will be, and as you can see right now, they are being matched in the top lane there from Driver. Jinjia in a bit of trouble, but does have the Warmog, so can regen that one A-OK in about a few seconds. Elder has spawned, that's the big takeaway, and Impunity have pushed their way through the mid lane to say, we have to go for this.
Yeah, I think you have to start it. You're TPing Driver away from top, so Ryze will be able to keep going. I think Yubao, yeah, he has to commit the TP as well. It's all coming down to this.
Arja needs to get himself into Mega right now. The Dragon is so low, it's been stolen by Jinjia. I don't believe it. PSG are doing the unthinkable in this game, and with the Elders happen, with the two-man slam, it may just be back-to-back aces. This one looks to be flawless, and oh my god, what a game.
Iwaku again doing another 10,000 damage in that team fight. I mean, that was crazy. I think the Elder Steel probably did make the difference, right? It's so much damage that comes through off that. And they're going to push to the win.
They really are going to push for the win, and they're going to find their just desert, their revenge up against Impunity and say, you are a very strong contender, but in your Super Week, you will not get the perfect defeat into CFO and the victory into us as well. We've upset the balance.
Yeah, PSG, I mean, they are the strongest side at the end of the day and do pick up that win. That now ties their head-to-head at 1-1 between these two teams. And Impunity, you almost have to feel robbed. Wako Zeri gets away with it once again. And I think at some point we have to think, you know, maybe we shouldn't give Zeri to anyone, let alone Wako. I mean, of all people to give it to. I want to see what his total damage was, because there was at least 2 team fights where he did over 10,000 damage.
He's done more in 2 team fights than some players do in an entire game. It was unbelievable just how strong that was. And that is just the power of Zeri. First pick locked in on the arguably best AD carry in the league. Just giving you that little bit of something special, showcasing that there's a reason why we're first place in PCS.
I mean, that was an insane game, start to finish. And I think, again, PSG, I almost want to say, had no right winning that game at some points, but Wako continually just over and over playing the team fight so well. Even if it wouldn't end up being a clean win, he'd often just like get them out of situations where they really shouldn't be in, right? Like there was the Baron, I think it was a 3v5 that he came out on top. There was a Dragon that he got the triple kill early on. Like I can't say enough. Wako, I mean, he has to get MVP, right?
He has to. I'd be incredibly surprised if that wasn't to be the case. But it really speaks volumes to me about just how evenly matched Impunity are up against a lot of these top teams now. It feels a little bit unheard of to feel like, you know, they're tied in a 3-way split in that 3rd position. But I feel like, you know, on their day, they are top 4, really pushing for a top 2.
Yeah, I think that Impunity, you know, despite the fact that they lost, I almost feel better about Impunity than I did yesterday when they beat CFO, right?
Sure,
because this game was, they basically had PSG up against the wall, and I don't think any team, even CFO, has pushed PSG to the limit like that. So I'm really excited. You know, I initially started the split, you know, very hyped about Impunity, then it really fell off as they kind of, you know, struggled, but now stocks are certainly rising, and I mean, I'm real excited.
A bit of a hype train,
yeah,
mate. Get your tickets out. Yeah, I mean, what a game overall. And it really felt to me like a mechanical masterclass, one that really delivered the hype that we put into this day, right? We talked about the schedule at the end of last night. We came into this day as well saying this is the game of all games to probably watch. And it certainly met those expectations.
Yeah, well, it delivered, right? It's always, you're always like kind of on the edge with those matchups because it's like, okay, this should be really good, but sometimes someone just comes out and stomps and everyone's let down, right? But I think you can't ask for more than that. I don't know how many kills there were. I feel like more than like 40 maybe. I don't know.
Maybe we've broken a record.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
So many. And I felt like we might have broken some damage records. It's hard to say, right? Because there's a lot of poke, I think, in the other matchups. But in terms of just like team fight damage, man, like Wako, what a beast.
Well, let's have a look at the replays then as we highlight some of the most insane moments in this game. This is one of the Baron attempts where Wako really does blow into life and showcase that, hey, we can make magic happen. This stun here is unreal for an engage from Aja. As you saw, Yubao completely nullifying out what Mission's able to provide. Everybody using their stasis effects to the best of their ability, but once again, Wako in just such an untouchable position, he gets to go crazy with it.
Yeah, and I think Arja, he can't be understated, right? He actually had quite a lot of impact on this game. I think he had some really good Gnarls. If I had to choose a second MVP, it would probably be him. But I think, yeah, I mean, look at the damage. 52,000 onto Wako. And yeah, I think we're pushing like a huge amount of kills here. I mean, it's pretty absurd, close to 50. I mean, that's insane, right? Like more than a kill per minute between two of like what are looking at some of our top teams. Yeah, what more can you ask for? If this is what PCS has in store for us in playoffs, I am so excited for it.
I believe this will be the new record then, because I believe the last one was Sem9 and Impunity at 41 kills. So wherever Impunity are, they like to get amongst it. That's what I'm learning. I'm a big fan of their gameplay, and I think Aja is a fair shout for that second place MVP runner-up. But ultimately, it is the Wako show, a masterclass with a 3.6k gold lead. 92% of the KP. If Zeri was there, they probably win.
Yeah, and 42% of its team's damage. I mean, how absurd is that? Just, wow, especially when he's not playing like one of those poke champs, right? Sometimes you see something like a Corky just be the only one that's actually hitting, but Wako, no, his whole team was DPSing, but he just put out so much more. I think perhaps the most well-deserved MVP of the split. I mean, that was really a 1v9 performance.
What a time for it to really kick into life as well when you know that the opposition is hot for a win streak, having taken down your hot opponent in CFO, knowing that is another opponent that you're desperately looking forward to, right? I think for me, the big takeaway is the momentum factor, right? Because it is PSG up against CFO tomorrow. You're feeling very good about your chances having taken down Impunity today.
Yeah, that's a game that I think everyone's going to be watching, right? It's really the, you know, what is going on in those top three. I know I'm there for it. So I'm just too excited after the last game, man. I mean, it really delivered. I want to see what happens with the Zeri because I feel like Zeri is by far and away the best bot lane pick right now. And we'll see if teams are going to start banning away or what. But I believe we are going to go into a break. Coming up next, we have CFO up against S9W. Don't go anywhere.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I worked too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now because they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face. You should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that stretch skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it.
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire a throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gonna stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. Cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 4 Day 2. If you guys missed the last game, PSG versus Impunity, it was an insane match. So after the broadcast is done, please go back and watch that. But now we have CFO up against S9W, which, you know, I feel like it's one of those games where one team is just sort of, you know, the favorite going into it. At the same time, though, you know, S9 for most of the first round robin was, I want to say, the meme team almost, right? Like they couldn't find any wins, but now actually have 2 wins on the board against reasonably strong teams as well.
Yep.
So CFO, it's like, sure, they're the heavy hitters in this matchup, probably favored, but you can't count S9 out.
You can't. I think it's a tall order, though, to try and follow up the hype that we just had in those last 2 games, though, because those have been absolute blinders, bangers, burgers that you'd certainly want to flip and say, give me another one, because something to definitely devour. Ultimately, coming into this one, though, I mean, you look at the last time these 2 teams went up against each other, it was a bit of a quick affair, right? It was done in 23 minutes, 24 kills found from the side of CFO. You've got like a Jax buying a Magi's. I mean, I think that says pretty much everything.
I didn't even notice that last time. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, S9, they have found some success since then, so perhaps they can look to build on that success they found up against, I believe it was like Frankie Sports, something else. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. CFO, they're very top of the table still. They did lose against Impunity, but I mean, Impunity, as we saw last game, is starting to look like a very strong team in their own right. I think if there is an area for S9 to attack, it could potentially be mid lane. That being said, though, Jimmy in recent form has been very, very good. But taking a look at CFO's roster here, we've got Rest, Gemini, Jimmy, and Shun, and Slay True. Now, I think you'd say for most of the split, it's been Rest and the bot lane popping off.
Yeah.
But recently, you know, Jimmy as well has very, you know, strong play. And Gemini, you know, he's never doing bad, right? He's just kind of more, I guess he's not flashy, right? He's just, yeah, he's doing well.
I think a very, very good in-role player.
Yeah.
I think the risks they took yesterday against Impunities, you played a Renekton, you played a Varus Ashe, the poke Varus at that, and all the concerns came true. That was the day where that win rate really went down, and it really did feel like the Jimmy and show, certainly, with a Talia that was trying to bring them across the finishing line. But too many threats on the receiving end to try and deal with. I'm expecting a very different affair here tonight because it just feels like, you know, player for player, very hard to try and match.
Yeah, I wonder where they will actually put their resources, right? Because it feels like Shun is almost like a check for a lot of bot lanes, right? If you don't deal with this guy, he's just going to run your bot lane over. But let's take a look at S9's roster. We got Ralhia, Fear, Calumnia, YJY, and Kerez. And I think Calumnia's champion pool has been both a blessing and a curse. He's had some very good games on stuff like the Tristana, but then other times it feels like his pick is very questionable, right? We've seen stuff like the solo AP Ari twice now, which I'm not really a fan of. And I think they just don't really... I think it's unfair to say they don't have a plan in draft, but I feel like they're also not all on the same page.
Yeah, I think they definitely got a few more growing pains to try and contend with. I think Relia looks really, really strong on particular champions, but if he's drafted off comfort, he looks like one of the weakest, right? I think his stats right now, by the 10-minute mark, he's been down a substantial amount of gold. But the big point, I suppose, that we're interested in is that mid lane, right? The rise of Jimian. Is this now his round robin to really, showcase why he's in this star-studded roster? As for Calumnia, is it going to be more of those wild antics? Are we going to get a little bit more craziness with like a Tristana or an Ari to come out, or perhaps like an Aurelia to flex your ability and sort of showcase why you're in this position as a pro player?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Calumnia, the one thing we can give him is his champ pool has been, pretty flexible, right? Like he's played a lot of different things. Obviously not a lot of them have found success, but both these mid laners kind of more on the kind of lower end of the stats, at least the ones we are seeing here. But I think they've both had their moments, right? I think certainly if it's their day, can perform well. And I wonder, well, one question I kind of have is that Calumnia, he's shown stuff like the Aurelia, he likes the AD mids as well. Which perhaps means, we saw early on in the round robin, the first one, the S9 really liked to prioritize those AP junglers. But with Maokai and Elise just being pretty much staple bans, the only one you can really get past that point is Sejuani, right? And even she is like, pseudo AP, really just kind of allowing you to play melee carries. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to how S9 draft their solo laners. I think that's a big part of this matchup.
I agree. I'm curious actually on your take on which lane you think is more impactful, because I feel like you'd really want to try and stabilize bot into Shun and Slay True, which I think they make a really solid case for being the best bot lane in the entire region. But at the same time, I feel like solo lanes are a little bit more important to try and stabilize. Maybe you just cut your losses and say bot lane is going to be a big ask, unless we are just perma-camping with jungle influence. I would much rather them get a really good matchup, either counter pick or just through, good draft ban priority.
No, I think it does a lot depend on what that bot lane matchup is. If we have something like the Zeri Lulu, I feel like it can just be kind of left alone. There's not too much that needs to be done there. If we see something perhaps more volatile, like, a Caitlyn, a Varus, I think definitely then bot lane is volatile enough that you might need to pressure it. Not just because it's volatile, but actually just to make sure something happens there, rather than just giving the Zeri Lulu free scaling. I mean, we've seen in the previous game what happens when Zeri Lulu gets out of control. Obviously, not everyone in the lead is Wako, but Shun, he's no slouch as well. I think he's a very good ADC. But yeah, we'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they've shown they've got a big ability to try and flex these unique champion picks, right? Like the set support, for instance. I mean, why not just give us something crazy like a Xayah AD carry, right? If you are getting a little bit too mind controlled by the idea that it's Varus or bust, doesn't look anywhere near as strong without the Ashe to combine for the double engage or the double poke at that. So why not give us something if you're going to say that CFO going to run at you with a lot of aggression, give yourself the resources to try and play defensively, absorb, soak it up, and project it right back at them.
I kind of like it, yeah, to go for something like that. Looks like we're having some sort of hold up on getting into the game, but hopefully it will be sorted soon enough. Or at least into the draft phase. I wonder as well, S9 on the red side, do you actually ban away AP junglers, or do you just leave them all up and try and trade them? Because I feel like, I think you benefit from a game where AP junglers are open. At the same time, though, the problem you have is that if you leave them up, it can always be the blue side last bans, say, Maokai, and then if you don't ban Elise, you just have to play into it, right? And I think the kind of matches we've seen into Elise haven't looked so good, right? Like we've seen, I believe there was the Karthus and the Nidalee, both from Douche Team, I think it was. Can't even remember now, but I felt like both of them didn't really find their mark. But here we are in the champ sec, CFO on blue up against S9 on the red side. First ban is the Aurelia, so respecting that flex pick. And the Draven banned away from Shun. I'd love to see it, man. I wish it wouldn't get banned.
Yeah, you've been harping on about seeing this one come out to play, but it is that respect tax that has to be utilized. So Not surprised whatsoever. The Callisto is also on a similar vein of train of thought that I was mentioning for like a Xayah, right? You've got that protection ultimate to try and keep somebody alive a little bit longer. Gives you a little bit of obviously trading power in the early in the early game rather. And you look, I'm not actually too surprised that bot lane is where they're attacking.
And both sides putting a lot of bans towards bot lane. Draven, Caitlyn, the Callisto as well. This does mean, at least for now, Elise and Maokai are both still available. Will CFO last ban the AP and look to pick the other one? Or will they continue to just play towards bot? I think you ban one of the APs. I think you ban Maokai.
You have to ban one at least, yeah.
Ban Maokai, pick Elise. That's my prediction. Oh, okay. Perhaps the other way around, though.
I think it would be the other way around because, yes, the only champion that's been played between the two of them has been the Maokai. So it's now S9's game to take, right? Is this a checkmate position? Do we gamble this entire best of one on saying, yeah, have you Maokai?
Surely you ban it, right? I feel like it's one of those champs that finds so much value no matter what, right? Just because there's so much AoE. I think you ban the Maokai. Please ban the Maokai. Oh, it's the Jax. Okay, so Maokai's on the table. Will it be first pick? Because I think the problem with banning the Jax means that you don't have a Sejuani Jax trade for this, right? I think that's kind of weird because if you're giving over the Maokai and can take Jax Sejuani for it, I can see that. But what are you trading here? Zeri Lulu, maybe?
Well, yeah, that's the only other thing that sort of springs to mind, right, is you're saying that we want you to first pick your jungle so we can guarantee the strongest bot lane in the game. Varus Ashe is still up and available if they prioritize that more highly than, say, like the Zeri Lulu, but it seems like a gamble for sure.
And this might be, it could be a Gragas, okay, I was going to say Gragas triple flex, but it is the Varus locked in. So Varus Ashe is up and available, but that means maybe you go Varus Lulu and deny the Zeri Lulu combo, because you can just play the on-hit Varus here, right?
Yeah, you could. Obviously gives you the flexibility to, you know, adapt to that based on what you see get locked in. But it would kind of hard confirm if you were to lock in your bot lane pairing right now. So they are certainly considering the Gragas, although Hovers can be a bit of a bait. In the end, though, it isn't any more of an bait than that. It is, yeah, we want that hard engage.
So I think Calumnia for sure will be able to play Gragas mid. I wonder if this is a triple flex into jungle and potentially even support as well. So will this be the Ashe tonight? We've seen Zeri Ashe before.
We have, yep.
Or will they just play for more early game? I feel like not taking Zeri Lulu is just saying, okay, we're so much better, we can just win this game earlier.
And we've seen from CFO as well, they've played things like Sivir or Kaiser with the Ashe. Instead, they opt for the Jhin, which is a little bit of an early priority towards that one. I'm a bit surprised by that. If they were to go for the Jace as well, then you just got yourself so much hard engage and guaranteed ways to land those high execution skill shots.
Now, S9, what do you take here? I feel like picking the Jhin without the Ashe is sort of weird, right? I think if you're S9, surely you just lock in the Ashe here, ban away supports. I suppose Jhin can still be a support flex. Okay, actually it's a Tristana. So this should just be Tristana mid up against the Jace. It's interesting because I feel like letting Ashe through is... I feel like Ashe is really good against both Jace and Jhin. So kind of letting that drop is an interesting choice, and you have to feel like it'll get banned in the second phase. But perhaps feel like if they can't get Clum near this Tristana, isn't going to have the same impact on the game that he needs to.
Yeah, that's the concern. I mean, it feels like Ashe is far too good to pass up, but maybe it's just a concern voiced by Columnia to his coach that, hey, if I don't have a matchup that I feel comfortable in, I don't really feel like I have another response anywhere near adept enough to try and handle this Jace. We've seen this Tristana Jace matchup before, right? It is pretty volatile in terms of how they trade and shove, but it does seem confusing. I guess the question is now, does CFO say, you want us to ban the Ashe? Because surely S9 don't want to.
You're right. I think CFO probably should ban the Ashe, but perhaps they have something that works well into the Ashe, and that way if it gets taken, they're fine to play into it, and if it doesn't, they can take it themselves. In fact, I might see something here like the Jhin Ashe picked up, or if Ashe is taken away, just play Jhin support and then play a different AD. So there's certainly options for CFO. I'd like to see what they are. Now, last ban here for S9, the Karma. Okay, so respecting Jhin Karma, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's a good ban. But it also does limit your options, right? If Ashe is banned away, what do you play with the Varus? I guess at that point, you're committing to the Lulu, which isn't bad, I feel like, with 2 ADCs, but definitely can't go for the poke Varus build at that point. So it is the Ashe ban.
Yeah, so that seemed inevitable. It seemed like it was a foregone conclusion. It had to happen, right? So you're seeing CFO take no chances on that one whatsoever, especially given that S9 do get the the next pick priority. Question then becomes, right, what version of Varus is this going to be? What do you feel comfortable with, right? You've had the Nautilus denied away as well, which has always been the go-to default bruiser, or like, you know, tank support to pair with it. Is Leona in the mix, right? That would be the next one down the line. It feels like Fresh, Blitzcrank, all the others are still so far away from being in contention. So just another champion for even more engage.
I like the Leona. I think it works really well with this comp. One thing I'm interested to see is this Gragas for sure going top? Because I feel like Gragas could end up going jungle. We've seen it in the PCS before. I think it was from Taco last time. Tom, okay, so we haven't seen Tom Kench in a long time, but it is a, you know, it does do pretty well when you're trying to peel for an immobile ADC. And I think, you know, Jin definitely hasn't ended up with the best comp here. And it's a difficult comp, I feel like, for CFO to play. They have a lot of poke, but they do have the Maokai, and I think Maokai does make things a lot easier. Nara's a hover, so that would mean the Jace Tristana mid matchup. And I'm still curious because Relia's Gragas didn't impress me that much last time. And the reason they've held what is potentially their jungle pick to last. So will this just end up being, you know, just the Gragas top and then last picking jungle? Yeah, I like this a lot more. I think sending the Gragas into the jungle and finding some value with their top picks, that's why they held that pick for so long. Yeah. And I think Relia on something like the Camille, I like it a lot more, right?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Relia at his best when he's been playing the split pushing champions. I feel like he's at his best performance on that Gwen. He's certainly not looked too out of place on the Fiora as well. Those kind of champions seem to fit the bill. So the fact that it has been saved for last pick, that the flex of the Gragas has been there from the very go is pretty exciting on the side of S9. But obviously the big talking point has to be the fact that it's the first game of Tom Kench in the PCS this entire split. And I think it finds a lot of value in this game, right? There's a lot of targeted CC to try and lock down one individual. You've got to try and contend with, as a very squishy Jin, hey, I've got to try and deal with a Buster Shot, a Rocket Jump, a potential one-shot cast from a Gragas or a Leona just on my head with infinite CC. I'm expecting like a cleanse to come out here, as well as the Tom Kench that's saying, you know, hey, I will like to go for a roam, but if I'm here, we're not dying.
I like that as well, right? Because one kind of problem we've had with those poke compositions is that they do end up being very difficult to play. But I think Tom, it offers you just a little bit of safety almost, right? Like a second chance to make mistakes, and also allows you to play more aggressively than you might otherwise be able to. I think as well, like playing the Jin and the, what's it called, the Jace, right? It can be risky, but I think Maokai makes it so much easier, right? It gives you engage, also gives you disengage, and it just has like so much poke, so much damage. I think Maokai really, in a way, kind of builds your whole comp just by itself.
I agree.
And on the other side, though, really creative drafting coming out of S9. I think using the Gragas as a flex, also coming in the Leona, having trouble with words. And I think a lot of the time we say, okay, creative drafting, but ultimately it kind of sucks, right? Like that's something we normally say. But I actually like S9's draft here quite a lot, and I'm really excited to see it in action.
Well, let's see what it does when push comes to shove. Can S9 find a way to try and find themselves their third win? They're up against one of the toughest teams in the league. Last time CFO took them down quite handily in just under 24 minutes. Will history repeat itself? Will it be another CFO dominance? Or have S9 got enough answers to try and cause a little bit of panic?
We will have to see. Will anything happen here at level 1? I'm kind of not expecting to. I feel like most of the time level 1s don't go too crazy in the PCS. Though, Gemini, he is scouting out. Is dropping some saplings in this river. Interestingly, Shun does not have the cleanse. So saying that, you know, Slater on the Tom will be able to provide him with enough safety that he doesn't need it. Actually, I think we've seen before, Shun doesn't really like taking the cleanse. Like, definitely prefers to take the heal if he can.
Just tells the support, hey, you need to build Mikhail's. It's just like, hey, I'm not cleansing.
Classic.
You need to cleanse for me. It's interesting, though, because I almost feel like this Jin and Tom pairing is very reminiscent of the old Senna Tom, right? You're in a mobile AD carry that has a ranged ultimate, which has a route that you can provide, which has a lot of upfront damage with time. Also, like the fourth shot coming out, kind of similar in terms of that. But also the major takeaway is it's not going to be like the fasting Jin. We're not going to get that anytime soon.
Yeah, fasting Jin definitely hasn't been around in some time. Oh, I actually hated that meta. I'm glad it's gone. I think fasting Tom Kench was really annoying. I think Tom Kench as well, when he was fasting, you know, very tanky, but regular Tom Kench support is actually not that tanky, right? Like he does provide the kind of get out of jail free card, but he can very easily die, right? Definitely not on the level of tankiness of something like the Leona. And we have been informed it's a CFO mic issue. I think we've had a few of those.
We certainly have, so it shouldn't be too long getting back into this one. But sort of what lane impresses you the most? Which lane are you expecting the most volatility or the area to really focus on for these first 5?
Like Tristana Jace early game pretty much has to be volatile, right? I think Tristana especially doesn't really function that well just clearing, right? As a champion. Actually, I was going to say that does kind of need to scale to do well or needs to snowball. But at the same time, Calumnia, I think last time he played it, fell actually kind of far behind early game, but then had a massive late game performance anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, he's shown proficiency on the champ for sure. Thinking about bot lane as well, I feel like double melee support has potential, right, for a lot to happen. A lot of the time, we've seen those double range lanes where there's a lot happening, but not a lot of actual kills. Whereas I feel like bot lane with these 2 melee supports, definitely kills can go over.
It's almost refreshing. It feels like we've been stuck in Enchanted Heaven for such a long time that it feels really more like a hell, right? So it's a chance for these supports to try something a little bit different, and as a result, might just be a little bit more exciting as well. So I have to wait and see, but as you quite rightly mentioned, mid lane should certainly be the point of excitement.
Jimin got his bone plating procced there, which means Columbia might look for some level 2 all in if he can get level 2 fast enough. Looks like he won't be able to though. 2 is hit at the same time, so no potential for anything there. Taking a look at the lanes, I mean, CFO actually getting a lot of priority early. So definitely using kind of the Jin Tam strength to good effect. Trade's coming out in mid lane. Actually, big trade onto Calumnia and doesn't manage to trade anything back. So Jimian, starting to... He's been impressing me lately.
He has been, because he had been certainly struggling in those first few weeks of play, right? And there's a lot of hype around this individual coming back from NA Academy to try and prove their worth back home. And it's a case now, right, where you've had enough time to maybe acclimate to your situation, your surroundings, your teammates, the staff, and everybody else involved in the process, and sort of prove why, hey, yeah, we are second place, and look, we're hot on the heel of being the outright first contender in this league. So it would be great to see, another strong performance here, even if they weren't able to pick the victory up last night. Looked very impressive. Here we go, though, for potential first blood, as Fear's been completely zoned away from his blue buff, and won't get it at all.
Great work there from CFO to use that mid and bot priority to actually take away that blue buff. And very nice there. I feel like a lot of the times we don't see teams use their priority to invade the jungle enough, but CFO, they know how to end games early, as they've shown us many times before, and certainly looking to do it again here. I think last time these two teams faced was definitely one of the, if not the shortest game of the season, right? It was only like 23 minutes or something.
Yep.
Now, they're, I think, hard-pressed to beat that record, but perhaps can look to do so. Relia taking a lot of damage in this top lane. Rest on the Gnar. Always very lane dominant. Fear's moving down, but there's no camps to take away, and I feel like a bot gank is kind of off the table. I think Gemini was spotted out on a ward. So Relia is playing safe enough here. Perhaps we'll look on the Krugs as well. This bot lane does bounce back towards CFO, so nice that they've managed to avoid that gank window. Can just go back to, having their regular 2v2. And Fear, once again, he's going to come top, expecting the Krugs to be here, but they're actually gone.
Yeah, it's just a late ward, isn't it? Really, the protection from Relia is not there to afford him any really idea of what he does next. He's gone back to base, picked up that Dark Seal, but all he can really settle for is a Raptor camp, and even that's been contested by Gemini.
Gemini is just kind of chasing him around the map at this point. I do think with the mid priority that will probably go over, but perhaps instead can look mid.
Calumnia was in trouble for a second. Held his nerve though, didn't feel the need to panic flash, was quite confident in his ability just to rocket jump away. Bot lane now is where we look next for maybe a point of attack, as S9 are certainly pushing their momentum here instead.
Gemini does actually end up just returning to his jungle, so can just put his camps on cooldown. Fear now with mid and bot priority on his side, can look to invade and perhaps take something away. Which does feel good, right? Start to kind of equalize those camps. And yeah, so far, not a lot of volatility kind of across the board, right? We're perhaps expecting this Tristana Jace matchup to have some fireworks in it, but nothing's really happened too much, at least just yet.
It would seem very surprising if Jimian were to get caught out by a potential gank in the mid lane there, right? The fact that those Raptors were on complete vision, they have a fair idea where it could be. Dragon would seem, like a pipe dream at this point to go back to. And yeah, the respawn obviously of your side of the jungle to go clear to. So, yep, no explosive first blood in the first 5 here this game. I do wonder if these players, in the back of their mind, do kind of pay attention to those records, right? And say, hey, look, the convincing fashion in which we beat them last time, we need to double down on that. I mean, were you ever involved in those records yourself? Did you ever sort of put that pressure on yourself?
There's definitely okay, like we beat them in 23 minutes last time, see if we can do it even faster, or just like really trying to go for ends that perhaps wouldn't normally be possible, because it's almost like a statement, right, of showing like how good you guys are. It's definitely something to think about. Something also worth thinking about is that Varus is going for the poke build, but hold that thought, could be caught out of position. The flash comes through.
It is, yeah, it's the flash Zenith Blade, and with the Glacial Augment, where are you to run away, Shun? You don't have the protection of a Tahm Kench. When Tahm roams, you die.
And first blood picked up here for YJY. I think that's the perfect target to get it at this point in the game, is going to poke Varus. Does need to get ahead. Now, the thing I like a bit more about the poke Varus this game is there isn't that sustain, right? Jhin is not an ADC that builds lifesteal. Tahm is not the sustain that Nami normally brings. So I think it is going to function a lot better this game. And on top of that, you have great Baron DPS with the Tristana and the Camille. So I think it makes a lot more sense this game. I'm not going to be a poke Varus hater. Actually, I think I'm going to be an enjoyer of this game.
Yeah, I think also if it is to be a 1v1 where, both tank supports go for a roam, I think you still are, a YJY believer that the Varus should still be able to hold their own. Right? They've got more damage, more range, more engaged than you, that you almost had to show a lot of respect as the Jhin, and even more so now that you've fallen victim to that first gank.
And I think Shun, with no cleanse, definitely was more vulnerable in that gank, right? He ended up healing, but it was kind of to no avail. I think perhaps if had the cleanse, could have flash cleansed, maybe got out of there, but was ultimately just caught a bit too far up. But CFO, with their bot and mid priority, looks like they are going to take away this first dragon of the game, but definitely not the level of dominance that we saw over S9 in this previous match between these two teams.
No, certainly not the case. It was first blood for CFO last time these teams met, and it was a pretty big shutout. I mean, the only thing that S9 were able to pick up in that game was a single Herald. Otherwise, everything belonged to CFO. So let's see. What can S9 do now with that first blood? Can they try and utilize that elsewhere on the map to try and get ahead? Because they've got themselves a gold lead, but it's a very fragile one at that. First dragon did go the way of CFO. But with Fear in the top side of the map, maybe he's got the ability to try and force Relia to go towards that Herald now.
Herald is up and available. I wonder, will either team look to start this up straight away? It feels sort of difficult, right? There's not really great tempo, and actually, yeah, Fear in lane here. There's the Camille ult.
I think he might have been spotted though, but it doesn't matter because the Hexic ultimatum is locked in place. Rest, but it's a Nard that can run away. Flash for flash, it's matched. And just a fadeaway barrel because they're angered by that one. Now potentially, with the opportunity cost being lost top, maybe CFO answer back in mid, but not in an aggressive enough position to go for it.
I want to say big win there for CFO. I feel like the Camille ult at 6 is almost a guaranteed, kill with the gank if you play it right. But unfortunately, Fear was just too far behind and actually couldn't close the gap in time. And with that, the ultimate used top, CFO are actually looking to start this up. Calamity also resetting. So I think this will actually go over to CFO without too much fanfare, and I don't think there'll be any trade as well.
Yeah, that really hurts, doesn't it? You've missed your moment. You're forced to return back to base. You've lost those major cooldowns to try and force your hand there. And, Gemini can just kind of stagger step in here and say, oh, thanks for the free Herald.
It is picked up. And yeah, no trade on the bot side. So I think CFO feeling really good about that. Have actually initially were down in gold after that first blood, but now bringing it back, small gold lead, but a gold lead nonetheless. Whereas he's looking around mid, but Jimmy and base won't be here to get ganked. Both supports pick up the Merc Treads as their first item. So definitely respect the amount of CC coming in from both teams. And I think with Maokai, he is literally a slow burn, right? It takes time for him to get these items, but then once he has the demonic, it slowly does burn people down in these team fights. And almost always tops damage, even though you don't really see it, right? It's kind of invisible. Fear, though, he goes over the wall, doesn't have flash, actually could be in trouble.
Yeah, that seemed like a bit of a questionable one right there. There is the ultimate on his head, but look at the range. A curtain call from bot lane to answer. It's basically a 4-man collapse onto Fear that started that.
That was really, really weird. He went over the wall onto the Tahm without really having the teammates to back it up, so just ends up giving over a kill. And it's those sort of deaths that allow CFO to really take over games, right? They are able to punish them, and it's just a death that was completely unnecessary. It's not like anything was really forced out other than perhaps the Gen, but it's really not even a consolation prize, right? It feels like pretty much nothing, and now S9's balling. They could be in trouble here.
It's going to have such a cascading effect, isn't it, though? Because the Herald will summon mid, 2 plates are found, kill was there for Jace, and now they full set of cleanse in the bot lane as well. So, I mean, just the fact that you've managed to get a numbers advantage, it's really given CFO now that momentum, that chance, as Jimmy nearly gets the solo kill too.
So close. Columbia lives on extremely low health. It's going to have to reset, and this tower took a bit of a beating with the Herald, and now perhaps going to take even more. Does go for the QE, just in case he was basing there. I think Jimmy as well probably will have to match the base here. Yep, does start his recall. But yes, CFO, I mean, they're slowly building up this gold lead. It's nothing like the first time these teams faced, but it's still a lead. And CFO, I mean, they've shown consistently time and time again. They know how to end games once they've got their lead.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's a good point to be excited about now because item spikes are being reached. The Ghost Blade is there for YJY's poke style Varus, but the Demonic Embrace has now come online there for Gemini, right? So the fact is that this Maokai is going to become a bit of a nuisance, and much like we've seen already, you can focus them, but if they manage to cycle through their entire toolkit, it kind of feels like a waste of time to take them to Maokai. The job's already been done. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. It appears that the same issue has cropped up again with a mic issue. So a slight delay as we continue to swan in, but 12 minutes in, what has been your impression?
Well, I think the CFO, they're kind of getting those incremental leads, and it's yet to really convert into anything more, but it is just hard to snowball super hard in the early game. They're getting what they want though, right? They got the drag, they're, I'd say, winning in all 3 lanes at the moment, even if it's only by small amounts. And I think there's actually going to be a big turning point pretty soon here because Maokai has a Demonic, and I believe Gragas is still on like Sorkshoe's Dark Seal, so very, very far behind in terms of items. And is going to really struggle to kind of have impact in those fights. And thinking about their team, Gragas is the solo AP from what I remember. It's Tristana mid, yeah, the Varus boss. So it's really just other than that Leona damage. So the Gragas being so far behind means that they're really going to struggle to bring that AP damage to the fight. I guess Camille is true damage, so there is that going for them.
But you need time, and time is so hard to afford into these top tier teams, right? They get a stranglehold of the game, and they know exactly where to utilize it, what to do with it, right? And that's the scariest part, is that we have seen a couple of Gragas jungle performances so far, but they felt a little bit invisible.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever really found the same impact that we expect out of the meta junglers, kind of those 5 that we normally see, the Elise Maokai, as well as the Sedge, Wukong, and Vi. Feels like those ones are just a cut above the rest, and the Gragas, yeah, I've yet to see it be impactful in jungle. It looks really good in the solo lanes, though. I think the solo lane Gragas have looked really good, but I think in solo lane, you're guaranteed a lot more income, and I feel like in a meta that's more about ganking, I feel like Gragas' ganks, without something like the Predator, they're definitely not as consistent as before. Yeah,
at that point you're thinking, you're looking at a Zen or like even a Jarvan, right, for sort of a little bit more reliable engage, to say the least, right? But, if you're forced to go an AP route, that was, I guess, one of your options. It's going to be that or even a Lilia that we've seen thrown around here in the PCS too. So it is, I guess, a limitation you put yourself in, and maybe it just reverts all the way back to the fact that they prioritized that Tristana so highly in their 3rd pick.
Yeah, they do seem to like the Tristana. I mean, I feel like they had a lot of success on it, right? Like, Columbia had that insane Tristana performance, so it's hard to say that it's not justified, right?
Sure.
At the same time, though, thinking about it, like, how much more I would want to have the Ashe in this game, who, oftentimes can just force out stuff like the Cleanse and the Merc Treads, but we're back in the game, and right here taking a lot of damage on the top side. I think, crucially, after missing that window of having the Camille ult, although perhaps can look for it again, although very, very low.
Yeah,
flashes forward.
There is the flash, there is the ult, and there is the guaranteed CC. Oh my god, the cask on his head to get him out! Out of range for the hook shot! But by god, they tried. They put everything in that, and Fear does manage to pick this one up. This is Shun. Oh my god, into another pause. Oh my god.
Not again.
This is Shun. Well, really, I suppose getting exploited in that 1v1. That is the concern. A Jhin versus Varus. I mean, it really shouldn't ever favor the Jhin, and you're seeing that happen right now. But it seems that we have another issue this time from S9's side this time, where they're actually having a little bit of lag.
Hopefully that does get fixed, but pay attention to the screen right now. YJY did just flash forward. Also has the Ghost Blade, so a big power spike over Shun. Shun hasn't actually used his flash. He's just used the heal, and I think Slaytrue might be able to come up in time and eat him up. But let's have a look at the replay. So right here, he gets very, very low, but like we said before, the Camille ult pretty much always a guaranteed successful gank if you play it right. The casket is questionable, to say the least, but they secure the kill. That's what matters. And rest, I think.
He's cracking up thinking, I was so lucky to living there. Yeah, so close indeed. But I think you've hit the nail on the head, right, with that potential next play that we're going to come out the pause from. You're going to be able to potentially flash into the Devour off the Time Kench. But from that point on, what else do we have? I mean, we didn't really get a chance to look at the minimap to see who else is in the area to try and assist, but that would seem like the likely outcome.
Perhaps the mid laners can walk down. It's kind of hard to, think in my mind where everyone is on the map. But
yeah,
there were a lot of, obviously Rel here did just go for that top gank, right? So there must be at least 2 members on the top side, which means that you would think that CFO has more members bot side. So I think if you're YJY, you have to be quite careful how far you chase this. But I think the damage has already kind of been done, right? They did chunk him out. Although if they can't get a kill and Flash was invested, it does feel like it's maybe not worth it. Can anything come of it? I'm not sure. Maybe they can just push in bot, take some plates. Might be decent. But overall, I think S9 showing a lot more life than they did the first time they versed CFO and just kind of fell over completely.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, this time at 15 minutes, they were down about 5k, soon to be 6 in gold. So it's a really promising sign to see that they are answering back. And like you mentioned as well, coming into this one, having taken down some big teams already, there's promise in seeing them really contest, the top of the table. So I'm excited to see if this game were to go to distance, right? If it's not to be a 23-minute blasting, can you look to try and do what you did against, Beyond Gaming, which is like, what, a 40-minute game, which you end up coming out ahead?
It's good to see, right, that the bottom and top teams, obviously there's a big difference between them, right? But it's not so big that the game is just completely unplayable. It looks like Shun was forced to flash.
Devour was held, though. That's interesting enough.
Yeah, okay. I'll actually wonder what happened there. But we'll never know. Australia is going to go for that reset. The creeps are after him, though. Cancel him a few times. And Rest just emoting while he's
emoting
dead.
from the grave. That's the best part of it all.
He's keeping up that APM, having impact, like you said, from beyond the grave. Now, this is CFO picking up their second dragon already. And this is something I'll say about CFO, is they often get their soul extremely early into the game. They don't often give over dragons to the enemy team, so when they pick it up, it's just those first 4 dragons. Sometimes at around like the 24, 25 minute mark, Gemini, he's very pushed in right now, but has a massive item lead over his opponent. CFO, the gold lead's not big, but I think the 2 dragons are pretty important, right? Especially if they continue to stack those up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a potential 23-minute soul point, which is huge if they can play on pace as they have been so far. A lot of members committing to this bot lane. 4 in the area to be specific. Nature's Grasp comes out the zone away, and Keros has run down, isolated himself from the team. Solarflare goes out, Zenith Blade to follow. Calumnia trying to go for the one-shot so far, but Slaytrue gets a big meaty shield, and they've got a 4-man blast cone to run away.
They do get out with their lives. I feel like the ult there from Gemini wasn't particularly inspiring. I think maybe if it's angled a little differently, actually could have killed YJY, who did not have flash or cleanse. And also the Slaytrue, I mean, when he ate up the Maokai, the shield was huge, right? You kind of forget that about Tom. We haven't seen him in a while. Trade's coming down here with the Divine Sundra completed already. Rest is going to have some trouble here. And I feel like I always see Rest in this position where he's had a lot of pressure put towards him and is slightly behind, but always ends up coming back and having so much impact on the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's fairly unshakable from what I've witnessed so far, which is huge, especially if you are always on the receiving end of a lot of targeting. So let's see where else the team can look to try and find strength from them, because he is opting for the coal, right? 54 stacks to go, so we'll certainly hit a point where Relia feels a little bit more threatened by his ability to outplay. But those mythic items are starting to come across the board now, right? Kraken Slayer matched by the Eclipse in the mid lane, and that's really been the most interesting part, right? It's been stable, it's not been explosive, as has been Calumnia's playstyle for Tristana in laning phase, but I guess we've seen it come before where once team fights are out, that's when they go really wild with it.
He definitely has had, I think, much better team fighting than laning. Once again, is down 20 CS, but still he's hitting his item spikes, you know, in time, which is important. Although, you know, third Dragon already, oh, hold that thought, we have an engage coming out here onto Slaytrue, doesn't have any sums.
He doesn't. Oh my god, Evaporator, wasn't it? The blight damage really popping so much. And that means that YJY now is 2-0, which is a scary prospect. Straight towards the Herald they go.
And YJY doing what he can to kind of put the game in a good state for him. I think CFO might still contest this though. They have reasonable poke. The TP comes in.
Curtain call to start things off. Nature's Grasp to lock them in place. The eye will be picked up, but they're not going to get out for free. Full shot goes through. Fear and Trouble. The cask actually brings them in. They've helped CFO. Massive stun from Rest. An unbelievable way to turn this around. You'll get their Herald, but you're going to pay the price for it. They don't even get the kill from Relia. And that is going to be an ace, a perfect ace as well.
Insane out of CFO. I mean, that was, what? It was a 5 for none after you got picked. So, yeah, wow. And the 4v5 as well. Felt like they just, honestly, utterly destroyed him in that team fight. And I mean, now the goalie goes from being within touching distance to being almost out of control. And the thing is, you don't really have time to breathe here with those dragons stacked up. But let's take a look at the fight. So a lot of ults were used already to kill Slaytrue on the Tarm. Massive ult comes here from Gemini. And just look at all this follow-up. I think, yeah, the Gragas ult as well just brought them closer. And then, yeah, pay attention to Restnar. Fell behind, but still finds a giant engage. Cleans everyone up.
Could have been a 4-man, but for the fact that Leona flashes and, you know, the Tristana rocket jumps away. But, yeah, Rest always finds a way.
He does, and take a look at the damage in that fight. I mean, Maokai, you know, once again, it always kind of invisible in terms of the damage dealt, but always ends up on top. And 50 seconds here on the drag, you have to feel like it's going to be picked up by CFO pretty much straight away. And that's the problem with playing against CFOs, that they get these dragons so early that you often don't have the luxury of just, you know, playing to scale, giving up some dragons, because if this is the third one, I mean, do you contest or do you give it up? It's not long until you're forced to come out of your base anyway.
Absolutely, and based on the current lane states with CFO pushing very aggressively, it's going to be hard to even, you know, sacrifice all that gold lost in the process. Here we go once again with Columnia in trouble. The route to start things off, the route to follow, and Shun with the full shot execute. It's just a little bit too easy. CFO, or rather Rest, as is usual, is once again receiving all this pressure, leaping away. Herald summoned. He's going to die, but he's drawn the attention of 3 members to top lane.
Poor Rest. I feel bad for the guy, but ultimately it is worth it. CFO, they trade up so much on the other side of the map. You know, S9, they get gold onto Relhia, which is really good, but like you said, it's time that Relhia needs more than gold at this point. And I think even though you get top tower, I mean, it's a massive gold injection into Relhia, but I'm honestly not sure it matters. I think you're kind of too far behind at this point for Camille to become a legitimate win condition. If you give her another 20 minutes, sure. But where can you find that time with third drag already going over to CFO as Gemini slowly slows it down?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the saving grace, or the silver lining more than anything for S9 will be the fact that you've got a kill, you've got 2 turrets, and you've got a little bit of value taken out of that disastrous Herald acquisition. But CFO, I don't think really care. They've managed to get their third dragon, as you just saw. They've got themselves at a point where, well, next dragon we win, you need more time, you don't have that time. 5 minutes, you need to be playing out of your mind now.
I have to agree. And I think as well, like you said, like the Herald trade is basically as good as you get there, right? Like you trade up so much gold into Relhia, but like you said, CFO, they just don't care. They say to Rest, all right, mate, good luck up there. Just kind of leave him on the island and see what he can get done. S9, they're actually still looking for more. Perhaps it's Jimmy and that's a victim this time. He's going to show on the wave. Gemini is in the area, though, and a successful counter gank could dash S9's hopes and dreams. Will they still commit onto Jimmy? And I think they will.
They will. There's the phase check. Zenith Blade into the Solar Flare. There's a lot of CC overlap with the Hextech Ultimatum as well. It's a little bit too easy. Actually gets taken by the Smite. Oh, my God. Jimmy treated like he's a minion so far now. Gemini jumps in with the massive Bramble Smash. Curtain Call's coming on through, but it's not enough to execute as they look to try and find those targets now. 1, 2, and make it 3. Oh, he just burns the Demonic Embrace instead. There's the root as well, and surely now with the heal and the bouncing bomb, it looked like it was a foregone conclusion. But everybody's so fragile.
Wow, so many flashes used as well. And just a huge amount of damage put out from Shun's Gen. Rest flashes forward. He takes another. I think he actually gets both here, right? There's no
easy
sums.
double. Very easy double.
Yeah.
The observers zoom in because they say, watch this in HD. And there's another ace, and that is a Baron on spawn.
A 20-minute Baron. I mean, this is crazy, right? The game was actually, I want to say, relatively stable up until that Herald. And ever since then, it's completely unraveled for S9. The Baron picked up now, 4th Dragon up in only 3 more minutes, and what is now a 9,000 gold lead. Can they end in the next 3 minutes? Could they be on pace for beating their previous record? It certainly didn't look like it after the early game. But I mean, they're staying on the map. They're continuing to push. Can they actually go for the end? I mean, they're very far ahead. They have engaged tools.
They got some pretty good siege, don't they? Right, with the amount of range poke they have, so they can kind of just push their way into the space with not much of a contest. The wave clear certainly is strong enough to deter them of that. So they walk in and say, we will be taking this inhibitor, and there's not really much you can do in response.
And now Rel here on the bot side doing his best to trade something for it, but it does feel like too little too late. Let's take a look at the replay. They find Jimmy in pretty early, but he actually takes a pretty long time to die, right? Like, he actually buys a lot of time just with his bone plating. And then that really, I feel like after that, maybe if you walk away with the pick, it's not too bad for S9, but trying to take a little more, feeling desperate. And Gemini does so much damage here, as well as the save from Slay True. And it's so funny that Maokai, Leandries, and Demonic just burning on 3 people. Rel actually ease over into a sapling into his death there. Is this Rest again? Oh my god,
It
the
is
poor
Rest.
guy.
I mean, he gets MVP for just the amount of pressure he draws towards him. It's 3 members always targeting the Snar. But quite honestly, it just feels like they're beating a dead horse because yes, whilst you're putting the Snar behind, his impact is still being felt in these fights and the rest of his team is still popping off.
Now, a minute 30 on this Baron, or sorry, on this Dragon. Actually, a minute 20 on the Baron as well. So pretty synced up. I think CFO, you're probably trying to get as much as you can out of this Baron. Chains of Corruption goes wide.
Oh, the punish! They're trying to block it. The 3rd shot and the final one, and that is Keres in a lot of trouble. Deadly Flourish to secure it. Sean is dominating right now as Columbia hits him from the flank. Relia gets exhausted, missing the hook shot, not hitting the target he's after, going for Slay True, who still has the Devour, uses it aggressively. That's how strong CFO are. And they say, don't ever try to flank us like that again.
And perhaps they can just end right here. There's pings going down, and if they can end... What was the time on the previous match? I think it was only like 23 and a bit, right? This actually could be them somehow beating their record despite that early game.
Yeah, 23:40 is the number to beat. 40 seconds, and that record is gone, but they're not going to play for the record. They know this is their game to win. 30 seconds, they get the soul point, and that would be the guarantee.
Yeah, important not to get taken away, right? And try and go for that, even though it's, you know, perhaps not the smartest play. But 20 seconds on this Dragon and so much control here for CFO. I don't really see a way back in for S9. Down 10,000 gold at only 23 minutes. And it sucks for S9, right? I felt like you had, honestly, a pretty good early game, but it just all came apart at that Herald fight. And since then, haven't been able to recover at all. And actually, the Prowler's Claw Jhin, I didn't even notice that. They're extremely far ahead. You know, Jin's been one that we kind of haven't seen had a lot of success, but certainly finding it here.
Yeah, who cares about crit damage, Jhin, when you can just go full lethality like this and snowball to Exodia. Now, Relia going to get maybe a bit of a taste of his own medicine, but thankfully can just hook shot away to safety. Didn't have a flash, it would have been burnt. And the squeeze continues. Top lane inhibitor is already down. Mid was gone before. Waves are starting to sync up now. And bot lane is last on the cards.
The last tower remaining. Also, the 2 inhib waves both pushing in. So it's going to be very difficult for S9, especially as behind as they are, to clear out these waves in time. Gemini also positioned just to ult people off the tower if need be. And this 3rd inhib falling kind of tells me that CFO want to play for the win here. There's no Baron for 2 more minutes. I think you just keep up your pressure, keep the super waves crashing, and there isn't much S9 can do.
Yeah, very hard to try and recover now, obviously with the Mountain Soul Shield being there. Rez tries it, but he's full start pressure. There's the body slam, disengage away, but it's enough to say you will not be able to defend this turret. Curtain Call, Nature's Grass, targets in place, and big damage onto YJY. 4th and final shot onto Keres. It's not enough to execute him, but they'll do something a little bit better. They'll execute the Nexus as they pad the KDA just a little bit further, and CFO take the victory.
Yeah, I think expected result for the most part, and it was, I just didn't really expect it to happen in that fashion, right? I actually thought that after the early game there, the S9 were going to make this a longer game, right? And it feels like their draft was actually fine, but ultimately it just fell apart in terms of individual play. When it came to those skirmishes, they just didn't play as well as CFO.
No, and I think they're going to be pretty hard done by when they go back to review that VOD as to how that Herald fight all played out, because that would have been the bigger turning point. And the fact that, you do have Varus so far ahead individually in that 1v1 when they were, leaving the supports to go for a roam. He's going to be frustrated that Shun, on the Jin was able to get to a point like 8-1.
And credit to YJY, right, as you said, was 2-0. It came out of the laning phase, honestly doing very well, but then, yeah, just really fell apart from there. And I think that's one thing that we kind of see with these top teams over and over, is they're just so much better at the skirmishing and team fighting part that, sure, even if you kind of finesse them in some other parts of the game, it always comes down to those 5v5s, right? They're kind of inevitable. Almost inevitable as the laning phase at this point, right? It feels like something that just always happens. And those top teams, I mean, they're just a bit better.
Yeah, that's why the top teams. It's as easy as that, right? So I think really for CFO, they can be pretty content with the result. I mean, obviously not the toughest opponent for them. A 2-0 head-to-head now up against Sem9, and I think for them, it's I guess a good way to feel warmed up, having seen what PSG did just the game prior, knowing that that's their opponent to face tomorrow.
Yeah, I think a warm-up is exactly what it is, right? It's kind of just being like, okay, you're really looking towards that PSG match tomorrow. At the same time, though, you still have to take out S9 on the way. You're not expecting them to put up too much of a fight, but they did put up a reasonable fight in the early game. You take them out, and now, yeah, looking towards that tomorrow match, CFO versus PSG, that one's going to be insane.
It is going to be a big one, because it's going to be a big ask, right, as to, okay, second time around, does much change? And still, the big question is, who is the top team in the entire league? But before we get too carried away with the shenanigans for tomorrow's action, I suppose let's start looking at MVP contenders, because I think, in that game, you could give, a wooden spoon to Rest for doing absolutely everything despite being thrown everything, all the pressure going his way. Sure, you could say that, Jimmy once again was having a fairly solid performance, so 2 from 2 there. Or maybe saying Shun, yeah, despite having that one blunder at the very start of the game, I think that was really his only death.
I'll raise you a dark horse, perhaps.
Okay.
I think Slater on the Tarm actually saved a lot of people that game, and I think it was a big part of it, right? I want to say Slater's Tarm should get the MVP, but hey, we'll see. Supports don't often get it.
No, they certainly do. At the best of times, you've got a bit of support bias perhaps coming on through. Here's that big one. Here's that massive Herald that we're highlighting, right? The fact where the game goes completely pear-shaped. Yes, you get the eye. Fear with the ultimate that he's going to regret for such a long time, because he says, come kill us.
I mean, he just really gave passage for Rest to get into that fight. Just comes out and cleans out everyone, and kudos to Rest as well, who got targeted so much this game, still deals top damage, still had extreme teamfight impact. I definitely wouldn't be upset to see Rest picking up the MVP, and he's one of those players, right, where it doesn't really matter how much you put towards him, he's that class of player, right?
Yeah.
It's always going to matter.
So stable.
And 4 drags as well, only picked up in, 23 or 24 minutes there. I think that's really a hallmark of CFO. I'm thinking that they consistently play for all those neutral objectives. And it is okay, the MVP actually goes over to Gemini. Okay, 88% KP. Did not see that. But, yeah, okay, that's pretty destructive.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely moments where the ultimate wasn't finding as much value as you'd have liked to see. But I suppose, yeah, if you do leave that champion to go on through, you tend to get punished. We see it time and time again now, right? Maokai and Lise have had that 100% presence for a reason, and it continues right there. So credit to Gemini. He's able to, emit a ton of damage, guarantee them that they will have those dragons on pace, and obviously set themselves up to make sure champions like the Jin were able to do so well.
I think it's so nice as well just to have the Maokai. It's just such a nice safety net for everything, right? It provides strong AP scaling damage. It can get reasonably tanky, not so much in terms of raw stats, but just like by using the W to kind of kite in and out of the fight. And then, yeah, like both having an engage and disengage tool in the same ability, I feel like it's really underrated, right? Like a lot of the time, you can only kind of use it one way, but the Maokai is so versatile, right? You can use it to zone off towers, disengaging, engaging. You can even just like cast it sideways to kind of root people on top of you. So it's such an overloaded ability. And there's a reason Maokai's prioritized that highly. But we are going to a break after this, though. We have Doish team versus Hellpigs. So I expect to see you guys right back here soon.
I'm winning so good, go write that check. Cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, we got. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Don't you wanna be like me? I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Mainly cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I can come around. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship, you to lift me up and take me places. So darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, yeah, oh. You've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down.
stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart, it weeps for the love you shed. I gave my soul to the time you These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it weeps for the time we lost. I paid the price. My soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me
You're gonna sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's like I always find. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 4 Day 2 brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. If you're just joining us, we just saw CFO kind of take out S9, pretty one-sided affair, but now we have Duish team up against Hellpix, which is, I want to say, an interesting matchup. The last time these two teams played, it was a 42-minute affair and it was very back and forth. We also saw some interesting picks. I believe Duish team gave over Maokai to Hellpix and then picked the Lilia into it and actually did pretty well. But didn't pick up the win.
Yeah, no, they gave across to Maokai, but the Maokai actually went like 0-3. The Lilia was the one actually to start the show, right? Which is the crazy part, because they had a Lilia as well as a Lee Sin mid-jungle pairing. But quite right, as you say, 42-minute affair. Very back and forth, multiple dragons, never a soul point acquired, multiple barons traded as well. So I feel like on paper, you're probably saying this one should be fairly even. But I want to say that, you know, based on recent form, that Hellpigs have shown that they like to play for scaling. So if it is to go to distance, then that should be their comfort zone. But let's bring up the team, obviously from Duish's side. It is Lakunai in the top lane, WSL in the jungle with Zhao 2, Pepero and Enhao to round things out. I think the one thing that's really impressed me about WSL more than anything is he does have that massive champion pool. I think it's like tied first at the moment with Pretender. I think it's like 9 unique champions so far. So certainly showing a willingness to play anything to accommodate what their team needs.
And I think it can be nice, right? If you can, you know, let stuff like the Maokai go through and actually have a decent answer to it, I'm all for it. I think so far, most teams at least have kind of struggled to deal with Elise and Maokai. But yeah, like last time, the Lilia looked really good. And I feel like the more flexibility you have, the better, as long as it doesn't kind of compromise what is the core of your team. But across from them, Hellpigs, Taco, Hong2, Tide, and ICA. And this is a team that has had, I want to say, very high highs, but also very low lows. They've definitely struggled to find their consistency. And when I think of a lot of the other teams, I often have like in my head a very good idea of like what they want to play, what kind of champions they want. And when I'm thinking of Hellpigs, I'm still not really sure what they want.
Yeah, I think they'll be riding the high of last night's victory, though, having taken down Frank Esports in a game where, you know, Frank Esports went all-out early game aggression, but didn't snowball ahead, right? They gave it to chance, then Ty went 8-1 on the Kaiser with an Ashe support, which really threw me off. And then we did get that performance, right, with the double Taco affair of a Sunfire. Oh, no, that was a different game. It was the Radiant Virtue still said Juani, but it was a Cassante, which just seemed to be forgotten about, and it just was unkillable, right? So really, really exciting to see that one play out. But top lane really is going to be the area of focus for this one here. You can see that from Taco's standpoint, his kill participation is the highest, seems to be always drawn into the action for his team. And goal difference as well. I mean, he's a fairly stable top laner.
Yeah, fairly stable, right? He's got, like I said, the high KP, good DPM. Gold difference is pretty good. On the other hand, though, like Lakunai's fallen massively far behind, like really languishing at the bottom of the stats here, despite the champion pools being somewhat similar. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that goes, because I think we've kind of seen it before. A lot of the time, top lane ends up forgotten in a lot of these matchups because the bot side 4v4 just ends up winning, you know, in one side's favor too hard. But when that kind of doesn't end up exploding early, a lot of the time it does come down to the top laners to actually make the difference kind of in that, the Herald's fights, the 3rd and 4th Dragon fights, just a bit later in the game. But here we are in Champ Select. First ban is actually Azir, so respecting the fact that Hong 2, he really likes those kind of scaling mages, right? He pretty much always, that is one thing I will say about Hellpigs. They like their scaling mid mages.
Yeah.
Just banned away. Hellpigs ban the Maokai and the Jays. Oh, so Duish team, they're kind of throwing the gauntlet, I think. They banned a lot of these strong junglers here, perhaps saying that, okay, we have the deeper champ pool in the jungle, and we're going to try flex that on you. Hellpigs, I feel like you almost, don't ban the jungler. Try and leave 2 options up. So this means Elise and Sedge are both up and available. Which one did Duish team go for? I felt the Elise is better, but it's close.
What it is, right? It's a gamble, because you're saying you've got so many strong picks now left up and available. I feel like you're always going to gravitate towards the Elise because it feels ever too good to pass up. But maybe now the shoe is on the other foot, where Hellpigs say, you counted us with that Lilia into the Maokai last time. We've got something really well prepared to take down this Elise.
It would be interesting to see something unique. I feel like it will just be the Sedge, maybe the Ashe Sedge, Freljord duo.
Yes.
But at the same time, okay, I was going to say, if we could see something interesting, Ashe Sedge, I mean, that's a pretty strong 1-2. Now, what will be the odds here? Duish team, I think Elise, definitely a forward. I kind of want to see a Jax almost. Like, it's tempting to take the Renekton.
You know what, Pantheon? Lock it in, mate.
You reckon?
Yeah, just lock it in. Point and click.
Ooh, not the Renekton. I feel like Renekton's sort of a bait. I think while it's obviously good with Sejuani, I feel like I'd much rather be Sejuani Jax than I would be Elise Renekton. It just feels like it's too easy to neutralize it. And I think a lot of the time Renekton just doesn't find the value that he would normally find against some of the squishier tops, right? Now, perhaps if you take both and say this is Renekton mid, I could see it. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's a bit of a bait, or as the Rakan hovered would be a sort of weird one.
Yeah, we've not seen a Rakan in such a long time, but to your point, right, you know, the Renekton is in a very similar boat to the Varus, currently rocking a 33% win rate, so needs a bit of redemption. Maybe the Elise snowball effect is what they'll be playing for, but it seems too easy of a read, right? You sort of expect that to be the case. Nautilus comes through as well, so going to hold their AD carry for the meantime, want to deny that more so than anything. As Hellpig's now contemplate, okay, we know Taco, or rather Hong wants to go for scaling, but actually opts for the Sylas.
Interesting choice. I feel like Sylas, good against the Nautilus, but I feel like it's not too great with the others. Obviously, it's good with the Sedge as well. I feel like there were so many better picks there, though, right? Like, I feel like the Jax would have been really good, the Scion as well. Perhaps they're thinking, though, Hellpigs, that they have enough options that they could drop, and maybe even looking towards something like the Darius, right? A Taco special has not been banned yet.
It's a good point. It is a good point, and it might be a big reason that Hongtu's had to sacrifice himself in this draft, right? They've said that, look, let's try and draft the Sylas to deter them from picking anything too impactful with ults that we can hijack away. But hey, Darius is still on the cards, especially if Duish don't ban it in their next two.
Yeah, Nara's banned, so this means that either Jax or Darius or the Scion will be available. So actually lots of options left here. I wonder if they're respecting a Renekton flex or not, because I don't think you would want to pick Sylas into Renekton. But at the same time, it feels like it's not super clear whether you should pick your AD or your top. Maybe you blind your top here and just counter pick your AD. You will get to see their entire enemy comp, but a lot of ADs have been taken away and perhaps need to take a priority one early here. What pairs well with Ashe? I mean, there's still the Caitlyn, obviously. The Varus is gone, though.
Yeah, unless you just actually want to make this an Ashe AD carry. We'll have to wait and see if that would be the case, right? Like, you know, for instance, Lulu Karma is still up and available to be paired with it for that basic enchant to match up. Perhaps a cheeky Heimerdinger if you want to make Nautilus's life really bothersome. You've already got enough engaged, right, from the likes of a Sejuani and a Sylas.
Ooh, I'm not sure I like the Gragas. Triple AP topside. I think the Scion, Scion or Cassante would be my picks. Ooh, okay, all the Darius. I mean, I'd be so hyped to see that. Okay, so is the Cassante locked in? Does look very, very strong here. I think it's pretty good, actually, against Elise Renekton. It's very hard to dive. Now, Duish team, do you go for the Kai'Sa? You got the Nautilus. Ooh, okay, the Xayah would be interesting. Perhaps thinking, okay, we need something that can deal with some of these tankier members. I feel like Xayah Nautilus, it's a fine combo, but it's not the greatest, right?
No, I think it can find a little bit of value, though, in terms of the amount of feathers going down into 3 heavy melee hitters. You can obviously Feather Storm away to buy yourself some time, but also rip that one back and cause a lot of chaos, which could be even better, especially if a GP were to come out as well, put the Renekton in the mid lane into the Sylas, but then that becomes a bit of a spicy matchup, right? Like if the Renekton hits the Blade of the Rune King before the Sylas can really look to match, then the Sylas just doesn't get to exist, right?
Yeah, I really like Renekton into Sylas, especially with an Elise as well. Over the last pick here, it's just the Ezreal. Okay, I actually think I like Duish Team's draft more. I wonder, now, could this actually be GP mid? Because GP also does quite well into Sylas.
Yeah.
So definitely flexible options here, but yeah, I really like what Duish Team have come out with here. On the other hand, like I think Hellpig's team comp is fairly solid. I can't say I'm a huge fan of the Ezreal, but it does do well against the comp. I'm just not really a fan of the pick in general right now. I believe it's the first time we've seen it in the PCS, the split as well. And I'm looking a lot towards how this mid matchup goes, because I think Sylas, it was picked early for seemingly not the best reasons, right? Like, it's just for the Nautilus ult and for synergy with Sejuani.
Yeah.
But getting such a bad matchup doesn't feel good.
No, and it feels like we said before, right? Almost like it's a case of we want to hide our other picks more, and I've had to take a bit of a gamble here and hope that, you know, they don't pick anything too good as a result to play into it. I don't think that's really deterred Duish team whatsoever, right? I feel like they've got everything they would have wanted. So they've got the least. The Renekton is paired. It's looking like it's a top lane Renekton at the moment. As you say, I think it's very malleable as to where they want to put that one. But from what we've seen of Zhao too, he's not afraid to really break the wagon wheel, I suppose, for lack of a better expression. He'll play a Lee Sin mid that we just don't see ever.
True.
So it's now maybe a GP mid.
Yeah, and it looks like it will be the GP mid, actually. So that's going to be real interesting. And I think Hong too, there's going to be a lot of questions towards him because this isn't the scaling mage that you normally go for. And also, is this a matchup that you can navigate early game into the GP at least? I think it's, you know, it's like a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And we'll see if he's able to perform.
Certainly will. We'll have to wait and see how this one does all play out, because last time it was a 40-minute banger with only 20 kills included in that time, and this one feels a lot more explosive. The draft is certainly warranting more kills to be found, but whether or not that will be the case is what we'll have to wait and see. For Hellpigs, another victory to prove they deserve to be in playoffs contention. For Duish team, a victory to prove they can still upset the best.
Indeed, and I think, honestly, the comp coming out of Duish team, it has a lot of potential to win this game. Like, I think if these are two teams with even a slightly closer record, I'd perhaps say Duish team are favored here. As it stands, though, I think Hellpigs have shown like they are a stronger team than Duish team. But will it matter? I mean, we'll see. You know, he's going to walk into Tucker here, but he was spotted out. That's interesting. Now, a ward did go down on the red buff. A lot of damage traded. Ooh, manages to dodge out the third Q. Well, actually, interesting award. So despite Taku attempting to dodge it, okay, does end up going back to the red anyway. Standing right on top of it. Hong 2 trades a ward as well onto Elisa's Raptors. And also interesting that Hong 2's gone for the Doran's ring. I think a lot of people opt for the Doran's shield in a matchup like this, but perhaps saying that, you know, with the first strike as opposed to something like the Grasp, is actually just going to be okay to weather the storm from Gangplank. WSL, he starts bot side, and Taco actually starts top side, so going to be different paths here. You know, WSL and the Elise going to path up towards that Renekton. And also another thing I just saw is that Tide actually has TP on the Ezreal, so, you know, playing for maximum kind of lane pressure here, but not going to have actual 2v2 power, just more about poking, kind of sustaining and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I was quite curious to see what Ezreal build it would be, right? If it would be the traditional tier build into the Muramana, or the new build that I've seen sometimes be played, right? Like Essence Reaver, Navori into Serilda's Grudge. So you sort of get enough, you know, mana return from that build alone. You just have a little bit more scaling. Oh, actually in a lot of trouble right now. ICA is going to fall on down for First Blood, as easy as that. And whether or not they look to try and sniff out a second kill is yet to be found. Oh, the root, the flash! But the saving grace is it's a double kill to end. How the support that picks up the kills can help Pigs find retaliation. WSL's in the area. Aftershock has been popped. Taco's in trouble. Zhao 2 living. But a flash auto on his head. The Triumph procs. WSL comes down from the rappel and finds that kill. Hong 2 has to answer back, has to get something, but the hook, the Glacial Augment, and an Elise with a double as well.
Wow, what a massive win for Duish team. I mean, really coming out of the gate swinging now at 4-1, only 3 minutes into the game. I feel like Hellpig's bot lane really fumbled that, right? You've got the double range poke lane, and without that combat summoner, just kind of got engaged on and fell over. We'll have to see what happened. Was it just a stray hook that hit onto ICA? I think it was. Okay, so it got rooted by the feathers and then hooked up, and there really just isn't much you can do at that point. So Duish team, I mean, really just taking it to him. And then in that mid-jungler as well, just the strength of Elise early game really kind of proved to be too much. So, I mean, great start here for Duish team. You can't really ask for more than that.
Look, it's Fasting Xayah. Have you seen this version?
I've not seen the 003 Xayah before.
A best case scenario, isn't it, for Duish team? A comp that you are a very big fan of. The Elise that gets ahead, a very strong bot lane that's also now in a position of power, and this is Hellpig saying, yeah, we like to scale. We've tried something a little bit different, and it's been the most disastrous start to this game.
It has, and I guess like what we were saying, it is fortunate, I suppose, for Hellpigs that the kills did go over to Enhao on the Nautilus At the same time, though, you know, Pepper just picks up a lot of golden assists, and Elise, importantly, being 2-0, you know, does kind of put this game in jeopardy. Taco is going to be coming down, but actually might end up running into Jewish team's bot lane. Now spotted out on the ward. Cleanse is up for Pepperos. I don't think there's any sort of dive that can come through here. Ooh, WSL, I think he's actually going to find Taco on these Krugs.
Yeah, this is dicey because it was getting protected by the Jewish team's bot lane for the meantime. Oh, they know.
Oh, did he actually not realize, though?
Was he actually having his camera panned elsewhere? Enhal's forced to go away from this tower. They don't want to sacrifice the CS. They want to go for the long way around and say, well, if you stick around, we'll go for the kill. Max range hook into the execute. And this time, Pepero gets that killing blow. Can they find a second now? As Enhal looks for the passive, the root is there. The Riptide to slow him down. But my God, this bot lane has been explosive.
Yeah, wow, they're really running away with it. Actually, though, a dive coming out on mid.
Zhao 2.
He's not 6.
It certainly is in a lot of trouble right now. It's going to go the way of the Silas. So Hong 2 answers back with his first kill of the game. And at least they have a point to prove and a way back in now more than anything.
I think that kill is massive, right? Like, denying Gangplank that whole wave, this is a matchup that Gangplank should be winning pretty handily, but is actually down a significant amount of CS. Might have a fight come out here. There's a lot of poke from Hellpigs, but can you actually contest it? I'm not sure. I feel like the Jewish team 3v3 is better, but it's not a 3v3. It's a 4v3. Hook comes out.
Once again, it's a Magna onto this Ashe. The Ashe doesn't get to exist now. 0-3 in 5 minutes. It's unbelievable. Flashing forward for another kill. They will find it now. A double for Hong as he gets himself amongst it. WSL again on a scoreline which is just enviable. 4-0. Back to the Dragon they go, and they finish what they started.
Yeah, what a wild game, right? I don't think when we were, you know, loading into this one, we were expecting to have 12 kills in only 6 minutes, but that's what we've got here, and it might even be more. Hong2, he's kind of looking for it, but I think that is probably going to be all she wrote.
And what a reminder that the last time they faced off against each other, it was that 40-minute game with only 20 kills. This time they're saying it's not going to be that close. It's not going to be that slow. We want to break this game wide open from the get-go.
I think with the Nautilus in the game, right, and the Elise as well, that's really speeding it up, just having those two champs force over and over. Let's take a look at this, because this is a 4v3 if they can wait for Silas, but IC8 walks up so early, it feels questionable to me, right? You can just wait for Hong2 to come and then probably win this fight, but instead, I want to say the only way to lose that fight is to go in that early. So, yeah, very, very weird out of Hellpigs there, perhaps just feeling desperate or not on the same page.
Yeah, very bizarre to say the least. And look, Jewish team are not going to mind if you make those mistakes. They will certainly punish you. They were equipped with the tools to do just that. And certainly now feeling quite happy about their chances in this game. Yes, Zhao 2 is being targeted. Yes, he is behind, but he's managed to claw back to what is now only a 10 CS deficit. So there is a beacon of light there for the cheeky GP counterpick.
And gold lead is reasonable. It's not amazing at this point. I think mainly because plates haven't really been taken yet. Only been one plate taken, which is on this bot tower. And I think, yeah, so far, just the kills, it's not enough gold on its own to really explode this, but it's more a signs of things to come, right? It can mean, you know, later on towers will go down, or perhaps we can pick up the Herald and do a bit more with it. And Zhao, he's going to be the one kind of feeling the pain here. He's going to have to come into this. And WSL has actually left the game. Well, it has reconnected. Definitely don't want your 4-0 Elise disconnecting.
No, you certainly need that. I mean, that's a Night Harvester shot completed before 8 minutes. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about 30 minutes usually being the benchmark to get those mythic items online if you're doing well, right? Even later if things are going poorly. But 8 minutes on a champion that snowballs as hard as Elise, this might be, once again, a textbook example of why aren't we banning these champions?
It's weird, right? Because it felt like the trade could have been good. I feel like, what are they... They gave up the Elise, they take away the Sedge, but not picking... And they got the Ashe, which is actually decent, but then it was really surprising to me that there was no Jax picked up in that first 3, right? They picked the Silas, but it feels... I feel like Jax is so much higher of a pick in priority than Silas, especially when you've got the Sedge, right? It feels like an insane combo. So I'm surprised that that didn't get picked up. But I mean, credit to Hong too. Like, so far the Silas is doing well. But, you know, the Elise is doing better.
I mean, yeah, to say the least, right? And this Elise is nightmare fuel. I'm actually really excited to see where they can go from here now, because as much as we harp on about how bad the Renekton's have been in recent days, that you do just get punished by the obvious option of a Jax or a Cassante or even a Scion being just a little bit better. Look, I mean, this Elise can literally go wherever she likes, and even if you don't want to interact, she'll solo kill.
Pretty much. Both bot lane, or both junglers are around bot lane here, though. There's no actual objective up, but Tucker perhaps looking mid on Zhao who does have the flash as well as the W. WCL won't quite spot him out. He is here for the counter gank, though.
Lurking in the shadows, just protecting that mid wave as WCL decides, what do I do? They now will just hit themselves a bit of a high five in the mid point of that river.
Jewish team's bot lane, they have priority, so can move up to this play first. Taco, I'm surprised he's still in the river.
Still here, still punished. So much CC, the flash burn, the repel coming down. Ult into the blast cone. And so much had to be used there by Taco, just so unnecessary.
I really wonder what he was entering the river for, because without the bot priority, Hong 2... Flash. Oh! What a beast.
And the cannon barrage afterwards.
Yeah, wow. What
I mean,
that's
that's a thumbs up that you feel good about.
Yeah, I mean, going back to that though, Taco like entering the river, I really don't know what for, because it feels like there was no bot gank and there was also no drag available. Taco though, he is starting up the Herald, but it's going to come at a cost of your bot lane being forced off their tower. The Astral Shift was just used from Tide, and I think if you're Helpix here, you definitely have to feel that if Elise is not contesting this Herald, she will be bot. They are forced quite far off this tower now. Taco, where will he find... Oh, the hook just goes wide. Pepper actually going to take 1 million damage on the way out.
Oh, and comes down into a true shot barrage. Took a big risk there, having tanked up the turret that the ults had to be traded. But there's been so much pressure in this bot lane. And so far, no, that was a bit of an indication as to what Helpix could do to try and sneak a kill back.
And Taco on the Sejuani has actually taken away a lot of WSL's topside camps. So I feel like this actually worked out pretty well here for Helpix, given the situation that their bot lane is, right? You're not really expecting them to be able to survive on the weak side, but they survive, and, you know, on the other side of the map, Taco actually thrives, gets the Herald, takes away a lot of these camps, and now we're just resetting, probably path out back towards bot.
And Tide is such a big part of what makes this team so strong, right? Yes, Hong 2 is an absolute beast on the scaling mid-majors, but Tide has been right up there with the kill share. His team really rally around him being the star of the show in an 80 carry meta. So the fact that they are this far behind on a different champion like an Ezreal, right, which, you know, you want it to try and spike quite quickly, it can be a bit of a concern.
Speaking of spiking quickly, it's insane to me that a 0-2 Gangplank with 64 CS can finish Essence Reaver this early into the game. That champion just prints gold, you know, it's actually like a, I don't know, it's insane, right? Reminds me of like Kleptomancy, right? Just sure. in terms of a whole champion though. But yeah, will we see Jewish team able to extend any of these leads? Zhao, or Hong 2 has the Roa finished pretty early. Herald is coming down on mid, and members will be brought up to counter it.
You just want to go back to like season 1 when you had like GPM runes. That's those were the days, weren't they?
Were.
Either way, the Herald will be summoned in mid, as you said, and it will find a little bit of value, bit of success, bit of plates, bit of money, which will look to try and tie up this game, as it's really a fragile 300 gold lead in Jewish team's favor, despite being so strong. Pepero getting cheeky with it, just reminding Tide that you're not allowed to step up to this wave.
And this could end up being a dragon fight. It's only 12 minutes in, but both teams are relatively even. Like you said, I'd like to see how the mid lane gold is doing, because it's always hard to tell with Gangplank, right? Like, he's down 40 CS and also down 2 kills and plates. At the same time, though, he makes so much from First Strike and from his passive that he might be closer than we think.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like this game is very different in terms of the approach, right? Jewish team have been farming up kills, whereas Helpix have been getting plates and CS, and that's what this, what's kept this game as close as it has been, right? So you'd be frustrated, I'm sure, as Jewish team, the fact that you do have this many kills, and it's not a bigger lead at this point, but second Dragon is up, they got the first. They're in a position to rotate now, having put members in the mid lane to rotate and come through as a 4-man.
It's starting up, so they're trying to go for the CFO, try and get that Dragon Soul extremely early into the game. Helpix, I think they want to contest. They have a strong Silas. As Rolt comes out,
Yeah, Trisha Barrage reveals, but it might be a little bit too late, as it is going to be confirmed now by WSL. Going to be fighting on top of a Cannon Barrage, and it makes it ever too easy. Taco is dead. It's a guaranteed kill onto Hong2 as well, unless he decides to turn around and try and fight for it. A flash to guarantee that he is not going to survive. And in essence, Reaver GP gets that shot down.
2 kills picked up there for the side of Duish team, and I think actually more importantly, they pick up that second drag, right? They're on kind of on time to look to pick up that soul at around 23, 24 minutes. And I think as well, the kill going on in the gangplank is pretty important, right? Because he's definitely been a little far behind. But let's take a look at the replay. So I think a lot of engage at the start comes out onto Enhao, and it actually looks pretty good, but I think he buys so much time with the stopwatch that it actually ends up completely turning the fight, right? Because, like, yeah, just watch this engage. It looks like he's going to die instantly. Stopwatch comes in and buys so much time for the feathers to be pulled back, and then Hong2 doesn't have his E, and I assume doesn't have flash as well. Just can't get over this wall, and is eventually taken down.
Certainly is, and doesn't matter if that's a 4-man knock-up hijacked away. I mean, your bot lane just doesn't have the DPS to back you up from the safety of the high ground. Frustration, really, for Hellpigs in a position where it was, what, 300-400 gold away from them, and suddenly now is much more where Duish team feel it should be, right? Up by 2k.
And it would be big here, I think, for Duish team to pick up a win, right? Because they had, I think their only win so far was against Sem9 previously. And this was back when Sem9 back then hadn't picked up a win at all, right? So it was kind of an expected win almost. Hold that thought, Hong2, he does not have flash if something connects.
Oh my god,
wow.
So much CC and everything misses. And Ash ult for good measure as well. Just trying to protect as that gank would happen. It feels like Hong2's got away with one.
He really did. I think if anything hits there, he does just go down. But back to that point, I mean, Duish team, their only win was against that Sem9. There was basically a free win at the time. So this would be their first win, saying, okay, we're not that team that's just a free win for pretty much every other team in the league. Like, we're here actually to do some damage.
Yeah, especially if it's a case of Hellpigs saying, you know, we can take down some top competitors, like we've beaten DCG, we've beaten Frank. What does it mean? Are we just very inconsistent? Because it seems to be the case right now. Taco in trouble. Ulting, he's going all out. But where to? You're dashing across the wall, but a flash to follow. And WSL now moves to 5 kills.
Yeah, really nice performance from him here. The third dragon, I feel like if teams can ever get these first 2 drags in a row, it feels so good, right? You just can start putting the soul on the board so early into the game. Only 2 more minutes on it here. The GPO as well makes it very difficult to actually trade on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Duish team kind of just like winning on all fronts, right?
Yeah, they're getting pressure top. First turret falls down there. They're pressuring mid at the same time as well, and completely saying, well, Hellpigs, you're not allowed anything in retaliation, right? Taco was there to protect Tide to make sure that they could at least get a turret in trade. Duish team say no, nothing is possible, it's not available. We are snowballing this game and snowballing at a very rapid pace.
They are going to pick up this Herald, and like you said, rapid pace. They can probably, despite losing the bot tier tower, botting tier 1, they can use this to break open mid. And I think as well, having the Herald at this time, you can just drop it with this third dragon if you want to try secure it. And I think that is really going to propel them to potentially an early win here. I think when you pick up Soul late game is sometimes impactful, sometimes not, right? Like sometimes people have scaled enough by that point that it doesn't matter. But I think Soul, extremely early into the game, especially when it's Mountain Soul, it can be real hard for people to deal with, especially because they don't have their pen by that point.
Yeah, I mean, how many Mountain Souls have we had today? It just feels like it's been on repeat.
Too many.
Right? It just feels almost like we want Cloud Dragon back, which is...
Oh, don't go that far, mate. I don't want any Cloud Dragons back.
But we missed the movement speed. We missed seeing that one and go, let's actually just ignore that dragon. But you're right. I mean, that much mitigation that early, especially when you're this far ahead, you know, you're saying, well, we need armor penetration. It's just not that easy to find.
And I think WSL is actually going for the healing reduction. So getting that very early to kind of make sure that Hong2 never has a chance to kind of start, you know, getting those big heals with the Kingslayer in those team fights. So I actually like it in terms of early itemization. And as well now that it gives Magic Pen, it does work very well with Elise, obviously. Magic Pen on that champion feels really good. Dragon in 20 seconds. Herald is still being held in WSL's inventory. Hellpigs, I think you kind of have to contest this. Same time though, Hong2, he has no flash.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble once again. Oh, sidesteps it one more time.
The confidence out of the man.
That's
Not once, but
3
twice.
times.
Oh,
yeah.
3 times, yeah. Actually, you're right. There was that mid play as well.
It's unbelievable, just the ability to say, I don't care what you have, you can just kill me, but I will outplay you at every chance given. So, Duish team missed the chance to try and execute. That would have been the invitation they needed to guarantee that this next dragon was on pace.
Looks like they are going to pick it up despite that, though. And they do lose something for it. I think they lost their top tier 1 as well as a lot of top lane gold. You have to say it's still worth for Duish team, but it's not like Hellpig's got literally nothing for it. They did what they could. But yeah, I mean, Duish team, I'm feeling really good about their chances. I think the thing is, if you pick up 3 drags this early, obviously it's nice if you can pick up the 4th drag straight after, right? But it gives you so many chances to pick up a drag. All you need is to steal it once or have one fight go in your favor. And sometimes, even if you're outscaled, you will just end up picking up the soul. And here, I don't think Duish team are in any danger of being outscaled. So I really like their position.
Yeah, I think it's a really comfortable position to be in, one that they've not found themselves in too often, but they are playing with a lot of confidence despite that, right? So it's a clear indication that, you know, scrim performances have clearly worked out in this result as well, but it's just been hard to emulate it on stage.
Yeah, that's something that maybe has been, you know, baiting people a lot of the time, right? Especially with stuff like the Varus, but actually seeing, you know, this kind of performance coming out feels really good. Collector completed here for Zhao too. And wow, I mean, it'll mean a lot, I think, for Duish team if they do pick up this win. Not just, like, obviously for the standings, it's sort of whatever. You're not really expecting them to reach into those playoffs at this point. But it perhaps, you know, puts them as no longer that free win. Teams have to start thinking about them. Arrow actually connects on to Pepero, who holds the cleanse.
Yeah, good restraint shown there by Pepero, right? Holding cleanse as well as ult, so not going to be baited out by a fight that never really was there. They're just toying with him, chucking out a cheeky ult from the Ashe to see if anything would stick. The headbutt does confirm it. Both mid-tier 1s are fairly crippled. Just needs one good wave, one good bit of siege. That will open up the map to make it a little bit easier, and I think it really is a case of Hellpig saying, we need this turret to fall on down. They're going to TP back to the mid-wave.
That tower being alive, I think, actually helps Hellpigs a lot. I think that the Ezreal Ashe on the mid-wave is pretty good at getting priority at this point in the game. And being able to secure that... Oh, hold that thought, Taco. Oh, the hook almost connects. Being able to hold that mid-priority for this dragon is going to be really, really important. Whether or not they can actually fight it, I'm not sure. The gold is relatively close, but it feels like Duish team are just that little bit more ahead.
Certainly are. Look at the CC chain right now into Lucky Unite. Still living. The dominance was enough. Another starting to inhale. They can't kill. Confirm shot. Taco is going to fall on down because Pepero executes him with the Gale Force. Ult for good measure afterwards. The disengage is clean and it was not even a full fight. Zhao 2 TP's in at the end.
And that was so close. Tide almost picks up 2 kills there. You know, if he's not this far behind after the early game, potentially that's the window for Hellpigs to get back into the game. But the fact they missed that, and now also the Zhonya's picked up for in-house Nautilus. I love it.
That shows you how fed he was.
It does. So let's take a look at the replay. I mean, a lot of engage comes out onto Lakunai here. But he actually just managed to get a single E off, so he didn't end up going down. Enhale as well, flashes out. Really good use of their health bars just to keep alive. Still have pressure, but not actually go down. Tide, oh my god, he's so close to picking up kills. Doesn't quite manage that. Ashe ult does not have a cooldown. Every time we're looking mid, it's up.
It's like 40 seconds, it's crazy. Even without items, I swear, it just feels illegal to be able to have that much global map pressure that often.
It certainly does. Dragon here, 1 minute 35 away. And we're talking about that mid priority, but I think Pepero, you know, has both sums. Probably doesn't need to be scared on the mid wave at all. Actually, you know, really good confidence, I guess, from him, or perhaps just like holding the cleanse. It's really nice, right? If you're never threatened by that Ashe ult, it doesn't really matter if other members are hit by it, because you'll always still be allowed to put out the DPS. Has a Navori, now building a Zeal item as well, perhaps the PD. And Hellpigs, they're doing what they can to set up this vision, but it's really kind of do or die from them. If they end up losing this dragon, I think their chances of winning this game kind of go down the drain with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the gold has, for the most part, stayed at a fairly stable 3k lead, but this is that danger point, right, where both teams are still having an invitation to potentially come back. But I think if the soul point gets picked up and there is a contest for it, the Duish team win pretty comfortably. I feel like that is certainly starting to put the final nail in the coffin.
Interestingly here, 35 more seconds away, Duish team actually dropping wards on top side, so perhaps respecting the fact that a trade could come out. You know, want to say that, okay, we're ahead enough that we can get everything we need here. Ooh, actually pings on the Baron. They do have pretty good DPS. Helping so, will they check it? I mean, they have lots of tools.
Look at that damage. They're going to find out now. Enhal's going to reveal, but he's got a Zonia, so how easily do you take down Nautilus? True Shot Barrage is burned. Hook just misses. Maybe Cassante, it's a bit of a blessing. You don't want him.
So now perhaps looking back towards that Dragon. We have 5 people on mid-wave. Zhao, or Hong 2 has a TP behind.
Assault goes onto the GP of all people, still gets to keep those oranges. Doesn't need to cleanse, so far away, so hard to engage on. And it's like, well, yeah, the Baron's up there again. We know you want to try and stop us at this Dragon, but we want to fight you first.
Yeah, they're trying to bring Hellpigs up. And now Tide is doing an insane amount of damage. I'm not sure if I've seen a missed skill shot here.
Here we go. There's the Cannon Barrage, there's the Featherstorm as well. Big ultimate's burnt, nice. Snurly hijacked ultimate, still held on to. Nautilus is there if need be. In jumps Prepper with the execute and snipes again with the Gale Force. And it's now Taco trying to be really the hero as is Cassante. Down comes WSL from the rappel. Lacunite just flashing away and Taco dies to the turret. Oh, it's a tragedy.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that was an insanely close fight. I think if you're Hellpigs, that's exactly what you need, right? You at least delay this game by another 5 minutes by picking up the Dragon. But the problem is there's really no... Ooh.
Oh my god,
actually,
look at
will
this.
we just be doing the the Baron?
Don't worry, boys. We lost that team fight. Let's rush Baron.
Yeah. Okay, the Ash Arrow connects. Hong 2's going to start walking up, but I think this actually might go over to Duish team. I'm not sure if you can get here in time. It's extremely low. Perhaps play for the fight after?
Bishop Barrage. It's done enough damage for Smite. Hong 2 now with Renekton flashing on top of Shatu's head. He's got the oranges. He's living! And he survives!
Oh my god, they live on so low health. And Hong 2, I respect the attempt. Let's take a look at the replay though. I mean, pay attention to Tide at the start of this. Found so much damage onto Zhao, which was really, really nice. I honestly just hit so many abilities there. But here I felt like, I think over-engage maybe from Taco onto Pepro. You know, just taking a lot of damage and there's no real follow-up for it. And then just gets destroyed by Pepro Zaya at the end. And then honestly, you know, very low health bars here. Unfortunately, Tide's Ezreal missed the majority of the team here, which would have been perhaps, you know, 4 kills if they hit, right? They're extremely low. And off the back of that, the Soul is denied, but Baron now picked up by Duish team. Still in the driver's seat.
Very different story, as you say, if that True Shot Barrage hits multiple members, right? That's a lot of bounty gold going their way. No more so than WSL, that's having the career highlight so far, right? 7-0 with a 1k shutdown if it can be found. But a Baron-inspired team now looks to try and siege. They don't have the soul point, but they do have the ability to try and take down a few more structures and guarantee that this map well and truly does belong to them.
Looking on Taco, but he's very tanky. Okay, he's not tanky enough.
It's not the Cassante we're used to. And how, oh my god, look at that. Soaks it up. Does he walk away? Don't tell me he lives.
Oh, Tide went over the wall though. Is there any punishment? I'm not sure there is.
Oh, WSL, that's the shotgun you need. Nowhere to repel 2, comes down, Taco goes in, can't find it! Baited by Yelise. Hong 2 trying as well, goes golden. Stasis effect is just not balanced. And Pepro survives as well. This is really on a knife's edge, but Hellpigs just can't find it.
Yeah, the Duish team health bars are criminal. I have to feel like if Tide especially wasn't so far behind, that he would have found, honestly, so many kills in this game. Oh my god, the reaction time. That was really impressive.
That is a player that's not looking at shop as they're recalling.
That's for sure. He pressures the map even when recalling. But let's have a look at what happened here. So there was an initial engage onto Taco. We thought he was tanky, but he actually just kind of explodes. I think it was a bit of an overreach from Enhao. He gets the flash hook ult onto Tide, but there's no actual follow-up. And then, yeah, very low health bars on the way out. And I think Hong 2 maybe just needs to play a little slower because he ended up dying, you know, very early here. At the same time, though, Zhao 2's on the way, so it feels like you kind of need to play it fast. But tragic again for him, right? Just everyone's always left on 1 HP. They were just a bit stronger.
Yeah, a little bit stronger, a little bit disjointed, a little bit too slippery is Duish team, right? With their ability to weave in and out of a fight with repels, with stasis effects, with feather storms, for instance, right? So frustration, right? And it is certainly drawing Hell Pigs in time and time again to say, well, come at us. But almost like a wrestling match, they're tagging each other in, right? You know, I'm down to 10%, your time now to soak up that damage and lift the tail to tail. So that 1K shutdown still remains. This time the hook connects, this time the damage is there. And Hong2, he's bitten off more than he can chew as Taco is next on the chopping block. And Hal gonna go golden. Will the fight continue? It certainly will as a shutdown is found onto the GP. And the defense continues, but it still is Duish team's game to win.
For sure, and only 1 minute left here on what is potentially the soul. And this is the problem for Hellpigs, right? Is that every dragon is potentially Duish team's soul from here on out. And I think they should have the control to do it this time. 9-0-7 on WSL's Elite. I mean, what a performance.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And now the second Zonia is complete as well, and it just really adds salt into the wounds, right? I mean, how often do you ever see a support actually get to evolve into the Zonias, right? We've seen Seeker's Arm Guards. It tends to be stuck at that. And you're saying, why on earth are you trying to rush a massive item like this? But it all comes down to the fact that it was a double kill to start off that game.
Right, he got so much gold injected into him super early. 25 more seconds here. Poke does come out. There's TP on the mid wave, so this is going to be 5v5 contest. And I feel like Hellpigs have a chance here. They are down a lot of gold, but on the mid wave is where they shine. They have a lot of poke, as long as they can respect the engage.
A lot of flashes have just become available again for all these carries too, so bear that in mind that we're going to be certainly having a very explosive showdown for the soul point. Arrow goes out and completely parts the sea. They don't find anything with it.
Chasing down. GP ult from Silas is dropped. But Kunai's taking a lot of damage, so it's good poke onto the front line, and Drag has not been started up. Ooh, I'm actually curious. Hellpig's trying to start it. I feel like Hellpigs just need to play it slow. They have superior poke. I don't think you need to start it here. I think that's just better for Duish team.
Yeah, and it feels rough. They've just burnt two massive AoE ults to really very little success as well. Hellpig's still going to entertain the idea of taking away this dragon. A 1v1 breaks out on the bottom side of your screen between Hong2 and Lucky Unite, but the dragon is still engaged. That is going to be Zhao2 dropping his own cannon barrage as well. Glacial Prison goes up, doesn't do anything. They turn their attention onto Hong2. He's dead. And then the dragon resets. Add insult to injury. Hellpigs look lost. They look confused. And they look like they're about to fall on down. Double kill for WSL. He's now double digits on this Elise. Please ban this champion. And Duish team will take down everybody in their sights. They're aiming for the perfect ace. And with tied Adamana, he's out of options.
Out of options indeed. And perhaps out of this game completely. I think this could be the end coming in from Duish team. I want to see how many kills does WSL have? Is he on 11 now? It's some ridiculous
I want to say
number.
so. Yeah.
And wow, look at the damage in that fight. Pepero, really putting in the work. And this looks like it's going to be it.
It certainly does look like that, Shock. What a remarkable performance here from Duish team. 24 kills to 8. Absolutely shattering their performance up against Hellpigs last time. And saying, well, there's one more win. The rest of the teams in this region need to take note.
It's super well deserved there. And I really like what they did pretty much from start to finish, right? I think the draft was interesting, but we liked it. And then, yeah, I mean, really came out swinging. I mean, I've never, so far in a PCS game, looked at the comps and been like, okay, we're going to have 12 kills in the first 6 minutes. But that's what we had. I mean, across the board, there was just, ganks and fights going down everywhere. And I think as well, Elise and Nautilus, that pairing found so many opportunities together. And that's really what we've been missing in those double range support matchups, right? Like for a lot of the split, we've seen, the Lulu Yumi trade, or we've seen what else we've seen? Like the Nami versus Lulu is another one, right? Just champs that are very good at disengaging, not so good at going forward. But now seeing pairings like the Nautilus and Elise coming back into the meta, starting to get that fast-paced gameplay coming back.
Yeah, and I certainly enjoy it, right? I'm a big fan of the melee supports because I'm sure it is the same for the supports themselves, right? They actually get to be a little bit more active, right? As opposed to just sort of sitting back and saying, all right, Eddie Carey, just go 1v9 this game for us. But I think frustration really will be the takeaway here for Hellpigs, right? They've been really denied a chance of breaking into that top 6 contention. They're just on the outskirts right now. A big ask was that, can you take down 10th place Duish team, who've now just found their second win in what, 11 games played now. So it feels pretty rough for them to walk away from the studio in that fashion. But for Duish team, I mean, complete elation.
Yeah, it really feels good, I think, for Duish team to get that win. And yeah, on the side of Hellpigs, I mean, it's weird, right? Like, it's weird that they can beat some of these higher placed teams and then lose to a Duish team, right? And sure, some of it is Duish team played this game really well, right? But there's definitely questions around Hellpigs. I think the Silas, despite getting kills early, never really found the mark. Titan and Ezreal looked good, but kind of fell too far behind in the early game for it to really matter.
Yep.
And I think as well, in the jungle, Taco just didn't really find impact this game. You got to question, is giving over Elise really worth it if WFSL is going to come through with an 11-0 performance like that?
Certainly is the question, right? And you start to scratch your head and say, why is this allowed to happen? Why is it happening on repeat where, these teams are taking this gamble in a volatile best-of-one fashion, saying, yeah, sure, we will let you have this, and not necessarily having the best response for it, right? Yes, you get the Ashe, yes, you get the Sejuani, and you think maybe that in isolation is enough, but those ultimates that those two have for that hard engage really miss the mark.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously it is. Any comp you play is going to be difficult once you start to fall behind. Like, I think it was already, 4-1 at only 3 minutes in, right? So it's definitely not the start you want. And perhaps Hellpigs look at this game and go, okay, like this sort of thing, it shouldn't really happen. Perhaps the game was just lost there. But at the same time, I feel like having such a monumental mistake early game, it's like the thing you only really expect to see in scrims. And even then, you're thinking about a remake because, okay, this will never happen on stage, right? But here it did. It did happen on stage. But let's take a look at some of the replays. So this was the last fight of the game. Kunai did a great job of kind of zoning off Hong 2 at the start of this fight. Even though it's a losing 1v1, he can kind of waste his time. And then Hong 2, perhaps not as confident on these melee champs as he is the scaling mages, because it felt like a lot of times he dies just a bit too early, or when health bars are just like, if there were just a bit more damage coming out of him, might be able to do it. And from there, Duish team, they clean it up. Also, I want to say credit to Tide. I felt like played the team fights extremely well. I think if he didn't start the game at such a significant deficit, potentially could have carried this game. And he, I want to say leads the ADCs almost in damage stats. I think it's Wako #1, but Ty's not far behind. I feel like he's actually had very good performances.
Yeah, he's tried to 1v9 this game, as you said here, based on that post-game screen, isn't it, right? 28k to his name. Everybody else severely hampered in response, but look, it's going to be a WSL MVP. I can say that one with complete confidence, even without seeing what the response is from our friends overseas. I mean, really, once again, why is this possible? Well, you've let it through. 11-0-10, a 4K lead, close to 90% KP. And whilst the damage didn't have to be the highest, the response and the impact was, mind-blowing.
It was pretty ridiculous. And I'm actually surprised that this champion, I don't think it's even been put up for nerfs or anything, right? Despite the fact that it kind of remains in that permaban tier. Yeah. Perhaps permabanned even more often than Maokai, right? Like, you see the Maokai slip through every now and then. And admittedly, I think they at least actually got through twice today, maybe, but there's good reasons why this doesn't get through, right? Every time it gets through, it just takes over the game. And I think a kind of bait that people fall into is that they think Elise falls off, and she does, sure, but she gets so much done that by the time she falls off, the game is just either so far in their favor that it doesn't really matter, or the game's just completely over.
Yeah, right. It feels like there's a lot of extra factors that are involved, right? Where other parts of the map, if they've not done their due diligence as well, then certainly, Elise can be, have the finger point of that and say hey, that was a bit of an issue, but not always the case, unfortunately, for them. That does it for us in this game. And for our final match of the night to close out day number 2 here on week 4, we've got J-Team up against Frankie Sports. We'll see you soon.
Looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, the little lies you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so tired of you. Yeah, you're so tired of you. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Yeah, and you don't know me. Yeah, but I will kick you right here. Got the whole squad wild. Champagne flying. Rocking all over the room. Feel the waves coming in. Oh, feel the waves coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, yeah, you can find yourself somebody else to go through it. Feel the waves crumbling. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, the little lies you're so full of it. Yeah, you're so tired of you. Yeah, you're so tired of you. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. But I'm doing well now. 'Cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Freeze your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to death, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Week 4, Day 2. This is our final match of the day. If you're just joining us, Duich team actually just upset Hellpigs in, honestly, I want to say it was a pretty one-sided game.
Yeah.
And perhaps not in the way you'd expect. But now we have J Team up against Frank Esports. And the last time we saw these teams cup up against each other, it was Frank Esports that walked away with the win. And I think there was only very few kills, right? It was only like 4 kills or something on the side of Frank Esports. So it wasn't a very bloody affair, but they did walk away with the win. And I think, I remember I asked you, I think yesterday, was it? The J Team kind of need to prove themselves as a good team here if they can beat Frank Esports. And if they can't, like they're starting to fall kind of away out of playoffs contention.
Yeah, I think they suffer a little bit of what Hellpigs have as well, which is inconsistency, right? They can sometimes really showcase, top 4 performances. Otherwise, really fall behind the pack and, have upsets like we've seen happen before. So let's see what they can do today. Still fielding their replacement top laner in Long, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, and Enso round out the roster. And I think, it's a curious case as to really what Long's introduction has been like, right? 2 games, we've seen a Jax as well as a Sion. Yesterday was a very big beating, right? 0-5 on the Sion. I think you can give him a little bit of credit, right? He's been up against some of the best top laners in the league, right? Up against Hanabi as well as Aja. But in saying that, I think the play style of J Team as a whole has been very similar to how they treated him, having RUA there as well, right? Sort of leaving him out to dry.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I feel like it almost doesn't matter which top laner you put in, right? They still kind of play and function the same. But yeah, we kind of have to give him maybe a bit of the benefit of the doubt. Like you said, it was strong teams he come up against. I actually think he solo killed Arja in his game I want to say, in that one. So he's definitely like shown a bit of potential.
Yeah.
But the way J-Team play, I don't think really enables top lane. But here we are on the other side of things. Frank Esports, team that does like to enable top lane. Solo Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. I've really liked Frank Esports' drafts, and I think a lot of that does come from Pretender, who's played a huge amount of champions. He's played, what, like 9 unique champions?
Yep.
So we'll have to see if he has anything new in store for us today. And Solo Kill as well has played a variety of different carries. So this could perhaps be a test for Long, right? I think Solo Kill, he's probably not the best top laner in the league, but he's definitely pushing the upper half, right? And I think this will be a game where perhaps the teams are a bit more evenly matched and Long gets what is a more fair test of how good he is.
I agree. I think Solo Kill's biggest strength so far has been his ability to lane exceptionally well. So I have to see if that sort of rings true again and we do get that test. What we're interested in here in tonight's matchup is going to be the jungle comparison between Lauva as well as Hollow. Last time Hollow played the Elise and absolutely smurfed, very similar to what we just saw previously in our last game. But you can see that Lauva is on the receiving end of a lot of deaths, right? He is certainly right up there, as opposed to, say, Hollow, who is certainly going to be fairly aggressive to try and get his team across the finish line. So I'm sort of curious to see, you know, where this really all ends up, because given that jungles have been, I don't want to say a little bit greedy, but there's been a case of saying, let's just let Maokai and Elise go through and see if the teams are good enough, which we know they are.
Yeah, and I think what was really weird actually was looking at Hollow's champ pool there. He had both Elise and Maokai in that top 3, right? The fact that those are getting through enough that he can pick them is insane to me. But here we are in the draft. Maokai's banned away. We love to see it. Nautilus and Gangplank is the first 2 from J-Team. So a lot of respect put towards Kaiwing's Nautilus as well as Solo Kill's Gangplank. Solo Kill's Gangplank has been pretty destructive. There was that one, I want to say, yeah, 1 or 2 games where he was just insane on the pick. And what will be the 3rd ban? Perhaps, maybe Tiger Ban Solo Kill again? But what would it be? I'm not totally sure. Ooh, okay, let's actually just go for the meta ban, take away the Ashe. Frank Esports, do you ban the Elise? Or are you willing to give it over? Yeah, surely if you're in the studio watching that last game.
Yeah, I mean, you got punished by it last time, right? As you said, it was a long game. It was a 34-minute game. J-Team only got 4 kills, and all those kills went onto Minji's Orianna. The rest of the team were on a massive goose egg. So it's a case of saying, we've let it through. It's a gamble.
Annie is actually locked in. Okay, now Elise is open, by the way. Annie and Elise both getting through. So this is the second Annie we've seen. It was Annie support before, didn't perform particularly well. Annie was first picked mid in LCK, I believe, yesterday. So potentially could be that flex as well. Elise actually just no priority put towards it.
Very, very interesting. If this is going to be the case where both teams don't want to fall into the trap of having to build a comp around an Elise and much more interested in a team fight centric sort of AoE style, I'm all for this. The concern is, though, did J-Team say, well, if we get Annie and Elise, we're laughing straight to the bank?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like Annie and Elise isn't the best pairing, but they are just 2 individually strong champions. Jax is open and available. Perhaps it will be the Jace being hovered instead. Does leave you with that kind of flexibility, right? If you lock in the Jax, you sort of know it's going top lane. But picking the Jace still remains that mid and top lane flex.
Wouldn't mind a Jax and a Zeri locked in here, for instance. I think that's a really strong response. Obviously still means that you can flex this Annie to be support, and it works exceptionally well with the Zeri. You still get the shield, get the movement speed, and the on-hit damage on reflection. But they might feel pressured to lock in a jungler now, despite at least still being up and available.
Yeah, so I guess everyone's saying that we're not really interested in the Elise, which is crazy after the previous game. But I think both teams, perhaps just prefer this sort of style. I'm thinking this is going to be Annie mid, especially given that they've locked the AD jungler. Obviously, it remains a flex, but I think it's likely to go mid. The Fiora, will it just be, essentially blind? Okay, so also, I guess, being willing to play into the Jace with it. And perhaps saying as well that if you don't take Fiora now and they lock Jax 3rd, you would just have no options. Yeah, I think that's probably why it was taken. Is just, yeah, if this Jax got picked into 2 bans, there'd just be no way to deal with it. So Fiora's picked up, and this will confirm, I guess, Jax going top, Jace going mid. But this means that bot lanes are still up and available for teams. We'll have to see, will this Annie flex bot, or is it just going to go mid? Because I feel like Annie versus Jace is actually it's like decent early game, but late game can be hard just because of the range difference. That being said, though, whenever Jace kind of commits to hammer form, you know, comes within range of that, and he can definitely get blown up.
Yeah, I think this is going to come down to, you know, scrim results as to what you start to prioritize here. I would imagine we're going to get a big target towards the AD carry pool now. Zeri right at the top of that chopping block. What speaks to life next? Actually, Zig's coming out as well, which we have seen Frank Esports play a good handful of times. So that's now the pocket pick tax having to be paid for. But in your last ban, if you're looking to try and deny J-Team, if you're looking to try and deny Bruce specifically, he's played a lot of Sivir recently. Been only one of the few players having a bit of a tendency towards that. Whether or not he would feel compelled to need that again, though.
Yeah, I wonder... Will it be the Sivir? No, okay, so actually ban away the Azir. So definitely still respecting this Annie as a flex.
Yeah.
Interesting. Minji has shown some really good games on Azir. And it's yet to be seen if he does play something like the Annie. In the last ban, I think you continue to target ADCs unless you're worried about being banned out. Varus is still open. Obviously, Varus hasn't shown the best performances, but I think with Zeri off the table, it definitely becomes a bit more playable.
So, what's still up and available, right? Leona denied away. Lucian Nami is still there. If you wanted to lock that in as your last feud to give yourself a little bit of aggression to start things off with, I wouldn't mind that, quite honestly. You've got 2 melees to play around the Sejuani. That would give you the range that you would need and the sort of explosive nature where you can power spike quite quickly in the game, right?
Yeah, I think I like it. Lucian Nami, I think it definitely becomes a bit of a stronger combo once other stuff is gone. Sivir being hovered. I like the Sivir. But will that mean a different support with it? Perhaps something like the Sivir Lulu, or will it just be the Annie and then we blind pick mid? Okay, so it looks like it's most likely Annie mid?
Yeah, I'd imagine so, right? They played Sivir Karma into PSG. They played Sivir Lulu last night. So 3 games in a row now for Bruce. A few good targets to try and spell shield away. It might really be an indication now just as to how strong is Annie mid in the PCS.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Yesterday it was, ooh, okay. Now what, okay, so last pick, yeah, I feel like you kind of need a range support. I mean, surely it's just Nami, right? Will we ever see anything else with Lucian?
They're going to try and keep you guessing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I should stop reading into these, man.
Hovers are such a bait.
They are.
You go on a complete tangent and they're like, it's like, it's always going to be this.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm really excited to see the Annie. Yesterday, when it was played in LCK, it was with the Rod of Ages build. Perhaps this game, though, might go for something else. Obviously, a very tanky Sejuani and Jack, so could look at the Leandries. I'm not sure how good Rod of Ages is in this game, but yeah, I'm real excited to see it. And I think as well, it could be kind of a statement that perhaps this champion is better than people are giving it credit for, right? Like, it was first pick, blind picked in this draft. And so it's weird that there's been almost no priority from the other teams, but it might be, hey, you know, no one's really caught on to how strong the champ is yet. And if it goes well here for J-Team, I think you could definitely see other teams starting to think about it.
I agree, and I think this is a really big sign of confidence in the pick itself, that J-Team want to showcase that, look, we can beat the top teams in this region, and this is a big form check for us, right? If we can take down Frank Esports as well, then not only have we managed to showcase a new pick warrants another ban towards us in particular, opens up more options for us to use in our next draft, but it also causes Frank Esports to be a little bit worried, because that would be then a couple of defeats on the bounce, and they were tied first at what, the end of week 3?
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty nice. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Now, looking at these comps, I feel like the Jack Sejuani up against the Fiora Wukong, it's definitely interesting 2v2. I think it goes the way of Jack Sejuani, but I think something that Frank might have to be careful of is I feel like Jace against Annie Wukong at level 6 is extremely scary, right? That's extremely volatile, and Wukong's always known as that champ that you kind of pick into Jace. So on top of that, having the Annie CC as well. I mean, he's really got his work cut out for him.
He certainly does. Let's see if they can look to try and navigate that one with some degree of safety, if we are in for a game with more fireworks. It has been a fairly bloodthirsty day overall, coming into day 2 of our week 4 action. And let's see if the final game to close out the night is no exception to that rule.
J-Team up against Frank Esports. Actually, no items for Kaiwing. Okay, he's got them now. He forgot to buy them, but he's got them now, so love to see it.
He's so eager to get in for the level 1 cheese, right, that just forgets to even purchase anything. It's happened to the best of us.
It does. Okay, so one thing that I think is a little interesting is that Eminem's actually gone for the Ignite. So I think it makes sense. The only CC coming in really is the Annie, but Annie's CC is really, really strong, right? I feel like it's something that you almost can't ignore. So it's going to be interesting, playing a short-range ADC up against the Annie without the cleanse. I have to see if he can manage it. First strike as well on Minji. I feel like in competitive, there aren't that many options for Annie. You know, like in solo queue, you see a lot of stuff like the Dark Harvest, but definitely not particularly good in the competitive game.
Yeah.
Oh, Enso actually misses the first RQ of the game. It always hurts to miss that.
Yeah, it's a lot of poke damage, especially when you're running a Comet, right? So you want to make sure that gives you that slight lead to almost like set the pace whilst both teams are rushing to try and get that level 2 as quickly as possible. Speaking more towards this, Annie, as the mid lane master yourself, have you had a chance to actually play this new reworked version?
No, I actually haven't played new Annie. I've never really been an Annie enjoyer, but from what I understand, the champ is much the same as before, but it's just a bit stronger at pretty much everything, right? It's just typically weakened lane does last hit very well. Obviously, it's got just the fact that Q is like a very short cooldown, refunds as well. And yeah, becomes that team fighting beast, does well, particularly against short range compositions, can provide that engage. And I think one thing as well with the Annie is that with Rod of Ages now being like kind of a viable item, it makes a lot of those really difficult mage matchups actually playable, right? Stuff like the Orianna or the Azir used to just be unplayable for Annie, but now in those really difficult matchups, being able to just rush Catalyst can make it so that, what is an unwinnable lane at least becomes bearable.
You've got a lot more survivability, right? You can actually, stick around a lot more. I think the biggest thing for me, there's always been a hallmark of Annie, is the fact that her auto attack range is so devastatingly long, right?
Yeah.
That you need to really be working your magic. You need to weave those in as much as you can, especially in these early levels, right? And that's what you can see being threatened every single time Minji's got that stun up and available. A lot of respect has to be shown here by Pretender.
And Lava, he gets the ward. And I believe they should know now that Hollow is on the top side. A reset has actually already come in here for solo kill. He actually picks up the Cull. So not something you often see on the Jax, but it's going to start scaling nice and early. Lava potentially looking towards bot lane, but the wave looks pretty ungankable. And J-Team as well. It's kind of been surprising how much they're willing to prioritize the Sivir, right? Like, it always feels like they're fine dropping bot lane because they always have the Sivir pick available. It'll be interesting to see, how it fares this game, because I think it's a pretty decent Sivir game. At the same time, though, clearly it's no Zeri, right?
Yeah, this is the fascination, right, that Bruce has had with this champion is, not many people are going for it right now. It is obviously incredibly strong, but hold that for 2 seconds because Long is in trouble, flashing from one bush to another. Look at it try and dodge away.
Ooh.
Hollow goes in for a flash passive, thumbs up himself because I think he even knows that was a bit of an overextension.
Yeah, so did get the flash, but was actually flash matched for, virtually no gain at the end of that. Still, I think it's decent. Getting a flash in this matchup, I think, potentially you can look to regank it again. It does alleviate a little pressure onto solo kill. And so far, CS mid, relatively even. And Long, he is going to push out this wave. Should know that even without the flash, he is safe here. Has Lava in the wings, although is spotted on a ward.
Yeah, completely red. Even without that water reveal. Solo can play this one however he likes, knowing that, hey, the jungle is here, good comms the rest of my team. That means Pretender can get a lot more aggressive in mid lane as a result too.
Yeah, I think something might have gone unnoticed there is that the Jace E, I believe, turned around Annie's W. I'm not sure if Minji just misplaced it, but that's potentially an interaction in the matchup that has to be considered. It looks like resets will come out. Annie, okay, is going towards the Rod of Ages and does have the Catalyst, so now going to be very difficult to move out of that laning phase. Pretender as well recalling. Have to feel like we'll probably pick up the Dirk. I feel like there is, although he might just go tier longsword. Yeah, maybe tier longsword. Ooh, Cull. Okay. Lots of people going for the scaling. Oh no, he refunds the Cull. He's messing with me.
He lost to Boris, the shopkeeper again.
Yeah, he did. All right, so bot lane though, Noon Quiver on Bruce up against Dirk on Eminem. And with that Ignite as well, you have to feel like Frank Esports' bot lane has a lot of pressure at this point. But Bruce, the Civil Wave Clear, oh my god, a lot of damage being traded back though.
It really is though, so much damage. Spell Shield can only help you so much, right? The heal is what they really need at this point. So chugging through the potions, that is the last one, whilst the biscuit advantage really would now start to favor the Lucian Nami. Not only that, but obviously they have the Nami heals built into the kit too. So Hollow clears out vision, causes a bit of concern. Lauva responds and denies that in a bit of retaliation as the Tether is there, the bubble, the flash, and the runaway as well. And this bot lane really is being held on a knife's edge.
Yeah, both sums they're lost from Eminem as well as the heal from Kaiwing. I think that's a pretty big win. JT managed to keep both their flashes, and I think having no flash on the Lucian potentially makes him very, very attractive target at level 6 for Lava's Wukong. Top lane, falling a little bit behind in CS, perhaps partially due to that gank. But I don't think a whole lot is going to come of it, at least until a bit later in the game where we see these champions kind of start to become a little bit stronger. Yeah, so far, early game, relatively quiet. Although, I feel like the bot lane has potential now really to punish those sums, right? Eminem being flashless as well as, doesn't have the ignite. I'd really like to see Lava move down there. In fact, it might be even better to just consider giving up the Herald and just play for a bot dive instead.
Yeah, I'd actually quite like that. It's going to be a long time before he hits level 6 now, only just ticking at a level 5, so might have to path towards top lane to get himself to that point with the blue buff having now just respawned. So let's see where it does all materialize. But as it stands, certainly wouldn't mind a cheeky look in bot lane to punish the flashless Lucian.
Now this is maybe a little scary here for Long. Is pushing out, and I don't think he has the flash up yet. Will have Lava on his side of the map. So should feel sort of safe at the same time though. If Hollow can show up here before this wave crashes, feels like he probably can't. Yeah, it looks like this wave will crash. Long, very, very good to get that under before your flash perhaps starts to become an issue. Dragon is live, it hasn't been touched, and Hollow just drops a pink here on the Herald. So perhaps just wants to keep tabs on it while he looks for something else. Potentially a mid play could be on the table, right? Instead Sejuani ult against an immobile mage. Always a possibility.
It's been interesting seeing how Minji's been playing this Annie as well, right? Constantly threatening with the fact that my stun is ready to go. I've seen some where you step on 3 stacks and sort of say like at any given moment I can cycle my cooldowns and a stun disappears out of nowhere. But just the pressure alone of knowing that a stun could be there right in that moment has been enough for Pretender to show a bit of restraint and have to just sort of rely on the shock blast poke more than anything. Frank Esports going to start up the first dragon. And not only be too punished by the fact that they don't have a flash on a Lucian, instead Lava does decide to prioritize the Herald. I think a lot in part based on the fact that he had the path top to hit level 6. But Dragon's not a done deal just yet.
Yeah, they're actually looking for the fight here. This is pretty greedy. Lava's not here yet, but they've actually bought enough time for him to get here. Wow, J-Team, yeah, they really want this.
J-Team, does he just walk in here and go for a bit of a smite contest? Jumping in, no, the Dragon gets reset, instead goes for the Cyclone onto the backline. Minji flashing in with a 2-man Tipper stun, and surely that's first blood. There it is, the retaliation is huge though, and 3 members die. Make it 4, make it 5, as everybody is falling around. And it's just Long surviving, lonely in top lane.
Yeah, insane play here from Solo Kill to not only TP into the fight, but then come and clean up 2 kills out of it. And I think Long, invested TP on the lane, as is fairly normal for top laners early, right? But I think this kind of goes back. Let's take a look at the replay first. So there was honestly pretty good initial engage, I think, from J-Team. They're getting good poke. They're waiting for Lava to show up. And then I think maybe just a bit disjointed, right? I think Lava, he goes for an engage very early without any real follow-up from Minji until it's already a bit too late, right? And luckily, manages to trade 1-for-1 off the back end, but Solo Kill just comes in, cleans everyone up. And as I was saying, I think this almost goes back to just earlier in this game where Hollow pressured top, right? Got the flash, and now that's kind of led to Solo Kill having that TP advantage and really cashing in off that.
And just a lot of great restraint shown by Hollow for me personally. The fact that he can see that the aggression is coming from J-Team. Now he says, you can't take this without a smite. There's no world in which this will happen. Know that they're desperate to try and go for the smite steal, entertain the idea of a fight, and just play it a little bit better. So pressure is on. Frank Esports won't mind. First Dragon goes their way. 1K lead as a result. And enough time has been afforded now that Flash is back up for Lucian.
Well, Minji doesn't have Flash. Is going to be pushed out of mid. Fortunately, no Sejuani here for Hollow. Minji, though. Lava is engaged on. Does manage to walk away. And I think we should expect not too much to happen for the next 3 minutes. There's no neutral objectives up, at least for a while. The Herald's still in Lava's inventory. Where can he use it? I mean, maybe top lane? Looks like top lane dropped to 3 plates when Solo Kill roamed with that TP play. Perhaps lost some plates up there.
I wouldn't mind a top lane, honestly, right? You got a 2-0 Jax that's already got a strong lead on this one. You've got, no doubt, a very frustrated Fiora as a result of what happened at that Dragon fight. 10 stacks soon to be left on that Cull. You cash that in with a turret dying with all those plates as well. And I think this Jax just really starts to 1v9.
Certainly will. Now, 4 members here committed from Frank Esports. Can they actually do anything with it? I'm not too sure. No, it doesn't look like they're going to force them off the tower, but it's nice to at least put a little bit of pressure towards this side of the map. Divine Sunder now completed by both top laners. So feeling pretty good about that. And I wonder if Minji, you know, going back to that fight where that Flash and Aniol didn't quite connect, perhaps if you were going for a bit more of an early game build, right? Like something with the Lost Chapter looking towards that Leandries, actually might have made the difference. Okay, yeah, Herald is going down top. TP actually comes in to try and defend any dive, but I don't think anything's really going to happen. Oh, the Herald. They better clear out the wave.
They need to clear this wave completely. Shelly's confused. What am I doing? Am I headbutting this? No, I want to kill the minions. JTeam is spewing. Tibbers goes down. And they'll say, get away from this Herald. Finally, the headbutt connects. And solo kill is worse for wear. But now Frankie Sports make their retaliation known in the bot lane. Culling, Glacial Prism, Bubble, and Wave. And so much is thrown at Bruce. He wishes he had 15 spell shields.
Really cleanly executed there from Frank Esports. Just managed to kill Bruce on the trade and lose basically as little as you can in the top side there. So yeah, feeling really good. Obviously only have a small gold lead, but I think again, all in the right places and starting to kind of shut down the win conditions of J-Team. Top lane actually could be in trouble. Has pretended behind him. Ooh. I mean, he's extremely low.
Long's teasing, isn't it, right? Counter-Strike should be up, available if there was to be a flash all-in, especially with the challenge being set. But no, Long shows a great deal of discipline. I think any other sort of rookie would have come into that one and say, I've got the kill here.
Now, it looks like they actually just might lane swap, which is going to keep Long pinned in the lane, at least for some time. Will perhaps make his way back down towards mid now. And I think slight CS leads starting to be built up right across the board. And he does complete the Rod of Ages. I wonder though, obviously it will scale well from this point, but I wonder if too much has happened for it to really be worth it, right? Like it feels like there's been a lot of plays where having a bit more damage from an earlier spike, you know, potentially makes a difference. Especially in a lane where I feel like you don't really need the catalyst. But it's interesting. We'll see if it pays off because it's really good scaling. What will they go for next? Dragon's up in 2 seconds as well as Herald in 20. Hollow's waiting in the wings.
Certainly is. Lava also there to protect his mid laner. So it's just going to be a gentleman's agreement that, well, we started up the first Dragon last time. You came for the contest. We're going to start up the second one. Will you entertain the idea of looking for it again? Lava says no. Much more fixated in finishing off that top tier one. Would be the first target of the game. Solo kill, well aware of this though, completely sacrificing it.
And now it looks like it will be 2 drags picked up for Frank Esports here. And I think J-Team should be able to trade the Herald off the back end of this. At the same time though, spent a lot of time looking at top. Not actually on the Herald early, and I wonder if Frank Esports might actually want to contest this. I feel like there's no way you can get Eminem up in time, so I think you'd probably just end up giving it over. But 2 drags already for Frank Esports. You have to feel good about that.
You certainly do. So let's have a look now. What can be done to get themselves back into the mix of things? Because I think when we've talked about Frank Esports, they have been the team all about early game, all about objective control. Certainly up there with the likes of CFO for looking to try and stack these up as quickly as possible. They've been playing for the Dragons. J-Team have gone for both their Heralds. It's all about making sure they can try and hit that late game as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and I think this late game, it might come sooner than you think, because the fact that 2 dragons have been picked up already kind of means that teams are forced to fight for that third one, right? So kind of that forced fight being as early as, you know, like 20 minutes here, as opposed to what is normally perhaps more towards that 30-minute mark. Feels very early, and people aren't going to have as much time to scale.
And I think it's done a really good job here for Long, right? Despite being down 2 kills, he's received all those turret plays, so it's actually kept this lane fairly even.
And actually 1,000 gold difference in mid lane right now, which is kind of unexpected, honestly. I feel like a lot of it just has been from the better skirmishing from Frank Esports, you know, consistently coming out just a little bit on top. And Minji is going to start pushing in that bot wave. Again, no neutral objectives up for the next 3 minutes, but I think if you're J-Team, you really got to be thinking, okay, like next drag, we can't really give these up anymore, especially if you're playing a split push win condition, because that means that eventually we'll just be forced to teamfight the 4th drag, and having Fiora taken away from that split push when she is kind of forced to, as opposed to just like has the opportunity to, it feels very different. Lava, he's getting a bit frisky around here.
Yeah.
Perhaps looking for something.
Yeah, certainly is looking for something. That's a 2-man Cyclone. Bubble doesn't connect. Culling as a disengage, forcing J-Team back into the river. Hollow completely isolated, but now has pretended to back him up. Lava in trouble as a result, forced to flash. And receives a Karma Shield for good measure too. And it just, frustration really, right? You found 2 people with the Cyclone, but you got no follow-up to kill confirm.
I'm surprised Minji didn't look to flash forward there at any point, because I think he was that follow-up you were really looking for, and had the bear, had the stun, but just never really felt like he wanted to go for it. And I feel like when you've got Lucidity Cosmic Boots, you can afford to kind of use your flash somewhat, you know, freely. At the same time, though, you know, wouldn't have flash for the next drag, so perhaps it's saying that that next 3rd dragon fight is too important, and we can't invest anything here.
Yeah. Maybe just not convinced it was a sure thing, and feels like, you know, in the grand scheme of things, that kill doesn't really net them too much to write home about. So can understand a little bit of restraint, but would have done a number to try and stabilize that 1k deficit that you mentioned before that is separating these 2 in that mid lane. Either way, though, J-Team right back, having regened all their HP. Going to say we're going to summon the Herald nice and early. Still another minute 30 before we look at the idea of the 3rd dragon spawning. But by their presence alone, they're able to force this Herald to headbutt.
Yeah, the Herald hits the tower, but nothing really comes of it, right? It's just Chunk on the mid tower. And because that's the 2nd Herald, there will be no other Herald coming in to finish that one off. On the side of Frank Esports, I feel like you're feeling so confident about this next fight. Eminem dashes forward. Oh,
Minji's missed it. It's unfortunate. He's gone for the flash tipper stun and just died a very early grave. Flash away to dodge out that one, as well as a follow-up from Pretender to try and snipe a kill on the tail end as well. And it just feels like a calamity of flashes and ultimates and skill shots flying, but not a lot really happening.
Yeah, Minji, I think, really fumbled the play, right? He's been waiting with that flash bear for so long. Let's take a look at the replay. So I think initially, look how much Eminem does here to Bruce. I mean, just 2 autos chunk him to half HP. Minji goes for the flash W, it does not connect, and then just instantly dies afterwards. And I think, in a way, that's your 3rd dragon contest gone, right? Without the anti-flash, it's going to be really tough. Perhaps they'll still try, but I think this game is, you know, quickly getting away from J-Team, and perhaps this is, you know, Frank Esports saying, sure, J-Team, they're a decent team, but are they on our level? I don't really think so.
Yeah, and I think you're really looking now towards Long to find some form of inspiration to, you know, almost break apart the strength of Frank Esports. Certainly kept solo kill occupied, which is always a positive. We know what Ajax can do when grouped up with the rest of the team. Kind of curious to see what kind of brand of Fiora Long brings to the table, right? If it is just going to be all-out damage, or if he says, you know what, I need a hole breaker. I need some form of split push pressure, because right now our carries, their own too.
They are. And I think, especially with the dragons being so stacked up, you have to feel like even though the carries scale well, especially the Sivir, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get the time. So look at though, there's a lot of members up here.
Yeah, taking a turret, taking a few too many shots. That tidal wave was perfect. And the punishment to J-Team is even better. There's a double kill for solo kill. He's weathered the storm phenomenally well. They're getting the dragon off screen too. and Frank Esports can just do no wrong.
They really can't. And I think it'll also be Baron picked up. There's a lot of pings onto it right now. And on the mid lane, Eminem solo kills Bruce in the midst of all that as well. Just everything going wrong here for J-Team. You know, now massively behind in gold, down 3 dragons, about to lose this Baron. And I think if you're J-Team, there isn't really a way back in. I mean, maybe with some kind of anti-Wukong wombo.
Yeah.
But you've really missed the mark, right? Like, you've had the opportunity to do that a couple times. And I think I kind of question this Rod of Ages on the anti, right? Because I feel like going the Catalyst, it makes sense for some of those really tough matchups. Jace, though, I don't think is one of them. And I think if you had more early game power, there's several times where perhaps Annie picks up kills. And also another thing I'd really like to fact check is, how is the first strike up against the Jace? Because do you even have the range? But let's see what happened to Bruce on the mid wave. In the 1v2, just gets exploded. And it's been a while since we've seen Lucian Nami really flex his muscles, right? But here it is. The reason it's been so strong for so long.
Yeah, and that's Lucian even without the Nami buff, without the Imperial Mandate, just doing it all on his own. It's just a classic of Lucian with this build can just run anybody down. Frank Esports really have found everything they could desire, right? They've got 10 kills to their name. They've got a Baron, 3 dragons, a soul point to look forward to in the next 4 minutes. And really, the siege to make sure that J-Team are locked inside their base. Long is going to do as much as he can, though, to try and preoccupy them. But by the fact that Solokill gets those doubles on 2 separate occasions now, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I feel like, you know, wherever Long goes, Jax is quite content to answer.
And I think Long, you know, maybe you can keep pressuring. The Nami ult comes out. Oh, the bubble doesn't quite connect on Ed, so here comes the Sedgel. Bruce, what are you doing up that far?
Question. That is a very good question. Just dies before we even get a chance to even discuss that fact. I mean, ultimately, objective bounties are being farmed out. You can see in our picture-in-picture below that Long is not giving up any time soon to go for this one, but Solokill wouldn't be amiss looking to run this one down. The challenge has been set. The fight continues as the siege also does just that inside the base here for J-Team. They've already lost that mid inhibitor. Second is lost in the top side too. I guess the saving grace for J-Team is that their bot lane is at least protected for the meantime.
For now, but I think they've still got a minute on this Baron. I don't think there's time for Solokill to get this wave all the way to the bot in here, but I feel like if you're J-Team, there's really not a way back in now, even more so than before. Down 2 inhibs makes it very hard to contest this 4th dragon. You maybe have to get some kind of miracle steal and just hope you can stall the game a bit longer with the Civil Wave clear. But really, you're clutching at straws.
Yeah, this is a bit of a depressing state to find yourself in, right? How do you really play out of this position? Down 7k gold, down really in terms of your carries, not really doing too much with their item contribution. Only now is the Zonius complete. Still, Bruce desperately trying to get to that Navori Quick Blaze to help with that wave clear, which could honestly be a huge boost, given that you are going to get all those super minions flooding into your base. That could be the you know, the delay tactic that you're hoping for, but it's just so hard to step out of your base. As you can see here, Lalva just forced to burn that flash on CD.
Now the TP's coming through.
Oh my god, wave into double bubble. It's a bit of trouble as Long jumps in from the flank. It's a Fiora behind enemy lines. 1v4, what can they do? Sivert, Bruce finally gets a kill for his crime. Both AD carries actually trading out like Romeo and Juliet. And now Frank are just saying, where are you going, Long? You can't do this. But Long still gets away.
Oh, what a heroic effort from Long.
Wait.
I think actually, I don't think he can do this.
Wait.
We're watching with...
I'm holding my breath.
Okay, he does go down.
I was like, surely he's just dead. Like, you're going to Sejuani with a stun passive.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was really nice from Long. Good attempt from him for sure. I think I saw some inting with some stopwatches in this fight. I'd love to see a replay. I think Minji might just press his stopwatch randomly, I think, in that fight. But now, oh, the Spear of Shojin on Solokill. Not often that you see just like the full damage Jax, right? Like more often you're seeing kind of those tankier builds, but here saying, okay, I'm so far ahead, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So initial engage onto Lava does go wide because he commits the flash. So it's decent. I think also they managed to spot out these 2 members in the bot bush pretty early. Pay attention to Minji though, because I feel like, you know, kind of walks forward and just like, yeah, grabs a bear, which is good. randomly Zhonya's. I'm not really sure why, but Long on the backside does so much damage in this fight. And I mean, if his team weren't so far behind, you know, potentially could actually get something more off this. But with that much done in the fight and still it just being an even trade, I mean, you feel bad for the guy.
You really do. Yeah, the whole breaker has been purchased because I think they're all in on the idea. I mean, look at that. It really is a standout performance that I'm trying to do this all on my own. But I have a build built to stay away from the team. So I think that team fight there on a more level playing field with the carries in a slightly better position could have been their ticket back into this game for sure.
Yeah, I think I agree. Now, 1 more minute on the Baron. Will Frank Esports just use their in-hit pressure? It looks like they will.
They certainly will. Culling goes out. J-Team, this is their punch back. Can they find anything in it? They cannot. Jace just hits them a little bit too hard with the shock hammer. And really, solo kills inside your walls right now. He's causing you a bit of nightmare as, well, Long's going to go to the river post. Sets the challenge, looking to try and proc those vitals, but is forced to dash away, which you hate to see. And I mean, yeah, a minute left on these 2 inhibitors that were claimed such a long time ago. But this one is going to be the final nail in the coffin with the pressure on your Nexus as well to try and contend with. It's everywhere.
Yeah, perhaps don't even need another Baron to end this game. It looks like they've got the 3 inhibs. They can just continue to pressure with the waves. 1 Nexus tower goes down. Second one's starting to be worked on.
Certainly is. They really want to try and end this one right here, right now. Sub 30 minutes. Barbel finds Minji. Not the target they need, or at least far too overextended to try and go for it. Karmateva will break. Soliki will get a jump in. Full damage Jax. Saying, why are you igniting me? It doesn't matter. I can just solo anybody I so desire. Bruce dead again. Eminem too strong. The Nexus exposed. The wave goes out. You're cut from the fountain. And now you are just really trying to buy as much time as you can. But that time has expired. It expired 27 minutes ago. Frank Esports wiping the floor with them, playing with their food more so than anything.
They really are. Trying to make it so you can't get the end goal on this Nexus. I mean, now with 4 people dead, oh, I don't think they can dive him.
No. They want to try and go for the fountain dive, but it's not to be the case. Frank Esports get it done in 28 minutes. Another win on the board. And they keep themselves in the mix of things, still now tied in 3rd.
Yeah, so important win there for Frank Esports. On the side of J-Team, though, it feels like they continually fail the test, right? Every time we say, okay, this is J-Team's chance to show that they do belong in those playoffs, they don't quite meet the mark. And I think also that game, you know, extremely one-sided. And I actually kind of liked what J-Team were going for. Like, I think the Annie Wukong mid-jungle looks good.
Yeah.
And the first pick Annie coming in as well. But then so much priority put towards that and ultimately just falls flat in the game. And it feels like I want to say a lot of mis-execution. Like, I really don't think it was just a pick. I think potentially the build, but also the play from Minji just wasn't there.
Yeah, I hate to be, you know, reactionary, but it almost feels to me as if after that result, having had that test, it almost feels like, you know, when we look at the standings later on, our top 6 almost looks like a representation of what should be expected to be the playoffs. Now, obviously, those positions can still shake around a little bit, but I feel like, you know, the likes of J-Team, you know, you can't afford to drop games, especially in that fashion. You need to really sort of answer the call, and, you know, Frank Esports was certainly there, and just a few too many mechanical mistakes.
Yeah, and Long, I think, did what he could, right?
Yeah.
Like, despite the fact that he got ganked early, solo killed, TP'd away, and picked up 2 more kills, still managed to, I'd say, have, you know, the most impact on any of the J-Team members.
Yeah.
But it was just, he was playing from such a huge deficit, so, yeah, it's rough for him.
Yeah, it's a rough affair, and I'm sort of curious to see where it goes from here, right? Because if Long is going to be the starter for the rest of the season, then, you know, fair play to them. But perhaps there is an argument now to be made that we need to play a little bit more towards our top lane if, you know, we're not able to find success in bot or mid as, you know, consistently rather as we would like, then, you know, we need to invest in some other strategies because they're being broken apart, and it seems to be, you know, a consistent theme now.
Yeah, and I felt like in that game as well, I'm not even sure where J-Team was really playing to, right? Like, it felt like there just wasn't a whole lot of pressure across the map, right? It just kind of, yeah, fell to the wayside. So I think maybe, yeah, more consistent game plan in terms of both, you know, which players are we playing towards, but more which champions we're playing towards as well, I think could benefit J-Team a lot. Take a look at some highlights, though.
This one here, yeah.
So this was, yeah, one of the real early fights. where I feel like the engage from J Team was just a little fumbled, right? Like you've got Wukong and Annie right here, but you can't quite. I guess Annie just got CC'd so much there and couldn't quite get the flash ult until the fight was basically already decided. And Solo Kill TP's in, cleans everyone up, and here we have it.
Yeah, it's annoying, right? Because you'd have thought in a duo partnership that the Annie and Wukong would be such a formidable, execution comp, but they were so overextended to try and lock down those two key targets that the rest of the team had to sort of overstretch and fall on down as a result of that one. You can see, as you mentioned just then, right, Long was doing as much as he could. A full damage Jax still was enough to try and answer back to a split push invested Fiora. But when it came to the carries, I mean, they were just, completely outmatched in both mid and bot.
And now, where do you think the MVP's going for this game? Because I don't even know. Like, maybe solo kill for the engages? At the same time, that would mean kind of both top laners were the MVPs. Yeah, okay, so actually does go over to solo kill. And yeah, I think both, not often that we see both top laners potentially being the most impactful members of the game. So credit to both of them, but solo kill, 603, 25% of his team's damage, and finding that double kill in the TP so early really kind of set the tone for the game, right?
I think it really did, right? You return back to that top lane and you make sure that this Fiora is just not going to have a fun time. And as much as they tried to triage it with a Herald Summon, with repeat ganks, Solo Kill's just too individually gifted to say that, I'm a very strong laner. So I've returned to lane with that, extra bonus now. Even harder for you now to try and take me on. And I think it was very hard for him to ever really have a true 1v1, right? It was very much a case like, I respect what you bring to the table. We're both equally strong. It's more about making sure what we can sort of bring to a team fight situation, and ultimately Frank Esports with a stronger team.
Have to agree. Now, looking at today's results, we saw DCG take out Megabank Beyond Gaming. PSG in a very close game up against Impunity did take the win. I would recommend watching that game back if you didn't see it. CFO, Annihilate, Sem9, Duish Team as well picking up the win. And in that final game, Frank Esports came out on top of J Team. And taking a look at the standings, I mean, we've got PSG sitting pretty up at that first place. And we also have now a kind of second place divide, CFO. Still, Deep Cross and Frank Esports tied to that third place, and then going down Impunity and Megabank tied up as well. And then I think I agree, this does look like our top 6 going into the playoffs. Again, placings can shift. But below that, we have Hellpigs, J-Team, and finally Duish Team and Sem9.
Yeah, I just think, J-Team and Hellpigs sort of have a similar sort of situation where they have a big lack of consistency, right? They can beat the best teams and they can sort of fall victim to other teams, right? Duish and Sem9, I think it's a little bit too far waysided now for them to sneak into a top 6. I think it would have to take a monumental form upset for them to, deny that from the likes of, say, Impunity or BYG if these were to sort of stay the same. But it looks to me like that is a sort of a top 6 that we can, rally around, and what a strong top 6 it would be.
Yeah, that looks really, really exciting, right? I think what's cool as well is there's like such a diversity of styles within that top 6 as well. Like even within, I feel like the meta at the start was somewhat stale, but perhaps now it's starting to open up a bit more. But let's take a look at some of the upcoming matchups for tomorrow. So DCG versus Impunity should be a good one. Megabank taking on Frank Esports. CFO versus PSG Talon, that top of the table clash. Sem9 up against Duish Team, perhaps the other end of the table clash.
Yes.
And finally, Type A J Team will take on Hellpigs.
Banger games across the board, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like a form check for all these teams, right? DCG up against Impunity, right? Like, do we deserve to be in the upper bracket or in the lower bracket for playoffs? Megabank and Frank, exact same conversation again. So literally there's these crazy situations, like the battle for first place between CFO and PSG, the battle at the bottom saying like, who deserves to, showcase that we're not the worst in the league right now. And then Type A J Team up against Hellpigs. It's like, okay, we're both struggling for form. We're both, inconsistent. But what does it look like when we, have that all-out rematch?
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. And that's an insane day.
A really good day.
All 5 games are very close, right? So, I mean, if you guys aren't here tomorrow, I'm not sure what you're doing. Which one would you say? I think CFO versus PSG, that's the big one, right? But I think, for starting to kind of break up that top 6, DCG and Impunity, I think, is really interesting,
That's definitely, my second one to watch out for, absolutely. I think those teams are very exciting right now because they're on the cusp of being like a top 2 team. But they're still, it's almost like, the younger brother in the playground with the older brother saying, like CFO and PSG, like, oh, you go, you're a couple of years younger than us, you go stick to the side right now, the big boys are playing here. So I think if that one has all the fireworks, it certainly puts us into a position where, LCO teams, watch out.
Yes, certainly so. And I think that will be it from us today. I mean, we had a crazy game. Please go back and look at that PSG versus Impunity game. It was insane. But thank you all for watching, and thank you to all the people on the production. Please come back tomorrow. We've got insane games coming up for you. I'll see you then.